Yo, good morning, good morning, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a good day to be alive. I know the sun's still shining when I close my eyes, and it's some hard times in the neighborhood, but why can't every day be just this good? So, the good news. I know that there's only going to be a few people here when I say the good news, so I'll have to repeat the good news. But the good news is that Kazra is alive, or at least somebody who has Kazra's profile is alive. So let me just take a look at this message real quick. Unless I hallucinated it. I don't think I hallucinated it. Let me take a look. Kazra says, yeah, man, I heard you went through a lot recently. I wish you the best. I hope you're okay. I just want you to know that as I've gotten to know you, you're a great man, and I'm sure you're a great father. Thank you. And that was in response to, are you alive? So I sent, are you alive on March 28th, 2026. And we did get a response March 14th of 2026. So just two weeks. Just 2 weeks of wondering if our Iranian friend was dead. So he's alive. He's alive. Good news. Heard you want to suck off Donald Trump? Maybe. Oh shit, you heard from Kazra? Yeah. Got a DM. Let's go. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Kalinda says first, you should be a community member. Let me go ahead and fix that. Then, Vosraka with the gifted, kicking us off. I don't even want to joke about that horse god because I don't even know who's watching his social media. You know, like, I don't know if Iran's internet policing is as bad as, like, North Korea. So, like, I don't want to joke about it because I don't want him to actually get hurt based off of some stupid shit we do. But anyways, he's at least alive for now. Let's go. So that was good news. Now, being real, on the content front, oh shit, was it April? I think it might have been April. I might not have heard from him for 6 weeks. No, this isn't even April. This is March. Holy shit. So we had April and half of May. So we had 6 weeks of no contact. Good catch. So we just had to wonder if our Iranian friend was dead for 6 weeks. You know? So, yeah. So our Iranian friend is still alive. Nope, I mean March. I think watching you, the Iranian thought police, would defect immediately. I would hope so. I would hope so. Although I did literally so just in case there's new people here who are catching up, okay. Mrs. Points and I are no longer together. We did get divorced last month. Paperwork's done. Everything's done. We kind of hit the rocks in September, reconciled in November, split in November again. Not like split, but just like knew that we were on the rocks again in November. I got papers in February, finished up in April, and then now I'm on my own again. But I do have a girlfriend. And literally, after yesterday's stream, where we spent the last hour talking about like whether or not young Hillary Clinton was hot, whether or not there was something else. There was something else like Dianne Feinstein and Nancy Pelosi. We were talking about their hotness. I think I accused Chat of being enslaved by AOC's socialist boobs. I think I went over the dynamics of like whether or not, here's the financial situation. Here's the financial situation of like Brazilian strippers and Filipino buy me drinky girls. So would my chat be willing to sell themselves into sex work? If the prices were equivalent in American dollars compared to Filipino and Brazilian money. I was like, you know what? That's kind of a wild stream. I should probably check in with a girlfriend and make sure that that's not like red lines for her. Not that it would matter because I can't really stop my red lines, but I should probably Should probably check in. So she was like, okay, you can go ahead and do that cringe, and then I'll do this cringe thing. And I was like, okay, that's fair. That sounds like a fair deal. My effing aging body is feeling those mosh pits from last night. Let's go. But it was a hell of a show. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I was thinking I need to lift today. Maybe not today just because I'm still getting over the cold, and I have a lot of work to do today, but definitely tomorrow I'm going to lift. So I am out of super chats. Chip this stream for cause and grass. Thank you, Fel. I appreciate you. I also see the Felbot in Discord. That's cool. Shapingro with the gifted. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. What does hit the rocks mean? Just, you know, proverbial hit the rocks. Just, you know, rocky relationship. Just, you know, just not doing as well as we could have, that kind of thing. Does she watch the show? No, she was working, so she doesn't have time to watch the show. But I also don't want her to like randomly click on the show and be like, what the fuck is he talking about? What did I sign myself up for? Like, I need her to know what she signed herself up for, you know? Connor, I'm telling you what I've been told before. J-Hap, work out. True. True, true, true. Jesus hates a pussy. Hi, liberal Latino. Good to see you. Who is this? Can I... LOL 19-lization? LOL 19-lization. 19-ization. I don't know how to pronounce your name. But anyways, hello. Hello. How are you? How are you now? Good in you. So I don't really have, like I was saying, that there's plenty of stuff on the docket, but I don't even know if I like my own docket. So if I go back to my docket, the two things that are kind of still on there from earlier in the week that I would totally hate doing is apparently Erudite had a interesting Christian nationalist debate. Contra debated Brianna Joy Gray from the Bad Faith podcast, who's apparently like some super rich Harvard graduate, black female, self-appointed queen of the left. But not only is that old, but something that somebody was saying about the content is that Brianna is being a B word, and that Contra is kind of like pilled out. You know, she's got her SSRIs on. So it's kind of like, you know, Contra does a meandering SSRI fucking speech, and then Brianna Joy Gray is like a huge bitch, and she kind of has like a shrill voice. So it's not very enjoyable content, even if like the lib leftist civil war is always fun to cover for my audience. And then what was the other one? Erudite versus random Christian nationalist guy. He wasn't a Spurg, so that's kind of like a double-edged sword. So they might actually be talking about like theology and Christian nationalism and American politics and all that kind of stuff. But there's no like, number one, it might take a while to warm up. Number two, there's no like crash out. You know, there's no Andrew Wilson screaming about his personal life. There's no there's no Erudite admitting to some kind of impropriety on her personal front. So, you know, for me, it's kind of like, like this is all old shit. So I was kind of hoping that you guys would have something. Otherwise, if you guys literally don't, I mean, you know, it's just kind of a slower time. It was busy in the early parts of the week, but it's just kind of a slower time. So maybe I just do a secular church segment, take a stab at Eastern Roman history. But, you know, that's up to y'all. So, yeah, I hate how dumb Brianna is because she's cute. Would you clap Brianna Joy Gray? I mean, yeah, you know, let's be real. Would not be a fan of her talking, but yeah, she's physically attractive. If you put Brianna on, I'll literally kill myself. Okay, so let's go ahead and do no. You know, let's go ahead and take Brianna Joy Gray off the list for content. That Trent Hom and Erudite debate was fantastic. Okay, well, we got one endorsement. Independent populist for a fuck, or for American First. That's interesting. Definitely, she's gorgeous and arslerd. No, I take it back. She's not that cute. I'm just a gooner. That happens. This is just a joke, but you could always react to SCOTUS and arguments. Herman is weed and guns, lol. Yeah, but like, dude, who actually wants to watch C-SPAN? No offense to the people in DC who feel like they're super important because, they're actually passing the legislative agenda and fighting it out on Capitol Hill about what's actually going to get executed in this country. But you guys have a horrible way of presenting it, so it's not very compelling as content. There's some drama from Lonerbox. I think you could also cover the quartering stuff. Yeah, isn't the quartering stuff too long didn't read? He got into a pissing match with Kino Casino. He started copyright slamming everybody. And then his friends are sweeping for him, but they're the only people who are sweeping for him because the entire like anti-SJW right hates the quartering. I feel like that's the drama as far as I know. Eben says Dusty Dick watching helicopter. I mean, that's an option. There was a drama video today of an Asian guy politely pressing Destiny on the court case. But to be honest, it's not. It's the same thing that I've always heard. Like no offense. Let's. Although I did get corrected on the age of the gentleman who was pimping out his girlfriend. Apparently, he was in his middle 20s, not his 40s. I don't know where I heard the 40 thing. Maybe it was just funny. But effectively, Destiny has been guilty, allegedly, over the past 2 or 3 years of shooting homemade pornography with people, sending it to a 25-year-old man who was pretending to be a 19-year-old girl who was actually 17 and a half. And Pixie's been suing him because the 25-year-old leaked their homemade pornography onto the internet. That's just been true for like the past 3 years. And then allegedly Destiny audio recorded some consensual sexual encounters, but based off of the audio recording and Sherry's allegations, he didn't have consent in order to audio record. That's it. Those have been the allegations for 2 fucking years. Literally like Queeman, J-Stock, Morale, Purple Perry Gaming, the Kiwi Farms, all that kind of stuff. They've been trying to take these motherfucker down for the past 2 or 3 years off of what I just articulated to you in like 45 seconds. It's not whether or not it's good or bad. It's very clearly bad. I'm just saying, like, is he going to get incarcerated? Probably not. Is he going to get sued? Yeah. Is he going to lose the lawsuit? Maybe. Who knows? And even if he loses the suit, he's not a murderer. He's a fucking goonin' ass retard. So, and we've always known that about Steven. We always knew he was a fucking goonin' ass retard. So, what do you want? It's bad. What do you want me to say? I'm late. What's the good news? Cosra's alive. Cosra's alive. So, after I asked him if he was alive 6 weeks ago, he finally sent me an update saying, yes, I'm alive. Hey, I've heard you've been going through some shit. I think you're a good dude. Very nice. Very nice of Khazra. I'm happy he's alive. I watched the Asian lawyer video. It was meh. See? But what else are we going to do? I'm just here for the food. That's how I feel. Connor, that was a very succinct, good coverage. 12 out of 10. Quarter pounder felt it. True. How do you feel about the secret Discord? Ooh, what secret Discord? There was a couple of secret Discords. In reference to the quartering drama, it was just that there was a group message of a bunch of conservative anti-SJW creators. And then apparently all the same creators created a different group chat without the quartering in it in order to talk shit about them. Kind of fucked up, kind of funny. And then in reference to the Destiny Discord, the only Destiny Discord I know is that after all his shit got leaked, he created a Discord to try to find out and dox Rose. So that's an added detail, but those are the only Discords that I know about. Jigaman got Destiny. True. Hearing Gorsuch talk about how much all the founding fathers drank from oral arguments earlier this year was kind of awesome. Based. Drank before oral arguments? That would be cool. I was thinking of the coverage after the whole schizo harassment people trying to tie in Loaderbox, Dusty, and Ethan. Yeah, I know. They're really stretching out that drama. What's your take on the whole ABBA abandoned Destiny as a friend and he's a hypocrite thing? I don't give 2 fucking flying shits about that. What was the what's the drama with ABBA? So somebody can summarize it for me, but I'll just tell you as somebody who like clicks on a video and they don't say what's happening within the first 30 seconds, so I click out. My understanding is that ABBA was fucking around with some chick for 6 or 7 months. She said she was pregnant and they were in love and they were going to keep it, and then she got an abortion, and that was like a super emotional, fucked up thing that they did. And then the people around him are like, was she even pregnant? Because you didn't even get any evidence that she was actually pregnant. So, you know, like what does that prove? And if ABBA was in a 7-month committed relationship with a pregnancy scare, that's still not the same as gooning to 5 people at the same time as you're in love with 2 of the people. You understand that, right? Like, listen, I consider myself, you know, Destiny's friend or whatever, but being in a committed relationship for 7 months and having a pregnancy scare is not the same as having 7 girlfriends at once and being in love with 2 of them, you know? Chud the Builder being arrested in attempted murder shattered my dream of you fighting him in a celebrity streaming boxing match. Yeah, dude, I don't know who that guy is, but I saw a summary of the news story. This guy got into like a road rage fist fight, pulled a gun and shot himself. What happened? What happened to Chud the Builder? He got into a fist fight and shot himself? It's like, God damn, bro. Like, you know you got to slow down. If you fucking get into a fist fight, you pull a gun and you shoot yourself. You're trying to do too much at one time. Very clearly. Connor, the Discord is a JStock secret anti-fan one. Lonerbox is as well. Well, I'm not surprised by that. That's the no offense, that's kind of what we all expected, right? They were like, oh, well, if you think that there's a coordinated harassment campaign against you, where's your evidence? And I was like, motherfucker, we all know how Discord works. Like, I have plenty of DMs. Even if I pull up my Discord on stream, I have like 3,000 open DMs, and I have fucking 10 different channels. So as long as I don't click on the private channels or private DMs, you're not going to see it. You know, you're not going to see what the fuck I'm talking about. So basically they're saying, oh, you can't see my DMs? I guess that means that nobody is after you, which is fine. I don't know that anybody is after me or Steven or whatever, but I'm sure like Steven, after fucking getting swatted a few times, he's just like, yeah, fuck everybody who's talking shit about me, you know, which I'm not saying is good or fair. I'm just saying it's understandable. She probably faked a pregnancy and tried to blackmail him. Okay. ABBA is actively texting Lauren De Laguna, and they were romantically involved, lol, when he doesn't date whites. Listen, every black guy dates whites. No offense. No offense to my black viewers, but it's only a matter of time before black women are sufficiently mean to you that you date an Asian or date a white. I truly think that like there will only be the most dedicated of anti-interracial daters who will be black men who exclusively date black women. Sorry. A black guy saying, I don't date white women, and then getting caught dating a white woman is a story as old as time. ABBA had a relationship. She went crazy, started messaging Fresh to get dirt on ABBA out. Turns out it was false, and she just wanted to baby trap him. Also, she looks like a feminine Sneeko. Nice. Nice. ABBA is a gooner OD. He just doesn't record it, and he also had some slight relations with Lauren De Laguna, the chick who's Pusher Pixie, to do the case. Okay, yeah, sure. I get it, man. But like, and trust me, I love drama slop as much as you guys. So if I'm dismissing this shit out of hand, you know, I'm not trying to say like, oh, I'm better than you because I don't care that much. No, I could easily watch hours on this stupid fucking content. I'm just trying to tell you that it's stupid fucking content, and we should know that it's stupid fucking content. Oh, a fucking early 30-year-old had a pregnancy scare with a crazy girlfriend. Okay, stop the fucking world. You know, we need to, you know, fucking analyze this deeply. Destiny Link that ABBA was allegedly hooking up with Lauren De Laguna. Yeah, once again, who cares? Who fucking gives a shit? Pin the cause message. What's the cause message? Did I type it? Should I type Khazra is alive and then pin it? I could do that. I think that should be called out streamer special where you find one BPD person that fucked up your life for 6 to 7 months. A streamer special. Oh, okay. Yeah. You want like a meal, like a menu meal. When you find a BPDE girl to fuck your life up for 6 months, that should be called the streamer special. I got you, and I agree. Oh, that Chud shit was so dumb. Yeah. Apparently, he cheddar bobbed himself. Damn, cheddar bob is a good word for fucking shooting yourself. That's for sure. Abba's doctor told him he had a low sperm count and he might not be able to have kids. He took that as a free pass to bust raw dogging women, and his ex is the only one claiming. Well, that's cringe. That's fucked up. Shouldn't do that. That's retarded. Shapingro says, apparently I suck at showing empathy, but I want to say how proud I am of how well you've handled yourself over the past few months. I had no clue. Boss moves. Thank you, Shapingro. I appreciate you. I was like, I can't be a pussy. Shapingro's watching. I can't be a fucking pussy about my personal life. Excuse me. Drinking some tea. It's so crazy how Destiny, Martin, Shkreli, and ABBA are all Eskimo brothers. Lauren De Laguna is the big connector. That is horrifying. Thank you for sharing your horrifying sentence, Real Serious. I appreciate it. What an effing idiot. Dude was antagonizing people and speed ran the entire gauntlet of fame. Which one? Which one? I'm assuming you're talking about Chud, but, you know, it's kind of funny. Pin the cause message. Denzel Washington refuses to kiss a white woman in movies. I get it. That's fine. Fanatic being one of them. What? The one who's like, I'll never date a white girl? He's like one black woman breaking his heart away from dating a white girl. Absolutely. So we can give feedback next quarter. Okay. Chud walks around cities calling black families the N-word, trying to fist fight, and then pepper sprays them. Carries a gun in case things don't go well for him. He posted he was going to kill someone. Oh, well, fuck him then. I hope he gets incarcerated for a while. We care, motherfucker. True. I love slop as much as you guys. Does that mean you actually hate it? No. No, I genuinely do love slop content. I would easily cover the slop content that I was thinking about it, but I literally think like I would get average viewership for the segment, but it would be pointless for me, and the veterans would be annoyed that I was covering it, was Sneeko and fucking Shoe on Head getting into a pissing match about like pronatalism. You know, that's like an easy segment where I could get average viewership, but it's also complete horseshit. Like, who cares? Who cares? A childless Turkish person is arguing with a Nazbol about how many kids they should have, and the Nazbol has 1 kid with a fucking Catholic Christian nationalist. What the fuck? You know? Maybe I'm just tired. Maybe I'm just tired today. Maybe that's why I'm not like jumping on the slop as quickly as I normally do. ABBA did a video admonishing Destiny to their 2 million subscribers for behavior he himself practices because Steven destroyed the red pill while also being just like them. Sure. But at the same time, like, once again, I think having a pregnancy scare with a 7-month relationship, I think not using condoms when you're being promiscuous is very silly. I think that's very silly. But I still think that we can grade goonerism on a scale, and I still think Destiny far exceeds ABBA. Maybe that's because I'm unfamiliar with the ABBA allegations, but that's my exterior perspective. That's me sweeping for ABBA. Did you talk with STV Philly yesterday? Nope. Supposed to do it today at 1 p.m. I'm not going to lie. I would literally do a segment and dip out at like noon today because I got pre-recorded shit to do, and I'm recovering from being sick, and I feel like dookie shoes, and I've dealt with a lot of personal shit. So like, today's kind of like an off day where I just don't want to do anything, but I'm going to suck it up for you guys. Also because I agreed with STV Philly that I was going to talk to him at 1 p.m. Si se puede says, maybe if that stupid mustache cowboy gets off it at all, he'll stop being a dumbass and just live a normal life. Same thing I wish Rittenhouse did, but alas. True. Juries don't like streamers. He's fucked. Maybe. I'd rather rope than watch a shoe video. See, that's what I thought the attitude was going to be. Good morning, Girl Hottest. May your girl stay hot. May your beer stay cold. May you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. Amen. Also, let's say the Gooner prayer real quick because there's plenty of Gooners. Fucking Daddy, give me the strength to goon, the patience to edge, and the wisdom to know when I should do it. Take a lap, fucking Christian Valeris. I'm sick of your shit. Wait, hold on. Did I just hide your message? Wait, hold on. Need to add you as standard moderator again. How do I wanted to put you in a timeout. I didn't want to fucking ban you. I put him as a moderator again, so he should be fine. Here you go. Here's 5 minutes. Stop being such a whiny bitch. I'm sick of your shit. I love you, but I'm sick of your shit. Pisco versus AJW on Brad Palumbo is new. Let's go. Let's do that. That sounds good to me. Oh, Chud the Builder in the streamer name? Yeah. Once you don't want kids, get a vasectomy, brothers. Fuck that. Well, actually, no, that's good advice. But, like, how do I phrase this? Once you know you're not going to have kids anymore, if you're not afraid of the potential fertility side effects and or whatever other side effects there are for a vasectomy, ideally you should probably get a vasectomy. I'm not going to have a vasectomy because there's something about it where I don't want to shoot blanks. And now that, fuck it. Honesty time. When I was with the wife, we were thinking about having 3. So we were debating whether or not we just keep it at 2 and I get fucking snipped, or if we have 3 and then I get snipped. And I was going to do that because obviously pregnancy is super intense and hardcore. But I don't think I'm getting snipped anymore. I don't want to shoot blanks. So there's something about it. I don't think Shu is a Nazbol. I think she just wants free. Fuck that. But what the fuck do I know? She did a video on Hassan, but you can be threatened suicide twice now. A bunch of arslers, to be honest. There we go. I think she's a Nazbol. We could watch Steven Crowder versus NJF. We did start that Independent Populace for America First. If you're a cool groiper, just because I see the America First in your name, and I'm not a fan of populism, so I don't know how I made you a mod. You must have said something fucking based. But if you want some Nick Fuentes content mixed up with me having attention deficit disorder, that's yesterday's VOD. So I'm probably not doing that today. That's not, how do I phrase this? It's not that I'm opposed to Nick Fuentes versus Crowder. It's just that we did it yesterday probably for an hour or 2. And I don't want to watch them, like, jerk each other off. I don't care. Like, stop being friendly. Have a fight about your ideology. Like, I know Crowder is trying to steal some of Nick's audience, and Nick's trying to steal some of fucking Crowder's audience. I know it's a fucking clout transaction, but at the same time, like, let's skip the pleasantries, fellas. Let's get right to Steven Crowder sweeping for the Trump administration because he thinks that's where the fucking grift and money is. And then let's fucking get to Nick Fuentes wanting to annihilate the Republican Party so he can take it over. All good. Monday works. So Ryan Mulally says he can't do Friday, which is fine. When pandemics cause war, no. I'm not watching Scott Stewart or Molly Stewart or fucking any Stewart or John Stewart. I'm not watching fucking, what's the other guy's name? The fucking Flags guy. I'm not watching any smart person with a monotone voice doing decent analysis of geopolitics. Okay? It's not that I hate geopolitics. I like geopolitics just fine. But we have to have, you guys don't understand it. Okay? We have to have suffering. Suffering. Do you understand that's the formula? Suffering. I must suffer. You must suffer. William Spaniel's exactly who I'm thinking of. So if you want a William Spaniel, or if you want a fucking Scott Stewart or whatever the fuck that guy's name is, we must have a Destiny dick watching segment first. So DM Destiny and say, hey, I know Connor told you to stop getting in trouble with your penis, but he said we can't do geopolitics until you get in trouble with your penis. okay? And then get him to go get in trouble with his penis. And then once he gets in trouble with his penis, we'll watch it for the drama slop viewership, and then we'll move into a Stuart Little segment. Okay? Okay? Fucking sending me wholesome content with no naked people. Are you crazy? Ugh. Every sperm is sacred. Every sperm is great. If the sperm gets wasted, God gets quite irate. True. I'm with you. Did Christian Valeris make it back? I appointed him a standard mod, but I also gave him a 5-minute timeout because I'm sick of him bitching. There he is. He's back. Guess who's back? Back again. Valeris is back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? How do you know about the Memphis in May Barbecue Fest? You should look it up. It happens every year, and there's a hog calling contest. That's cool. Off topic, but imagine being a vice president and getting left behind from China, shit, so you can decide to do a kick stream with Jake Paul and some guy who hammers his chin. Did JD Vance do a stream with Jake Paul? Are we serious? Pisco versus AJW, I'm not gonna lie. That's topping the charts as far as like interesting debates that I want to watch. But no way did fucking JD Vance hang out with JD Vance, Jake Paul. Vice President JD Vance and influencer boxer Jake Paul watched the U.S. women's ice hockey team defeat Finland 5-0 in the 2026 Winter Olympics in Milan, Italy on February 7, 2026. The pair sat together chatting and cheering, accompanied by Vance's family. Paul was in Italy supporting his fiancée, Dutch speed skater Judah Leerdam. Bruh. That's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but that is still fucking cringe as balls. Imagine being the second most powerful person on the planet. The second most powerful person on the planet. And you have to hang out with Jake Paul for social relevance. That is crazy pants. Shit fucking content. Shake my head. Sorry. That's actually a good intro for Christian Valeris. True. I take it you aren't doing the interview with Queeman based if you aren't. No, I'm doing it. Why wouldn't I do it? Like, what? Once again, what is he gonna do? You know, he's gonna say, "Hey, did online politics affect your relationship?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, it did, including you, you little fucker." Because whenever I would come back to the wife and I'd be like, Queeman and J-Stock are stalking Destiny, and Destiny leaked Pixie's nudes, and Lauren Southern and Destiny had a love triangle in 2022. She'd be like, "This is fucking gay." And I'd be like, "Yeah, it's gay, but it's entertaining." And she'd be like, "I think you have autism." And I'd be like, "Yeah." So, like, what do you want? The truth is the truth. Same thing with, you used to be a family guy, and now you're divorced. It's like, yeah. Doesn't that suck? Yeah, it kind of sucks. Like, what are you gonna do? like, I like online, autistic, days of our lives, political debate, drama, bullshit. And I've made it a part of the way that I make money. And then, you know, I was a wife guy. And then after 15 years, the wife and I didn't see eye to eye anymore. And I thought we could work on it, and she didn't want to work on it. And we moved on, you know? And considering how hard I could have fucking spurged, I could have spurged so fucking hard. And I didn't. So what do you want from me? It's bad. What do you want me to say? Unironically, it's bad. Like, maybe it's a waste of my God-given talents to wake up every single day and hang out with 50 to 150 online political autists and talk about drama and highfalutin ideologies. But I have a fucking blast. Literally every day, I have fun. I know it seems like I'm grumpy because I yell at you guys, but like I'm having fun most of the, even when I'm angry, I'm having fun because oftentimes I know you guys are fucking with me. You know, you guys are deliberately saying shit to upset me, you know? So midlife crisis is incoming. Dude, there's this meme and I shared this the other day. It was, with a friend, but it's like, the crisis is lifelong. It just took until midlife to be able to afford it. So like, yeah, sure. Maybe I'll buy a truck. Maybe I'll buy a bunch of guns, but I was going to do that anyways. Truth be told, you know, the existential crisis extending into Warhammer, firearms, and maybe a truck. That was all going to happen. You know, that was going to happen with the wife. That was going to happen without the wife. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. It is pretty gay, to be honest. True. Christian Blair says, thought you said the interview was rescheduled for today. No. Ryan Mulally. So STV Philly at 1 p.m. EST was supposed to be yesterday, but he had a family appointment. He pushed back to today. And then I just got a DM from Ryan Mulally saying that he can't do Friday. He needs to push back till Monday at least. So Ryan Mulally is pushed back. STV Philly is today. Queeman is tonight. You know, so we still got content. We still got content, kings and queens. Oh, Airborne Kite with the renewal. Thank you, King. Oh, I feel bad about trying to get a wife supremacist bit going now. No. I still believe in wife supremacy. But, you know, I think we need to be real about what wives are. So, for instance, have you seen the Can't Man? The Can't Man advertisement? The Can't Man meme? My wife says no. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Because this is the real energy. This is the real energy of being married in my... The Can't Man wife meme. Here we go. Let me show this to you. Okay. So the Can't Man. My wife said no. Okay. So obviously, play on Ant-Man. Kind of funny. Kind of cute. But like, that needs to be like a friendship thing, in my opinion. You need to not want to do things, and then your wife is your excuse to not want to do the things that you don't want to do. But if this is a resentful thing, where your wife is telling you that you can't do things that you actually want to do, it becomes a problem, right? And obviously, you know, you can't really... I'll just be real. I don't have a drinking problem. I don't smoke a lot of weed. I don't beat people up recently. Not in reference to domestic violence, just, you know, law enforcement. And then overall, I'm a relatively nice guy. So if you say I can't hang out with my internet autist friends, which by the way was never said, but if you imply hanging out with my internet autist friends is cringe, that's just true. But I like hanging out with my internet autist friends. So what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? So the can't man, my wife said no. That needs to be a joyous part of your life and not a bad part of your life. Now you got a 3D printer and an entire workable mech suit. I'm working on it. Unless we're talking about AOC being better than Rubio, I stand 10 toes down on that shit. Well, have fun with that. I am literally never fucking with you. Conservatism is toxic and leads to fascism every time. Okay. Thanks for having the same opinion you did fucking 6 months ago. Rubio is a good boy. AOC is reformed and no longer the same sales pitch. How about, yeah, I'm not gonna re-fucking litigate that you guys are fucking enslaved by socialist titties. I don't give a fuck. How about that? Turning on a fan. Oh, I'm either still sick or it's a smidge warm in here. But as a neoconservative, I am not voting for a fucking democratic socialist. And if you ever thought that was a thing, you can eat my whole wiener. Okay? I don't care if she's a fucking moderate high in her power level. She can Eat a bowl of wieners. Do I get my online autist badge revoked because I'm only online part-time and when I'm not outside in the garden, in the woods, or on the lake? I mean, that's actually, realistically, that's the ideal. So, no. You get to keep your foot in both worlds because you're actually living the way that you're supposed to. And that is when I said, bitch. Is that the Key and Peele skit? Is that what that was? Where there's like two guys at a fucking, they're at a party and they're talking about how their wives are dominating their lives, but they keep exaggerating how they spoke up for themselves. So they're like, and then I said, bitch. You know what my problem was? My problem was I actually said it a couple of times. She did something mean, and I was like, bitch. That didn't go well. Just in case. Just in case you wanted to take a stand for yourself and use it saying gendered profanity. Just letting you know. It's not going to go well. And then she said, you need to take out the trash. And I was like, Sorry. That's hitting a little close to home. See? Kay gets it. You can't strip your partner of all the things that make them them. You end up with somebody you don't even like. Yeah, and that's like, that's my thing. If I was like totally different from the way I was 25, let's say that I used to be super polite and not vulgar. Let's say that I used to not swear. Let's say that I used to not like guns. Let's say I used to not be into Warhammer. Let's say I used to not be into politics. Let's say I used to not be into debate. Let's say I used to not like to complain. Let's say all that shit was true. And then I became, and then I became who I became. Then I would be like, okay, yeah, like, I understand how you feel like you were sold a bill of goods because I was one person when I was 25, when, you know, we were getting together. And now I'm somebody totally different. But that's not what happened. I was fucking vulgar. I was sarcastic. I was mean. I was abrasive. I was funny. I was smart. I was ambitious. I enjoyed violence. I enjoyed, you know, talking about violence. I enjoyed politics. I enjoyed talking about politics. I enjoyed internet autism. You know, like that's not, I don't want to say nothing's changed. Things have changed over the past like 13 years, but I'm still the same guy, you know? And so that's where for me, like, I don't feel like I sold anybody a bill of goods as far as who I am and what I was about. I feel I'm a lot more experienced. I'm a lot more tired. I'm a lot more, I think I'm slower than I used to be because, you know, I used to have the energy to go be crazy, but I didn't sell a bill of fake goods, you know? So that's where for me, I don't have very much guilt about who I was and who I am. So, you know, those are pretty aligned. Remove the socialist part and the idea just works for me. Okay, have fun. Have fun with your fucking socialist titties. Not for me. Connor, no. Do you have calluses? Then you aren't an extreme internet autist. I do have calluses, actually. I have calluses, though, but my calluses are from the military, they're from law enforcement, and they're from rowing. I was on the rowing team back in the day. And so I developed some pretty nice calluses on my hands. And then also lots of yard work. My ma forced me to do a lot of yard work in high school. And then she'll still, like, you know, when I was telling you guys that my mom was over, I was serious. She was flying in to help me with the kids and help me with taking care of the house and help me with this and help me with that. And so she would kick my ass out into the fucking yard and we would spend like Saturday. My 70-year-old mom, she's 69 to be clear, but she wants you to know that she's 69 and not 70. But she would kick my ass out into the fucking yard and we would do like 6 hours of yard work. And on one hand, it was refreshing. On the other hand, I was like, God damn, Florida's fucking hot. You know? It just is. Yeah. The partner who says they didn't change, not a flex, brother. What the fuck do you want from me? How do you want me to change? CHS? What do you want me to change about myself? I like me. You know? If it was things that I didn't like about myself, and then you were like, well, you never changed the things that you didn't like about yourself, then I'd be like, okay, that's fair. Like there were things I could have worked on and I didn't work on them, and so I remained a piece of shit. But I'm not a piece of shit. So like CHS, you're saying this like truism. The partner who says they didn't change, that's not a flex. Tell me what I should change. What should I change? What do you want me to change? You know? Because if it's something that I like about myself, then I'm probably not going to change. You know? Tell her I said 69 is the new 62. There you go. Being self-aware is half the battle. Maybe. You didn't rug pull, but got rug pulled, essentially? I don't want to say that either. I would say the changes that she endured were very natural. And I think the changes that she endured primarily had to do with having kids. So I think that I think having kids is a biologically, spiritually, emotionally intense experience. And so she was somebody when we first started dating, and truth be told, there's still a part of her personality that is that thing. But I think the mama bear part of the personality just, grew and became a larger facet of her personality. And I was inconvenient to that. So, I wasn't bad for it. I just wasn't as convenient to it as I could. But I also didn't, shoot living beings out of my butthole. So, maybe if I shot 8-pound, 7-ounce living beings out of my butthole, maybe I would be a little bit different. I don't know. I don't know what it's like to be pregnant. I don't know what it's like to have kids. Like, obviously I know what it's like to be a dad who has kids, but I don't know what it's like to biologically shoot living beings out of your butt. Connor's like Goku? Maybe. Connor, your mom was tricking you. The bugs and bacteria also get rid of dead brush and trees. True! There you go. There you go. Shortening the gaps by 10% will be a nice change. Well, I'm going to increase it by 20% because you keep fucking bitching about them. I want you to change into someone entertaining. Oh, well, fuck you too. Oh. My feelings. I want you to change into someone entertaining. Oh my God. I just got raped. Wow, Anonymous. Holy shit. I just got raped. I mean, everyone changes over time, but your partner shouldn't have a roadmap for you and you get mad at you for not following it. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Life's complicated. What do you want me to say? I want you to stop being such a liberal. Well, I'm never going to be a leftist. The liberals are still trying to get me to be a fucking leftist. Do you think you're going to get me to be a fucking leftist? Get the fuck out of here. It'll be like another decade before the liberals finally wear and tear my personality for me to be like, yeah, like I believe in capital L liberalism, and maybe I shouldn't care about guns so much, and maybe because of the Overton window, we need we need some more redistributive economics, so I guess I'm just a liberal. Like, that's still going to take another fucking decade. And you want me to be a fucking leftist? You're fucking dreaming. So you're saying Miss Points is available? You can try it, but I'm telling you, okay, so I'm just telling y'all straight up. Yes, Miss Points is single, but if we go to a family function, because effectively, like, I'm very serious about this. So I'm not supposed to know about, she's not supposed to know about my girlfriends, and I'm not supposed to know about her boyfriends unless they're serious. So meaning that like you're becoming a part of the family. So if I go to a family function and you walk up to me and shake my hand and you say, hey, good to meet you, Connor. You run the YouTube channel Counterpoints, right? My name is Cise Puede 5612. I've been a chatter in your community for the past 3 years. I'm going to fucking knock your teeth out. Okay? So I'm just saying, welcome to the family. You're going to need some fucking dental work. Okay? Just saying. Just saying. If you fucking cyber stalk me, move cities, and join the family, I'm going to knock you the fuck out. Like, fucking hell. Sudden patriarch, as a certain Chud logic would say, you're raped, you're raped, you're raped. Dude, yeah, fucking anonymous chatter fucking raped me. Holy shit. God damn. Y'all are fucking spicy today. Oh, wait, isn't the interview today? Yeah, it's today. Today, officer, we know you're excited. I know. Stop. That's funny. Well, I feel like that would be worth the bit. Go for it, man. Go for it. Go for it. But just bear in mind, you're gonna have to commit to the bit. That might be like 6 months. Yeah, that might be 6 months to a year worth of work. And just like Jonah says, welcome to the family. What? It's gonna be it would be funny. If it happened, I will admit to the funniness. I just I can't promise to act rationally. Let's put it that way. But anyways, somebody said that Brad Palumbo had a new segment with AJW versus Pisco, and that sounds right up our alley. You know, Pisco is. I have the secret Snarker Discord logs, and they are incredible. Ooh. I kind of want to I want to pre-watch that first. I don't know if I just want to stream snipe Hutch on fucking Snarker Discourse, but that could be interesting. Let me go ahead and do the Brad Palumbo. Unless you guys want to do Snarker Discourse. Ooh.
You guys are kidding yourself. It's not in the same arena.
You're a hack is on the title. That's cool. All right. Let me just read a few more before we get to it. Hey, Connor. Nice to meet you. I really enjoy your award-winning series, Destiny Dick Watching Helicopter TM on the Counterpoints Politics YouTube channel. Well, then I'm just going to be like, oh, thanks. Welcome to the family. We'll have another family member that watches you constantly, lol. Well, yeah, that'll be nice. Last I heard STV Philly, he was raking Doomer over the coals. Yeah. He's okay. He's just a progressive dude, so he's gonna come and fucking press me on the, he's gonna come just press me on my Hassan Piker hate. So, he's just watching the Loner Box video. What's the Loner Box video? Just so I can... I mean, maybe that's the second half of the content, or maybe we started today. I don't know. Loner Box. Bald man works so I don't have to. Loner Box Live. Videos. EU sanctions. Caller Sparks 2-hour struggle session. 20 gigabytes of pure unemployment. Exposing the secret Snarker Discord. Okay. So, do we want to leave this for later today? This is technically DDW. This is DDW Traffic Helicopter. So for me, just because like I wouldn't want to literally be doing the same content, it's so boring. Well, that sucks. Maybe I'll watch it on my own time then. Okay. Leave it for later. Okay. We'll leave it for later. Let's do Pisco then. Let's do Pisco. You're a hack. Debate panel erupts after he brings up an old video. Left-wing streamer and attorney Pisco litigating right-wing YouTube star Sean Fitzgerald, a.k.a. AJW, join Brad Palumbo on a panel debate on the Democrats' gerrymandering moves in Virginia, packing the Supreme Court, plummeting crime stats, the latest economic news, and more. Oh, shit. Plummeting crime stats. That's cool. I do love some plummeting crime stats. Who am I not subscribed to? Oh, I'm not subscribed to Brad. I'll be subscribed to Brad. All right. Excuse me. Rifleman for the 10. My uncle once said, a man marries a woman hoping she never changes. A woman marries a man hoping she will change. Both end up disappointed. That dude, that actually, I hate to be. One of the things that I said while we were splitting, I was like, I hate that we're such a fucking stereotype. We are such a fucking stereotype. Because that's, I don't want to say that's exactly what happened, but that's kind of what happened. Was she changed, I didn't, and you know, I don't know what she was expecting, but it wasn't me. You know? It wasn't me. No offense. No offense. Pisco versus AJW. Pisco versus AJW. Pisco versus AJW. Okay. Sounds good to me. All right, let's do an intro then. Fuck it. Let me thank everybody. We're at a 3 out of 10 on the goal. Like I said, I would appreciate it if you guys oiled on Tuesdays while we're waiting for Grassroots Hegemon to get through his rehab. But if you got chips and oils, it's always appreciated at any time. But we just got to focus on a little bit of survival while I continue to side hustle the projects on the side. So, for instance, I think I mentioned I'm like a third of the way through monetization for Counterpoint Star Wars and Counterpoint Sci-Fi. Those will probably be monetized by the end of the year. I think that, what's the other thing? Counterpoint Sci-Fi, Counterpoint Star Wars. Rhino. Need to start up Rhino. Because I'm hoping to find my niche. Because like I said, I have no, I could stream to 50 to 150 people until the fucking stars burn out and make, you know, fucking $1,000, $3,000 a month. That's totally fine. But I need to have side hustles to my 25 hours a week of live streaming that are lucrative enough that the 25 hours of live streaming to 50 to 150 people is like, it's just the cherry on top of my digital media empire. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, once again, I would love to be a 500 live stream viewer, 1,000 live stream viewer, but I can't shut the fuck up. I just can't. So I know the successful formula. I think I am psychically incapable of executing the successful formula. So I need to build my audience different ways. Rifleman, thank you. Airborne Kite. Sorry, just thanking everybody who donated. Rifleman, Airborne Kite, Horse God, Airborne Kite, Shapingro, and Vazraka. Thank you for your financial support. I appreciate you guys. So anyways, let's go ahead and do an intro and get cracking. I'm going to go get tea in a second, but, you know, we'll just pretend that I'm always watching. Anyways. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I try to be a rhino. I try to be a Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And I got a couple of fun debate bros for you today. I got Pisco, my boy Pisco, my progressive, lefty, liberal Pisco lawyer bro who likes to throw elbows. And then I got AJW, who's a criminal justice major and anti-social justice warrior libertarian YouTuber. And all around, he likes to throw elbows. He likes to be abrasive. He can debate fairly well, but not my favorite, I guess, is the best way to say it. So anyways, they're throwing elbows over gerrymandering in the current state of American politics. Let's take a look at what they have to say.
You guys are kidding yourself. It's not in the same arena. Of course it is. You can't have it both ways.
Pisco's a partisan hack, and this is an example of his partisan hackery.
A norm violation for which retaliation is justified.
You sound like progressive Stephen Miller. I'm not gonna lie, just the extreme aggression. Can you fight fascism by acting like fascists? That's how some Democrats want to respond after the state Supreme Court in Virginia just struck down their gerrymandering efforts. The context here is that Virginia is something of a purple state, although it leans much more Democratic these days than it once did. But after multiple red states recently gerrymandered their congressional districts to boost the Republicans' chances before the 2026 midterm election, Democratic state legislators in Virginia responded by trying to do the same. They pushed through a last-minute ballot measure that was then narrowly approved that would seek to circumvent their constitutional amendment, which required congressional districts to be drawn fairly by an independent commission. And the point of this referendum was to allow them to essentially skew their map so they could get 10-1 Democratic representation rather than the current 6-5 balance. But the state Supreme Court just struck down this referendum result, ruling on procedural grounds that the proper process and procedure wasn't followed here, so it violated the state constitution and was null and void. This isn't a partisan MAGA high court ruling. One of the justices of the 4 that ruled in favor of striking down the referendum was actually appointed with Democratic support in the state legislature. Regardless, some Democratic leaders are responding to this ruling by going absolutely ape and threatening to blow up the state of Virginia's entire system of government. As the New York Times reported, at a meeting behind closed doors featuring members of Congress, Democratic members of Congress from Virginia, and the House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, they discussed drastic steps like possibly forcing every single justice to retire by lowering the retirement age and packing the court full of Democratic appointees, because that's a perfectly normal thing to do. In reality, packing the courts when they don't rule your way is an authoritarian tactic, and that's why you typically see it from despots in places like Hungary or Venezuela. To be fair, Democrats, while they're certainly being hyperbolic when they cry about fascism and authoritarianism under President Trump, they do have a point that he's taken some authoritarian steps, like weaponizing government to target his political opponents and trying to punish media outlets he dislikes. But is the right response to a president you say is a threat to the rule of law really to one-up him? Especially since, even without these skewed maps in Virginia, Democrats still have a very good chance of winning the midterm elections. So if you ask me, they should focus on making their case to the public, not flirt with fighting fascism by acting kind of fascist. That's just my take, and the debate is only just beginning. Let's get into it. All right, guys.
Unfortunately, I like Brad Palumbo, and I agree with him. And I know that's moderate and lame and gay. And I'm supposed to say, no, the liberals should rape the Republicans. The liberals should go crazy. The liberals should do this. The liberals should... No. Okay? No. Very clearly what's happening is Donald Trump won because of an anemic economy and a uniquely poorly run 2024 election campaign. I don't think you guys really understand. Whenever you guys are like, oh, how did Donald Trump win again? It's because the Democrats ran one of the shittiest presidential campaigns in modern American history. They rolled out a fucking geriatric, duct taped to a fucking dolly. They shoved peanut butter in the back of his fucking mouth, and they had him fucking, move his mouth to the camera for a year and a half. Then he got blown the fuck out in a debate. Then they rolled out a brown woman with an annoying laugh for the last 90 days of the fucking election. Okay? You fucked up. You lost the election through a uniquely bad campaign. Okay? So you could have won if you picked an actual competent, intelligent, decent, fucking moderate candidate, but you fucked up. Okay? So now you got Trump. So now, if you want to beat Trump, in my opinion, you have to give the American people a better option. But every time you do schizo shit, every time you're like, no, we need to fucking shoot Donald Trump and his entire family in the fucking face. We need to crucify Republicans. We need to make sure they can never vote in an election ever again. Then all the moderates and independents are going to be like, oh, you're just as fucking bad as Donald Trump. Now, that's not true. Okay? I don't believe that's true. I think that if you look bar for bar, Donald Trump and his cronies and his cult are 1,000 times worse than moderate Democrats. But the moderate Democrats need to shut the fuck up and stop giving your enemies ammunition. It's weak shit. It's pussy shit. It's dumb shit. Stop doing it. It's fucking annoying. It's really frustrating to think that like liberal political victory is necessary in order to balance out our cartwheeling fucking republic right now, and then watching fucking liberals.
Guys, welcome.
Have you guys seen this this rake meme? Jumping on a rake in a cool way meme. This is fucking y'all, okay? This is y'all. Literally, I'm like, hey, don't jump on that rake. And then you motherfuckers are like, what if we pack the Supreme Court? And what if we gerrymander the entirety of the United States? And what if we say we're going to fucking trans your kids? And what if we fucking try to get every Republican who's ever voted for Trump ever fucking banned from voting ever again? And then boom, and then you smack yourselves in the fucking face and the dick. So can we not do that? Can we at minimum, so at maximum, don't step on the rake in general. At minimum, can you step on the fucking rake in a simple way? And then can you please not do the fucking 180 fucking kickflip, landing on a rake, and then smacking yourself in the dick and face? Please. Pretty please with sugar on top.
Welcome back to Brad versus the World. I'm now joined by the left-wing streamer and lawyer, Pisco Liddy, and the right-wing YouTuber, Sean Fitzgerald, also known as Actual Justice Warrior. Guys, thank you so much for being here with me.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you for having me.
So, Pisco, I'll come to you first. Give us your take on the Democratic gerrymandering efforts being thwarted by the state Supreme Court, and whether you should really support going nuclear on the state Supreme Court as a result.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me again. And it's a really important issue, and one that even though it's probably not going to get implemented because the Democrats in Virginia, including Governor Spanberger, don't want to implement it, it's still relevant because it talks about and it references sort of our overall position on court packing generally, and the growing, I think, consensus among Democrats that it's justified, including me, who thinks it's justified to pack the Supreme Court of the United States. I'm in support of this measure, and I would support Virginia Democrats doing it if it were to happen. And the reason for that is simple. One is it doesn't violate what I consider to be a fundamental norm of representative government. Just like partisan gerrymandering, having a winner's edge in the context of partisan gerrymandering, no one really thinks that playing on a level playing field when it comes to partisan gerrymandering in some states, when Republicans are doing it, that it's not justified for Democrats to respond in kind. The same is true when it comes to packing the courts. If there was a Republican,
doesn't violate norms,
it doesn't. The legislatures are given the authority to court.
That doesn't
pack,
mean
right?
it doesn't violate norms, though.
No. So the question is, what are you allowed to do in response to an initial norm violation? So you would agree, wouldn't you, Brad, that if the Republicans court packed a given state, that it would be justified to do it in response, correct?
Yeah, or to try to undo it in whatever way. But yes.
Correct. So no one
they didn't pack the court in Virginia, though.
No, but in the nationwide context, right? All of this needs to be seen in a nationwide context. We're in a more national environment these days.
Can we start by talking about Virginia and then talk about maybe the Supreme Court?
No,
so in Virginia, what is the norm violation?
You're asking for the justification, and that justification is inherently related to other states.
All right,
so you can't say, well, remove. Okay, so in Utah, in Georgia, in Arizona, Republicans did a court pack. That is absolutely unrebutted. Everyone agrees that that's the case. And they did it for explicitly partisan reasons. And it is the case that the judiciary has checks on it. That includes checks from the legislature. And no one's questioning, right? And to the extent that there are questions, those will be resolved in the courts if they were to implement this, that the legislature does have that checking authority. So in response to Republican court packs, when they didn't like the results of their elections as it relates to, the decisions of their Supreme Courts when it comes to gerrymandering, the Democrats, just like they would be in the context of a gerrymander in the federal Supreme Court, which I think we had, a non-legislative gerrymander, they're allowed to respond in kind. And I think it's totally justified on that view.
All right, Sean, your take here.
Yeah, so I mean, this obviously violates the norms. I think the New York Times article said they were going to lower the age to the lowest age of a current Virginia sitting Supreme Court justice. I don't know if another state in recent history got rid of the entirety of their Supreme Court because they didn't like one specific ruling, which, by the way, they're the ones who put in this Virginia redistricting ban at the constitutional level in the first place, and they did it back in 2020, so they're immediately trying to reverse it. They didn't follow the basic procedures. Everybody knew that they weren't doing it. This is why the Republicans didn't spend as much money in the actual, ballot initiative campaign as the Democrats. We all understood that this was going to be up to the courts, and now that they lost, they're going to throw a fit. And of course, there's the national justification that, it's going to happen at the Supreme Court too, because they're losing cases at the Supreme Court because they were outmaneuvered by Republicans. By the way, part of the way they were outmaneuvered is they got rid of the filibuster for judicial nominees. So Republicans countered that by getting rid of it for Supreme Court nominees. So they were able to claim extra Supreme Court seats based on that. So yeah, like this stuff backfires constantly, and it's absolutely a violation of norms to get rid of your entire Supreme Court because you don't like a decision, which, by the way, the plain reading of the Virginia law would have validated that court's appeal or that court's ruling.
Yeah, I mean, listen, regardless, and I don't want to get too buried down into the weeds of whether or not the state Supreme Court decision in Virginia was correct, right? I know, Pisco, you're a lawyer, but the others of us are not, and I don't want to get... I think it's a more fundamental question is, what do you do when you are stymied by a high court? And I understand, I've seen you and others in kind of your ideological camp point to examples like Utah. I don't think, while I do oppose what they did in Utah in terms of adding additional justices to the state Supreme Court, it's not quite the same scenario. For example, every sitting justice was already a Republican appointed justice, and they added 2 more Republican appointed justices, which wasn't even enough because you were right, they were frustrated by the outcomes of some of decisions against them. That's not even the margin by which they were losing those cases. So I think it's an inappropriate measure that am totally against, but I don't think it's an apples to apples comparison, let alone a justification for totally nuking a state Supreme Court. Like, you acknowledge, if they actually did this, what some of these Democratic lawmakers have come out in favor of from Virginia, and they removed...
Remember that Obama was essentially a Republican? What the fuck are you talking about, man? He passed the ACA, the largest welfare expansion probably since FDR. He also had like a host of green energy subsidies, like tens or hundreds of billions of dollars of investment in R&D in the private sector from the American government in reference to climate change. He did not get, but was always pushing for, gun control. And then, while he still was a hawk overseas, weirdly enough, he was a moderate hawk. He basically, he scaled back American military operations so that they could largely be done by intel agencies and drone operators rather than boots on the ground military operators. What the fuck? The pro-business policy changes, the Romney bill. Yes, you understand we didn't have shit? You understand we didn't have fucking anything? Okay, hold on. I'm too old now. Now I have to explain it to now I gotta explain it to the young kids. Okay. I don't know if you guys know about this, but there's something called incrementalism. It's where you take something where it's currently at, and then you move the ball forward an inch rather than trying to run it a fucking mile. And what was going on in America was most people who had health insurance liked their health insurance because they were paying $200 a month for a family of 4, $500 for a month for a family of 4. And they could afford that. And that was okay. But what was going on was their prices were not representative of the actual health needs of the American people, because healthcare was something that only middle class people could afford, or you got through work. And so there was this gap of, if you're on Medicaid, you're on Medicaid, which is a public option. If you are a middle class person, or you find a lower middle class job that provides health insurance through your workplace, then you had health insurance, and it was pretty good. But there was an entire gap of working class people who didn't have any health care at all besides the emergency room. And so it resulted in deaths, unnecessary deaths. And so what Obama did is he said, okay, we're going to eliminate a lot of the things that are prohibiting working class people from getting health insurance, and we're going to add them to the rolls. And the federal government is going to subsidize them. We're going to mandate that everybody has health insurance. Well, of course, health insurance isn't going to lose money. So what they did is they added all the unhealthy working class people to the rolls, but then prices skyrocketed. So the middle class and working class people who had health insurance were furious because they got less benefits for more cash. But at the same time, that's an incremental step towards universal health care. So saying like, oh, it wasn't shit, that's pussy shit. That's crazy pants. I can't believe you think that expanding health insurance in the United States of America to being like, I think the Supreme Court ultimately struck this down, but effectively mandatory. If you were a working class age adult, you had to have some form of health insurance, and you were compelled to do so by the government unless, what was it? You were compelled to do so, otherwise you had to pay a tax. So compelling every American to have some form of health insurance in order to bring down the costs. So like how many fucking people got added to health insurance rolls as a result of the ACA? How many people got health insurance as a result of the Affordable Care Act? 45 million people are covered by the ACA. That's not the same question. I don't know how uninsured Americans by year without health insurance, because I'm pretty sure it's like tens of millions of people. Dude, fuck you, okay? I'm not even an Obama guy. I'm not even like, I think he's a good president, absolutely. But look at this, 46 million. It's not even 46, it's 48.6 million. And what do we have, like a population of 300 million? Calculator. 330 million. I know that's probably not totally accurate, but let's do 48 million divided into 330 million. 15% of the population didn't have fucking health insurance. And then that dropped by a third? Dropped by 28.6, 28.6, 28.6, 20.4, 33, 31, 30, 27, 25. Okay, so let's do 48 minus 25. 48 million minus 25 million. They added 23 million. They almost added fucking 10% of the population to the fucking insurance rolls. That's crazy. I'm sorry. Like, sure, if you want to say Medicare for all because you're a fucking leftist, go ahead. But if you want to act like fucking Obama was a Republican, you're fucking crazy. Do you know what the Republican policy is? The Republican policy is poor people die. That's the Republican policy. The Republican policy is if you don't have health insurance, fuck you, and I hope you get to an ER whenever you have a medical emergency. That's literally the Republican policy. Is good luck, hope you make it to an ER. God damn.
Fee over the retirement age, every single sitting Supreme Court
I think one would be left.
Maybe one would be left, and then stack the bench. You acknowledge they'd basically just be nuking the Supreme Court of Virginia.
They would be removing, it would be exactly what you're talking about. It's a form of court packing. You agree with that, don't you? It's a form of court packing.
Yes, that's court packing.
Okay, so you're saying that there's a difference between what the Democrats would do by using the retirement age versus what was done in Utah, Georgia, Arizona. And I'm asking, in virtue of what is it different?
Maximally more extreme.
Why? The question is
forcing
why, not
the
that
entire court to retire.
But no one cares about the actual composition, right? What they care about are the results. That's why people are doing these kinds of
and
tricks,
I just
right?
explained how the results in Utah are quite different.
No. But what is the goal in the Utah gerrymander? The goal in the Utah gerrymander is to get to partisan results, isn't it? You agree with that?
I think that was the motivation. It doesn't appear to really have worked.
So, wait, is
Right,
it the
so
goal
given
or the result that matters? Because you're like, nobody cares about the goals, they care about the results.
no.
And then you're like, what is...
Val says, I think you think genuinely rather than generally. Maybe you mean generally. I don't know. I think future healthcare policy should be based around dumping Ozempic into the water supply. Okay, memes aside, legitimately, like, appetite suppressing the American public would actually reduce a lot of like correlated health shit. But I think that there's something with Ozempic where it reduces your appetite to the point that you don't want to eat. And so as a result of not eating, you might achieve a healthier weight. But I think they're actually having like bone and mineral loss issues where effectively like people are not getting a balanced diet because they're straight up just not fucking eating. And so they're literally having nutrient deficiencies as a result of being on Ozempic. And, you know, like I have some, let's just call them friends of family who are on GLPs and they don't lift. They don't lift weights. They don't do cardio. They barely fucking eat and they just starve themselves. So we've effectively like medicalized and given them a fucking eating disorder. So that's great for their, that's great for their, what would you call it? Like their blood profile. It's great for their blood profile to make sure that they're not like pumping sludge through their arteries. But I think that they, you know, we are going to see, we're going to have to balance GLP treatment with like a intentional and intelligent dietary plan, you know? Government issued and reinforced multivitamins. Oh, okay. So simultaneously, we'll dump GLP-1s into the water supply along with fluoride, but we'll also put multivitamins in there. Okay, all right, that's fair.
Is the goal in Utah. So is it the goal or the results?
So it's both. It's what the goals are and what are the results in the given states. So but the more important thing is, what is the norm violation, right? No one in principle has a problem with increasing the number of seats on a given court or setting a retirement age. Agreed?
Doing it in a like, partisan way
in
for
a neutral
partisan
way,
advantage is the problem.
Okay, right. So we agree that there's nothing inherently about setting a retirement age or about adding additional members to the Supreme Court that is wrong. What's the problem is what's the motivation, right? The motivation. If you're trying to do something for a partisan edge, that's considered the impermissible rationale. And what I agree that that's not the world that I want to live in. But you have to, if you're operating in a space in which the other side is doing the same exact thing, right? By which I mean the norm-breaking nature of it is affecting the composition of the court for partisan reasons. That's, at the end of the day, the fundamental comparison, and it's apples to apples. That's back to
what that's kind of back to what I said at the beginning, though, which is fighting what you call a threat to the rule of law, and I do agree in terms of the MAGA movement in its current form, by yourself assaulting the rule of law. You would turn the Virginia State Supreme Court into a partisan joke.
When you say that it's an assault on the rule of law, is that your way of saying that it's illegal?
No, those aren't
okay.
necessarily
So what do you mean when you
thing.
say? What do you mean when you say it's assault on the rule of law?
It utterly destroys and neuters the principle of judicial independence that allows it to serve as a legitimate check and balance in our system of government, is what I mean.
But you would be in favor of it if it was a retaliatory measure. So the harder question for you to answer is,
I'd be in favor of it if it was a retaliatory measure.
Yes, I think you granted that. So I'll ask the question then to make it simple. If it were the case that Utah did the exact same thing that's being proposed by Virginia Democrats in this context, would you be in favor of Democrats responding in kind if it were the case that they were doing that retirement age play in Utah?
No, I would be okay with them maybe trying to resolve the situation in Utah, but I don't really subscribe to the race to the bottom, two wrongs make a right style of political philosophy and strategy.
And this is what we're so sick of, right? So on that view, right, if the Republicans did a legislative a court pack in the federal Supreme Court, if they did that, if they passed the number of, in Congress and they had it approved by the president and they increased the number of seats to 13, that's Republicans, you'd be against Democrats doing it in kind.
I think they would kind of have to do it in kind, but the
question isn't whether they would have to do it. The question isn't whether they would have to do it. It's would you be okay with them doing it?
Okay, Patriarch just nailed this. They wanted a Joe Rogan to the left. Instead, they got a Jordan Peterson on the left. Dude, I was actually thinking, I was trying to think about that earlier, was like, Pisco said, like, what do you mean by blank? And I was like, God, that feels like such a fucking Jordan Peterson statement. It's like, bruh, we all know what we're doing, right? Like, I get that it's vibes based, so he's always going to want to drill down on the fucking details, but we understand what's happening, right? Because the Republicans played unfair in the middle tens by withholding a Supreme Court nomination from Obama during the last year that he was in office, which I don't know if there is a precedent for. I don't know if there's some kind of tit for tat that the Republicans can point to in reference to Obama. But as a result of that, the Republicans picked up an extra Supreme Court seat, which arguably has been how they've been able to execute their agenda at the Supreme Court, which includes the repeal of Roe versus Wade. And while the repeal of Roe versus Wade isn't that big of a deal to me personally, that's like monumental. I know like 90% of my audience is probably male, and some of you are progressive and liberal, so maybe you care about it. But like, that is one of the largest like conservative culture war victories in the past 50 years. It's actually huge. And I think part of the reason why I'm so like able to criticize Trump is because I don't give a shit about Roe versus Wade. I always had like a moderate or centrist perspective on abortion. So Roe versus Wade was never like something that I was passionate about. So I can see all of Trump's other flaws and be like, this is one of the worst fucking presidents on the planet. But I probably, if I'm being honest, I have to understand that social conservatives probably view any other bad thing that Trump does as worth it because of the repeal of Roe versus Wade. Like the dead Africans, you know, the fucking violations of civil rights in reference to mass deportations, you know, the war in Iran, you know, they still got the repeal of Roe versus Wade. It's a huge fucking deal to social conservatives who probably make up a substantial amount of the Trump cult. All right, just going to engage with chat for a second. Jeb Cush's, my diet is basically a GLP-1 diet, 1,800 calories with high protein, 140 grams, but I work out. Good. Mighty convenient that the conservative prescription is doing fight back F-slur. I don't know what that means. Leave my surgery school alone, fascists, in reference to chocolate milk based. Except Peterson believed that words do have meaning, and Pisco just uses it as a rhetorical tool. Sometimes. Come on, that was a perfectly reasonable question of, what do you mean by assaulting the rule of law? Yeah, but don't we know? Like Brad was actually able to articulate it beautifully, but you don't think that Pisco already knew? That if the judges don't rule your way, then forcing all of them to retire and then appointing justices that are more sympathetic to your worldview, we don't think we understand that? I think he knew before he asked, and lucky for us, Brad Palumbo was able to articulate it. So, anyways, I'll let them continue to yap.
And now it seems like you're suggesting you don't want to race to the bottom, so you wouldn't be in favor in the federal context of, in response to a partisan increase in the number of seats on the court, for Democrats to respond in kind. That can't be the playing field that we live in.
I think they would. I think I would ultimately be okay with them doing it, but I would, at that point, once one person packs the Supreme Court, the entire Supreme Court is cooked. So I'm trying to stop that first hurdle from getting there. I want to bring Sean in.
What I'm trying to get you to realize is it's already happened, right?
So in the context of disagree, but we'll come back to that. I want to bring in Sean here, though.
Sure.
It's happened in another state. Like, if Democrats took control in Utah and they utilized the same process to gain back seats in terms of appointments in Utah, then that would be perfectly fine. It's the same area, it's the same arena, and the norm was broken on the other side first. If Virginia, they end up getting rid of all the Supreme Court justices, and like every 4 years, Virginia has a governor partisan flip almost every 4 years to Republicans, and then they did that, then, you know, it's not good for the country that it keeps happening even in these state courts, but that's understandable because it's in the same arena. And in the federal context, if Democrats, they're the ones trying to expand to 13 justices, end up doing that, and then suddenly the Republicans are like, well, now we need 17 justices. I mean, it's going to ruin the Supreme Court. We should all acknowledge that. Like, you're breaking the norms, and it just basically pressures everybody into continuously doing this. That's the whole whole threat of court packing historically is that you want to push the court in your direction. So it was used as an intimidation tactic by Roosevelt back in the day. But like, if you actually do it, then it undermines the judiciary completely, because if you don't like the way something's shaking down, you could just flood it with justices. We could end up in, 25 years with 100 Supreme Court justices if we go down this track. But yeah,
Weirdly enough, I'm completely sympathetic to AJW's worldview, but if we had 100 Supreme Court justices, wouldn't we probably break up into a bunch of like courts of 9? You know, like we wouldn't literally have 100, because we would break them up into 9 justice Supreme Courts, or maybe even 5. We could do 100, and there could be 20 Supreme Courts, and they could review separate laws that were pushed up to the Supreme Court, and then they could hear they could hear cases more aggressively. So as long as they didn't undermine each other, maybe that would be good. That's me going for the silver lining. Of course they would undermine each other. So, that's kind of tough. Sabian Green with 100 DKK. Now, apparently Trump is going to China. What are the odds he's going to sell out the U.S. for personal profit again? Oh, hi. I don't think he's going to sell like military secrets, because the military industrial complex is not going to let him do it. But I think he will basically relent on some tariffs in order to build a fucking casino in Hong Kong. You know what I'm saying?
It's in Virginia we're talking about, and it's based on a ruling that they didn't like in Virginia. You're trying to use other contexts in Utah, which again, if they fight that battle in Utah, that's one thing, because norms would have been broken there, but that doesn't change the way Virginia should work.
Lord of the Nerd says, I've never seen a human being so obsessed with his made-up conjecture dead Africans as counterpoints. It's his but my genocide in Gaza. God damn, you got really fucking annoying really fast. Lord of the Nerds. I give person pill. Pill prevent death. Stop giving pill a person. What happened to person? Like, it's really like some like grug fucking caveman calculation in this bitch. But maybe that's how simple we need to make it. Like if you want to answer that question legitimately, like, person take drug. Drug save life. Person no take drug. What happened? How can you talk about this while there's a genocide in Gaza? Because 70,000 people have died in Gaza over the past, since October 7, 2023. 200,000 indirect deaths. Those were the last casualty stats. And they also ran a marathon within the past couple of weeks. So I think, while I think that the Israel is probably guilty of ethnic cleansing, I don't think it's comparable to the Holocaust. So I like to do genocide denial. It's one of my favorite things. I love denying the genocide. So, I mean, if you want to explain, how give pill people live, stop give pill, what happened, you want to explain that, I'm happy to hear your rationale behind it.
Yeah, so I think you give the whole game away there, right? Let's focus on first what we all have agreement with. We all agree that retaliatory measures, assuming you're part of the, quote, same arena, that's justified. I wanted to make sure everyone here agrees that if we consider the same arena, whatever this means, and we'll get into that, retaliatory packing is justified, correct?
It's justifiable. I don't know if it's still
what's the difference between justified and justifiable?
Like you can make
that's
you
a
can make a
distinction I'm going to call you on.
You can make a good argument for it, but it still ends up leading to a race to the
view.
bottom.
I'm not. So I'm asking your view. If it's the case that it's the same arena,
call it out,
would it
but
be
it's
justified?
I wouldn't call it out as like some unprecedented maneuver if you're doing it back to somebody, but
That's not
it makes
the
the system worse.
I'm not asking would you call it one thing or the other.
I'm explaining the answer. You're just harping on it. Just get to your overall point. I would not call out Democrats for doing this in Utah. I would not call out, if Democrats pass this, Republicans for doing this back in Virginia.
Because it would be justified, you wouldn't call it out.
Because I understand the rationale, but I will say it does degrade the system, which is the broader point that I'm trying to make. But yeah, I get what you're saying. The what do you call it? Like unilateral disarmament, not a good idea. I understand. It's just justified. Gives it an air of morality.
So the question
being 100% clear.
So the question isn't what you would call out. The question isn't what you would feel, what someone
I'm
could make
being
a conceivably
100%
good
clear.
argument about.
Yeah, okay.
The question is
guys,
only, would it be justified?
I don't want you to
and
talk
that's what I
over
want
each
to
other.
ask.
I don't want you to talk over each other. Sean, like, so in this scenario that
Kay says, call back to earlier in the stream. Would you knock my teeth out if I joined the family? If you were dating Miss Points? Yeah, if you dated and married my ex-wife, I would probably punch you, Taze. What the fuck? Don't you have a girlfriend? I can only presume you would date my ex-wife to fuck with me. Don't you have a girlfriend? What the fuck? Lord of the Nerds. You came in with the wrong attitude. You're just being a cunt. So, take a lap. See you tomorrow. And if you come in on alts, I'm just going to ban you. So, fuck you. And to be clear, this is the thing. Once again, if you want to come in, you want to have a different perspective, you want to say, hey, I think, Connor, you're wrong on X, Y, Z, ABC, I'm happy to hear it. If you want to answer my direct questions, where, for instance, I say, hey, you know, America give people drug. America stop giving people drug. What happened to people? You know, like if you want to answer the question earnestly, I'm perfectly happy with that. If you want to be a cunt and just talk shit, I'm going to ban you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want like a perfect political hug box. I do want people from a variety of perspectives. But if you're going to be a bitch, I'm going to ban you. It is what it is. So have fun with that. And if you come back on alts, I'm absolutely banning the fuck out of you. So anyways, back to the content. Taze convinced Miss Points to join the pot. Oh, join a thruple? Miss Points and I get back together, but it's a polycule with Taze. Okay, all right. It's too personal. It's too close to the sun. We're memeing way too close to the sun.
that Pisco is describing, if you, for example, take for granted that Republicans pack the Supreme Court, yes or no, would Democrats be justified in doing so in retaliation?
If they actually pass the Supreme Court, it's totally justifiable to do so.
There we go.
Again,
Now
it
we can proceed
degrades
with
the
your point,
system for
Pisco.
sure. But
So
I
let's proceed.
get the rationale, and I understand the argument about unilateral disarmament. I get all that, but I'm just
Okay,
saying
perfect.
it also does degrade the system to continuously do this. That's the point.
So there's only two possible distinctions then on the Virginia point, right? The two possible distinctions are as follows. A, that it's not in the right arena. So that's one.
No
And
one has
two
packed
is that
the Virginia State Supreme Court. You agree with that?
no one has packed the Virginia Supreme Court,
Okay.
As far as I know. Yes, no.
So you would be
the question is,
beginning to pack
but
it.
that's begging the question of what the right arena is. So that's one way in which you could try to distinguish the action, is say it's a different arena. And then two is you could say, well, the action is just fundamentally different. Getting rid of judges is different in a way that matters than adding members of the Supreme Court. So those are the two distinctions that I've heard you guys offer, and here's to rebut them. Number one, you guys are kidding yourself. It's not in the same arena. Of course it is. You can't have it both ways. All the arguments for partisan gerrymandering when it comes to Texas, when it comes to the response to Virginia in the first place, when it comes to California, everyone understands that this is in a national context. For us to arbitrarily draw the line and say, okay, the norm violation matters, but only in the context of Virginia, or partisan gerrymandering norms only matter in the context of one state, I just don't agree with that as overall in terms of the rationale for retaliatory measures. The rationale for retaliatory measures, I think, is only arbitrarily to be limited to the jurisdiction of the state.
Do you
And so
acknowledge
I
that
don't
it's an escalation, though, to go from, for example, adding 2 Supreme Court justices, even though that wasn't really a strictly partisan thing in Utah, but even taking that at face value, adding 2. So if retaliation would be Virginia adding 2 justices, not Virginia forcing all but 1 to retire and nuking the whole court, basically. That's
So this is
escalation.
it's like a proportionality critique, right? That it's not proportional, even if you grant that it's retaliatory in some sense. And no,
That
I'm
would
just
be
going to say,
a big escalation.
okay, so I'll deal with the proportionality thing, but let's just get off the table the notion this is not partisan in nature. And to the extent that it's like, well, it's overdetermined because they're just Republicans anyway, it's to get their policy choices implemented. So regardless of whether or not it is dispositive in the overall, like, who nominated who question, that no one cares about that. What they care about are the rulings. And that's what they're trying to eschew when it comes to partisan balance. Now, on proportionality, no, I think that absolutely it's, it's not exactly the same as 2. I would agree it is intensifying it, but just because you're not required.
Okay.
I'm going to summarize this shit because I'm not going to lie, I don't give a fuck. So I want to move to the next segments. So in reference to this, it seems like Pisco is arguing, hey, Republicans did it first. And what Brad and AJW are arguing is like, okay, but what the Democrats are doing is fucking wild. And then Pisco says, well, you fucking started it, so fuck you. And then they say, hey, what you're doing is not proportional. And then Pisco says, I don't give a fuck. That's it. Is Brad on drugs or something? No, he's just gay. He just looks like that. But I like Brad. I like Brad just fine. So anyways, I'm going to fast forward like 10 minutes because it says Brad calls out Pisco over maybe packing or something. And that looks like a 23 minutes to 32 minutes. So that's like a 10-minute segment. And then it looks like, should Trump get credit for a substantial reduction in crime? And then a clip from Pisco and AJW's old debate. Those are the ones that I want to check out. So, Vazraka with the 5. Pisco is wrong about justified retaliation. The retaliation must address the underlying problem. Well, I think the underlying problem, though, for him is he's doing what he thinks the Republicans are guilty of doing. So, for instance, I think the argument that we just heard from him is that even if Utah is an overwhelming Republican state, they're packing the court not because it's Republican. They're packing the court in order to execute a specific agenda, and therefore it's as malicious as though they were packing the court in order to flip a majority. I don't think Brad and AJW nor I necessarily agree with that argumentation, but I at least understand it from a logical perspective. So for me, it's kind of like, yeah, the underlying problem is having a partisan court. I agree. So I think that if we lived in a society of adult, technocratic, fairness-minded people who believed in principles, then we would say, hey, a partisan court is bad for everybody, so let's go ahead and try to like balance the court somehow. Let's just let the moderates be moderates, or let's pack some Democrats on there in order to, but not in a majority way, just enough that they can be voices of reason within the court. But we don't have a fairness-minded, virtuous society. We have a partisan dog-eat-dog fucking mentality in politics, particularly after Donald Trump. So, you know, for me, I don't give a shit. I'm not going to lie. It's like the Democrats are either going to do it or they're not. Okay? I think the Democrats could sweep in 26, although allegedly the VRA and the Supreme Court rulings that have come out recently are going to mute Democratic victories in the House and Senate in 2028. So it might not be as well controlled. It might not be a trifecta in the House and the Senate. And it might not be a, how do I phrase this? It might not be a trifecta where the Democrats control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It could be a two-fecta, where they control the House and the presidency, but not the Senate, which is going to be very... I'm trying to think how to say this. It's going to be very lame ducky. Effectively, if you don't have a trifecta, the chances of passing a legislative agenda that's aggressive is very, very, very fucking low. So it could be a mess, to be honest. 2028 could be absolutely a fucking mess. Anyways, let's see what Brad calls out Pisco over packing the Supreme Court. Let's take a look at that real quick.
When I hear you talk about this rationale, you sound like progressive Stephen Miller. I'm not going to lie, just the extreme aggression towards the judiciary and wanting to escalate in ways that would clearly destroy judicial independence. Do you understand the drastic implications of what you are suggesting with packing the United States Supreme Court?
No, because listen, I don't think it's drastic because I believe the U.S. Supreme Court has already been packed. Okay, and I'll explain why that is. Did I miss the part where they added justices? So that's where you're wrong, right? That's where you're wrong. Court packing is not just adding members to the Supreme Court. There are other ways you can court pack. We just proved it, right? Because we acknowledge that getting everyone retired isn't adding to the number of seats available in the given state in Virginia if that were to be implemented. So there's legislative court packing and there's non-legislative court packing. There's also proposals to impeach, which by the way I don't support, against people like Clarence Thomas and Samuel Lee. I don't support those efforts to impeach because I think that there's a constitutional standard. There are limits here, 100%, and I still have limits in terms of some guardrail principles. But when it comes to court packing, if you were to be convinced that what Mitch McConnell and Republicans did in 2015, 2016, 2017 was court packing, then it would be justified by the very same rationale that you
what I
already
would
granted.
say, Pisco, that I don't think
retaliatory court packing.
I think
Yeah,
at
it's
most,
not.
because I do think what they did was wrong, and we can talk about it. At most, first off, I would say it's a great excuse for Democrats to be justified in blocking after they win the midterms, which I do believe they will, blocking any
Because of
Supreme Court
retaliation,
nominee.
right? Because it
That would be fair
retaliation.
because you're responding in kind. However, at most, even with your own framework would justify adding one justice, not expanding it to 11 to skew the balance. And more importantly, I don't believe that what Mitch McConnell did in 2017, while I do think it was wrong, is worth destroying the
worse.
Supreme Court as we know it.
So let me
Court
talk about
packing
that.
would start an escalatory spiral of packing, then packing, then packing that would lead to the Supreme Court losing all legitimacy and we basically no longer having a functioning third branch of government.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say to you is what Mitch McConnell did is worse than legislative court packing. Why? Because what Mitch McConnell did, everyone agrees he had the power to do, right? And no one disputes that Congress has the power to increase the number of seats on the Supreme Court. No one here disputes that, right? So in terms of a powers question, what Mitch McConnell did as Senate Majority Leader, and then going back on his precedent, was totally within his power. So 1-to-1 power. The only difference is, the only reason in which they're substantially the same is because what was the goal? The goal was to affect the partisan balance of the court through a norm violation, and everyone agrees both were norm violations, right? And if you want to say, well, they did something similar in the past with not having hearings, you can.
All right, I'm just pausing for a second because I want to acknowledge that Airborne Kite is being unfortunately nuanced in this economy. So Airborne Kite says, if I can describe two things using the same phrase, you have to agree that they are equivalent. I'm going to become the Joker and have a stroke at the same time. Yes. And then earlier, Airborne Kite says, within a bipartisan or partisan two-party system, you just have to accept sometimes that you're going to fucking lose. And I think that's one of the things that is really mogging Democrats right now, is they just fucking lost, man. They lost. Once again, I don't think they should have lost because all the objections... Sorry, real quick. I know I'm going to back up into territory we've already tread, but I do think it's important. Biden, by all accounts from progressives and liberals, was a decent legislative executor of the agenda. Now, I can't remember what the fuck he did, but I don't think he was very good at articulating what the fuck he did. As far as I know... He executed the necessary, what do you call that? The necessary financial relief in order to carry us out of COVID, but printing money and having reduced economic activity is going to cause inflation. But the truth is, we were going to get hit by a wave of inflation no matter what. And so, by passing infrastructure bills and also doing the necessary stimulus in order to guide the American economy out of COVID, he did what needed to be done without being sexy or popular. So there wasn't really anything wrong with the Biden agenda. And I do think that he did have some opportunities to like push gun control really hard, and he talked about it a few times, but he never actually got it done. So realistically, he was a pretty moderate and middling president. So he shouldn't have lost against Trump, considering Trump tried to overthrow the fucking country. But 9% inflation in 2022, and I think some of 2023, that fucking hurt a lot of people. It hurt a lot of people. And while the economic recovery in 24 was okay, it wasn't amazing. I didn't feel like the American economy was... Nobody really felt like the American economy was back to where it was pre-COVID. Right? Connor points pretending he was anything other than a vegetable. No, I agree that he's a vegetable. I just think he was like a legislatively effective vegetable, right? You can be a vegetable and be legislatively effective. So anyways, Biden, legislatively effective vegetable. So anyways, we did see, I went over this before. He ran a uniquely terrible campaign. He effectively was like a fucking Roomba. I'm stealing this from Shane Gillis. Every time he got done with a speech, he manifested the soul of a Roomba and started walking around the room lost and bouncing off of walls. That doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. Okay? And then, basically waiting to have a disaster debate and then stepping down so Kamala, a brown woman with a shitty laugh, could take over for 90 days. That was a horrible campaign. One of the worst modern campaigns I've seen in my fucking life. Legitimately. So having Trump back in, it's like, dude, sometimes you're going to take a fucking L. Take the fucking L. It is what it is. Next time, don't run a brown woman with an annoying laugh for 104 days, and don't run a fucking geriatric whose brain is fucking leaking out of his ears. You know? Kingslayer for 5 says, the Senate not consenting to a pick is not court packing. The justices are only appointed upon advice and consent of the Senate. Yeah, sure. Although weirdly enough, I think that's what Pisco is saying. Pisco is saying that there's technically nothing legally objectionable about what Mitch McConnell did. Now he's saying that court packing is a 1-to-1. And that's where I liked Airborne Kite, engaging in nuance in this economy, which is shocking. But Airborne Kite just pointed out, like, just because you can use words within a phrase that are descriptive that seem equivalent doesn't mean that the actual ideas behind what you're talking about are equivalent. You're just wordsmithing. Okay? All right, now I need to read what Taze is doing, because I swear to God, Taze is just fucking with me. So hold on. Tay says, okay, I'm going to agree with Pisco, though. The Republicans are the ones that can't accept the L, and will just throw a tantrum and break everything when they do. I mean, I agree with that in reference to January 6, 2021, but then they were forced to take the L. And then Tay says, okay, Connor, but describing why Biden lost doesn't deal with the fact that Republicans are the ones who won't accept that they lost and are breaking everything in response. In reference to what? They won 24, but they also have Republican defectors who are not codifying the Trump agenda, which is great. I'm sorry, I don't know if I'm even really getting at what you're trying to get me to understand. But what I like is that there seems to be a silent rebellion in the Republican Party that is not legislating Trump's agenda. They're just letting him do everything by executive order, and they're effectively waiting him out. So I know, like, a lot of how do I phrase this? I know a lot of, like, MAGA is super upset that the Republicans are not actively destroying the filibuster and passing an aggressive Trump agenda and codifying all his EOs into law. But I basically view that as like a silent rebellion. And I kind of fucking love it. So, all right, let me just read chat for a second before we keep going. So, Kingslayer Damocles, thank you for the 5. I'm actually going to thank everybody who donated. Werble, who I'm assuming is Lord of the Nerds, is alt, says, I know, so he was a puppet. You just like the people pulling the strings. That's at least honest. No, I don't think that's necessarily true. So I've gone over this before. Cabinet. United States Presidential Cabinet. So let's say that we have Ronald Reagan, and Ronald Reagan has a little bit of Alzheimer's. And so you have all these departments. Let's see if we can actually zoom in a little bit and see who the head of the departments are. So we got housing and urban development, commerce, war, state, homeland security, small business administration, veterans affairs, health and human services, CIA, secretary of education, attorney general, trade representative, secretary of the interior, secretary of energy, office of management and budget, agriculture, DNI, treasury, labor, EPA, and transportation. So for me, the point is that We know how cabinets work. Speed it up and get to your actual points. Fuck off. Kill yourself. How about that shit? How about put user in a time... Well, how about put user in a timeout for 24 hours? And how about hide this user on this channel, presuming that it's Lord of the Nerds' alt? How about that? How about you fucking kill yourself? Don't fucking come into my stream and tell me how to run my stream, you fucking loser. How about that shit? How about you go start your own fucking stream if I'm boring you? How about that shit? You fucking nerd. So anyways, the point that I'm making, it's there's a 99% chance it's the same guy. So the fucking point of this, and he'll be back in 5 minutes with another alt. The point is, if this person has dementia, you can still execute a decent domestic agenda by having a bunch of fucking people in these positions that are competent and intelligent. Okay? So, saying, oh, well, fucking Joe Biden, when he was in this position, even if everybody else was competent, it doesn't matter because he has fucking dementia. No, it does matter. It does matter having a competent cabinet. It does matter that you can execute a legislative agenda. So anyways, if that's fucking Lord of the Nerds, you got the wrong attitude for my chat. I'm just telling you straight up, Lord of the Nerds. If you're there and you're about to come in on another fucking alt, you have the wrong attitude for my chat. This is my chat, my stream, my community. If you want to come in and you want to present a different political viewpoint in order to enrich the discourse, then fine. If you want to be a fucking cunt to me during my own fucking stream, I'm not going to tolerate you. I'm just going to ban you. So eat a bowl of dicks, take a fucking lap, eat a banana, go outside, enjoy some fucking sunlight, and come back with the right attitude. And if you don't come back with the right fucking attitude, you're not going to be a part of the community. It's that fucking simple. Anyways, we got like 5 minutes left on the goal. We didn't hit the goal, but plenty of people have been nice today, so let me thank them real quick. Let me go full camera and thank everybody who's donated. So, we have Kingslayer Damocles, Vazraka, Sapient Green, Rifleman, Airborne Kite, Horse God, Airborne Kite, Shapingro, and Vazraka. Thank you for not only watching, but thank you for your financial support as well. So, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got it, memberships if you got it. My personally love you. Thank you for being here. Back to the content.
Can point to instances in the past when there were court packing by the U.S. Congress. All right. So why is it more virtuous to do legislative court packing than discretionary non-hearing court packing, non-legislative court packing? The reason is as follows. At least when it comes to legislative court packing, you have the virtue of bicameralism and presentment. And what you present as a negative, that is to say, the ratchet, the back and forth, that's a virtue. The fact that you can have a legislative court packing...
That's a virtue.
It is a virtue.
To a point where there's 100 members of the Supreme Court.
I'll tell you why.
And it becomes a joke, and presidents will just disregard its rulings eventually.
I'll tell you why it's a virtue.
Better or worse place.
You might be befuddled by it, but it is a virtue. And the reason is the fact that it's more peculiar circumstances to do what Mitch McConnell did. You need to have this situation in which the president is in control and you have a Senate of the other party. That means that there isn't parity in terms of the options available to both sides. And so it's uneven on that view. So it's more undemocratic. You don't have bicameralism. You don't have presentment to the president. And the circumstances of the non-legislative court packing are more rare and weird and more unique to the Republican majority in the Senate. And those are virtues that you can't contend with. In what sense is it better to have that than the legislative court packing? And you're like, the ratchet. Why is that worse than having a permanently skewed court? One way.
Well,
John,
one, Mitch McConnell used the current rules that were available to him at the time. He didn't change the rules of the game after the fact. So that's a huge difference. Like, you're trying to add in a bunch of more justices because you don't like the maneuvering within the Senate that Mitch McConnell did. So you're going to actually just flood the court with additional members. And again, in a bully tactic reminiscent of FDR, in order to force bad court precedent down the throats of the American people. Again, it's the changing up of how it's functioning. Now, I'm not saying you could never, under any circumstances, expand the Supreme Court. I actually think the Democrats' marketing team is actually pretty clever. 13 districts. We should have 13 Supreme Court justices. But we all understand that they got outmaneuvered under the current rules, and now they're trying to change the rules after the fact in order to secure their victory.
So there you see it, right? He's saying that Mitch McConnell operated within the rules. Well, I'll submit to you, it's within the rules for Congress to expand the number of seats in the Supreme Court. How can you say it's not within the rules?
Well, they would have to change the law to do it.
Of
But
course,
it's
which they
not
have the authority to do.
unconstitutional. I
Right,
I
they
don't
have-
think we dispute that they have the
Okay, so
I will
Sean
say
is
this.
wrong
I
on
think they
this,
should,
right?
I think they should actually take that away, and we should have a constitutional amendment to set the number of justices at 9, but we don't.
Yes. And I'm against, by the way, not following court orders. I'm against, by the way, impeaching people over nothing. I think that impeachment is a standard, and legislators are bound by it. So I'm not saying to violate the law or anything. But what we're talking about here is power. Sean says Mitch McConnell had the power discretionarily to not give a hearing to Merrick Garland and then to go back on his rule when it came to Amy Coney Barrett. Yes, he had the authority to do that. Did you hear the term he used? Outplayed the Democrats within the rules. Changing the number of seats on the Supreme Court is within the rules, and so
It's
there's no
changing the
response to
rules,
that.
though.
Well, no, but
That
the
is the
changing
response.
of the
There's no
changing of
I get it. And I don't care. I'm going to fast forward. So basically, calls out, should Trump get credit for the reduction in crime? That's what we're going to move to. Pisco is just saying court packing is technically within the rules, the same way that Mitch McConnell withholding the vote is. I agree with AJW. I agree with somebody in chat. Somebody said that, what it's going to happen is it's going to start a Supreme Court arms race, and before you know it, we could have 100 Supreme Court justices. Weirdly enough, that might solve a different problem, that we might be able to get cases through the Supreme Court more quickly. Of course, the concern would be is if there was let's say we literally did 20 Supreme Courts with an even distribution of 5 justices. So one court was 2 Republicans, 3 Democrats. The next court was 3 Republicans, 2 Democrats. And we just went down the line and had 20 Supreme Courts. So you would have to be so meticulous in order to make sure that the Supreme Courts weren't ruling against each other and creating a contradiction, and then creating a contradiction where somebody could appeal to a ruling on the Supreme Court from one court and then appeal to a different court in order to get a different ruling, which would be so fucking difficult. You would have to be so meticulous about the cases that you sent up to the Supreme Court in order to make sure that you didn't get a contradictory ruling. So to me, it's just silly. It's going to fuck up the system. I'm with AJW. I'm with whoever in chat says that it's more likely to fuck up than it is to be helpful. So, once again, I just think that the Democrats are being sore losers, and then they will be sore winners. And my counsel, which is going to get ignored, is I would appreciate it if the Democrats weren't sore winners. Okay? There's plenty of other shit to do that would actually help out the American public besides packing the Supreme Court. So... yeah, I do see John Democracy says, Connor, is there any collaborative aspect to the Rhino project? Any tech web stuff going on here? So let me tell you, let me do a little side tangent real quick. So the Rhino, I literally have been working on post-recorded content for Counterpoint Sci-Fi, Counterpoint Star Wars, and Counterpoints 40K for the past week. Because Counterpoints 40K is in a little bit of a lull. We're waiting for new content to come out. And then what's going to happen is I just need to tread water while we're waiting for shit to come out. So I need to finish a post-recorded episode for that. That channel's already monetized. I already make $1,000 to a few $1,000 on that channel every single month. So I need to tread water on that channel. Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Star Wars, I need to keep, moving the ball forward on those because we're trying to get to monetization so I can start making money off of those as well. That should be done by the end of the year. The Rhino, I just need to shut the fuck up and do it. Okay? So I need to go onto Google. I need to create a new Google account. I need to do the Rhino Connor at gmail.com. I need to create a correlated YouTube website. I need to get with Taze and get a banner image, or I can make a shitty Photoshop banner image. And then I just need to start shooting daily content again. With the daily content, my plan is to effectively take a current event news topic, but then we'll do a little bit of research before I do a Rhino segment, and then I'll do an outline. Because one of the complaints from people was that, one, I wasn't looking in the camera like this, where I'm staring into your big, beautiful eyes. And then number 2, I was speaking extemporaneously in a way that wasn't bullet pointed. And so as a result, they felt like some of my rants were meandering, even if I successfully achieved a 10-minute yap time. So what I'll do is we'll pick a topic, and then I have a teleprompter that I'm staring into right now. I'll put the bullet points that I want to hit. I'll put 3 to 5 bullet points for a 10-minute yap, and then I'll just do a Rhino segment daily. And then I just got to chop it up and post it to the channel. And then if that takes up, we're like daily or almost daily 10-minute yaps are more my niche, are more my content format that gets monetized easily, gets views easily, et cetera, then hopefully that can take some of the pressure off of live streaming. And it's not a big deal, guys. Like, you guys still give plenty of money to the channel, even though we're at like 50, hard stuck at 50 to 150 live viewers. But of course, like, I don't want to be fucking 50 years old, hard stuck at 50 to 150 live viewers and not have a bigger project on the side. You know? Like if I had like a 200K YouTube channel that was performing well routinely, and then I had a 50 to 150 viewer live stream, that's not a problem. If I have a fucking 50 to 150 live viewer, but I'm like begging, pleading, and sucking fucking cock every single stream in order to barely pay my bills, 10 years from now, that will be a problem. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, I love you. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let me just read chat for a second before we go in. I thought Supreme Court was final ruling. It is. That's why having contradictory rulings would be bad. Jay Barty says, this is such a bizarre idea. The Supreme Court is not a representative component of a republic. It literally checks on the power of the representatives. Yeah, I agree. Goddamn, Henry Cavill and Anonymous Shatter need to hurry the fuck up with the live action show. True. Pretty sure Garland was the moderate and no GOP wasn't giving in. It was a great maneuver, but you don't get to pearl clutch. Sure. Garland proved he was a hack. Damn. Bruh, Trump choosing 3 of the 9, and from those, only Gorsuch is not partisan towards Trump. Such a joke of a court. Damn, y'all are fucking vicious. If your banner isn't made in paint, I'm going to riot. Fair enough. Trump will also get Thomas and Alito replacements. Maybe. ACB has been the most consistent vote of Trump's picks against him, if I recall. I know, I love ACB. She's actually a principled conservative so far. Circle jerks can only grow so big, bro. Okay, so be chill and you can be a part of the circle jerk. And by the way, you can fucking say, hey, Connor, I disagree with you for XYZ. But if you come in here and you're a cunt and you're complaining about getting banned and you're complaining while being like, then I'm just going to ban you because fuck you. How's that? That sounds fair to me.
About violent crime, and actually some good news that I think we all do agree is good news. So here from Axios is the headline: violent crime rates plunge in America's biggest cities. And they highlight a number of cities here with huge drops in the homicide rate. By the numbers nationwide, homicides dropped 17.7%, robberies fell 20%, rapes declined 7%, and aggravated assaults decreased 4.8%. More from Axios here. Some of the nation's biggest cities posted especially dramatic homicide declines in the first 3 months of 2026. Among those that saw sizable percentage drops in homicide were DC, Philadelphia, and Memphis. New York City experienced a 31% drop in homicides during Mayor Zohran Mamdani's first month in office. LA and Houston also posted declines during the same period. Now, guys, I think inevitably when something like this happens, we all agree it's good news, but then partisans are going to try to say, like, who gets credit, who gets blame, what's happening here. FBI Director Kash Patel, he came out and said, backing the blue matters, and shared this graph and this headline. Sean, I'll come to you first. You talk a lot about crime and safety, and you have, obviously more Republican-leaning perspectives on it. Do you believe this decrease in crime is directly attributable to the Trump administration, Republicans writ large, et cetera?
So the short answer to that is no, it's not. And the reason for that is because crime, as I've said for years, is a local issue. And you can actually look at these individual cities and see where the decline happened. Like, I'm a big fan of the Democrat state's attorney for Baltimore, Ivan Bates. He came in after Marilyn Mosby. And by the way, Baltimore essentially had their George Floyd moment with Freddie Gray back in 2015. Mosby presided over the 8 highest homicide rate years in the history of the city. Normally, when we give crime stats like this, it's the highest since the 90s. She was since the history of the city. All of a sudden, Ivan Bates comes in 2023. He starts prosecuting repeat gun offenders, teams up with the federal government under the Biden administration, and by the way, a program that's continued under the Trump administration to make sure that these people get off the streets. And we see a dramatic drop in homicides in Baltimore. Again, fully, in my opinion, attributed to Ivan Bates. Nothing to do with the Trump administration. The decline started before the Trump administration. You go to Krasner in Philadelphia.
This feels incredibly honest and kind of beautiful. This is where like AJW kind of wins me a little bit, because if he was like a strict Trump glazer, then he could have been like, oh yeah, it was all Trump, the deploying the National Guard and deploying federal troops and deploying ICE and getting rid of all the immigrants and all that kind of stuff. That's all, you know, it's all Trump. Trump's the best thing since sliced bread. And even when it's inconvenient to his political side, he says, not only is it crack local states' attorneys doing their jobs, but as a conservatarian, I am a fan of a Democratic state attorney who came into Baltimore and cleaned up fucking shop. That's actually pretty cool. I'm a fan of not giving it straight to fucking Trump and actually talking about the nuance of this.
Yeah, one of the worst states, or district attorneys, I believe they're called over there, one of the worst states attorneys for 7 years. Things have changed in the country. Running on not prosecuting anybody is not as popular as
the bar is in hell. If you're not a blatant liar, you get props. Yes, Taze, welcome to online politics.
it was when he's running for his third term. All of a sudden, what does he do? Starts prosecuting repeat gun offenders, people that he previously let go. His last year on his second term and going forward, homicides drop in Philadelphia. Now, people can attribute Memphis's drop to the National Guard being there. But again, after that incident with Tyree Nichols, homicides spiked dramatically. There was a crackdown on the local level while Biden was president. The National Guard came after that. So that's a leading trend. Similar things with DC. So no, I don't think it's a federal issue. Crime is very much a local issue. And by the way, this is why you have an outlier city that elected a more progressive DA like Austin, Texas, where homicides are up this year. It's because the attitudes of the people in key positions of power, how they administer the police, and of course prosecutions, has much more impact than federal government policy.
Yeah,
Yes, AJW gets props for being honest and not taking an opportunity to blow Donald Trump. We got a super chat from AK Batusai. Dems mad because RBG, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, didn't retire under Biden for political effectiveness and wanted to stay another 5 years, then raged when she died under Trump. Yeah, for sure. But like that's, didn't we all kind of see that coming? That bitch was old as fuck. No offense to RBG, you know, RIP RBG. But, you know, like wasn't there even some anxiety? Because I swear to God, like a year or two before she died, there was a pressure campaign to say, hey, RBG, why don't you retire? That way we can guaranteed get a Democratic nomination. I don't know if that's true because that was all the way back in what, like 16? When did she die? She died in Trump won, right? So when did RBG die? She died in September of 2020, man. She almost made it. She almost made it. No. January 6, 2021, you could have made it. You just had to push it another 6 months. Oh, shit. Oh, that's rough. That's rough. Yeah, she was 87. 87, bro. That's old as fuck. You understand the average life expectancy in the United States is 74? She lived 13 years past the average life expectancy, and she's like, I got another 5 in me. Good on her for the optimism. Not good on her for the political not good on her for the political efficacy estimation. I'm just going to Google real quick. Ruth Bader Ginsburg should retire and see if there's like any articles. Why you should stop being angry at RBG. The terrible case against Justice Ginsburg's retirement. Should RBG. So it looks like there's a few articles sweeping for her not retiring. And then there's a few articles that are saying like this will be her legacy is that she should have retired and she didn't. Woof. Woof.
I think the serious policy questions and like analysis of what actually caused this usually doesn't actually relate that much to national politics. But politically speaking, presidents just get blamed for anything that happens in the country while they're in charge, or they get credit for it. So I think we would all probably agree that it's politically a boon to President Trump to have this data come out now. But Pisco, and maybe I want to give him a small piece of credit. I guess this is anecdotal, but I used to live in Washington, D.C., and I visited it, I think twice since President Trump's second term began, and he did deploy the National Guard, something I'm not a fan of. But I will say, again, this is anecdotal and talk from other people, that I many times over the years was harassed, chased by homeless people on the street. You had like people loitering, you had lots of stuff. The vibe was very different when I went back, and most of the National Guardsmen were doing nothing. They were standing around at subway entrances and such, but I wouldn't be shocked if that played some role. Anyway, your big picture take here, Pisco.
Yeah, so we can't go off vibes. I think Sean is absolutely correct. Unless there's a reason to think that the national politics, and your intuition, by the way, I'm not saying that you didn't say this, but your intuition, I think, is also correct that there needs to be an explanation for what is causing crime to go down from the national perspective to make the case that, just because you're presiding over it, that therefore that you had that effect on it. We can't just have this like correlation causation thing. I'll note it that Sean omitted one example here, which is, I guess, Alvin Bragg in New York City, and what's going on in New York. Oh yeah, I mean, you can talk about that right now, but I have a response after that.
Oh, I was going to say, in New York, I actually think Commissioner Tisch gets a lot of credit. The previous police commissioner in the city of New York, and by the way, New York State had problems, in my opinion, due to bail reform too, which every legislative session they kind of pare down a little bit and add a little bit more crimes that are bail eligible. But Commissioner Caban, the guy that Eric Adams had appointed before Commissioner Tisch, who's the current commissioner, this guy's twin brother was like selling NYPD police protection to nightclubs. Like, that's what he was indicted for. So it's alleged. I don't think he was convicted yet. So like they were not running a high level operation. Commissioner Tisch comes in and she sends police officers into the subway. In fact, she was driving down crime so well in the year before Mamdani was elected that Mamdani, who initially wanted to throw her ass out of office, ended up keeping her on. So I think Commissioner Tisch deserves a ton of credit for that. And again, she was the key mover in that. It's different depending on the different local municipality, but of course, statewide, bail reform being pared down little by little each and every year, I think has an impact.
I'm curious, Pisco, let me get your take on this, the central point of kind of Sean's argument here. I'm somebody who's always been sympathetic to criminal justice reform. I think clearly some of it did not work out great. And some of these progressive prosecutors, do you agree, have not worked out?
I don't have enough information on any particulars, but I do know that there have been like specific legislations or regulations that I haven't agreed with in terms of what I think are like high value.
John Democracy says, in my dreams, I live in a different timeline where Jeb Bush won in 2016. Me too, bro. There was this thing where Jeb Bush, SNL, he did an SNL thing, and he did an opening speech on SNL where he was just like, he did this like passionate speech that seemed like really earnest and wholesome and kind and kind of like trying to remind America of what it was or what it could be. And it was very idealistic and it was very beautiful. And then he repeated that speech in Spanish. And once again, he delivered it with like what seemed like utter sincerity and genuine belief. And I was so attracted to it because, I don't know, maybe I'm a pussy or something. I don't know. But I genuinely thought that, like, I was like, damn, there goes a good man. It should have been Jeb. It should have been George. Like George is a good guy. I'm not trying to like hate on George, but maybe Jeb not only would have had like the kindness and the intelligence and the competence, but he might have had the judgment in order to conduct the war on terror differently. And therefore, if Jeb had replaced George, maybe it would have been a better world, I suppose. So everybody's like, low energy Jeb, gay, fuck Jeb. I fucking love Jeb. Fuck you. Jeb seemed like a good egg. One of my favorite memes from 2016 was Barbara Bush, I will forsake you as you have forsaken Jeb book. This was one of, as you have forsaken Jeb's. This is. This was my favorite meme from 2015. As you have forsaken Jeb, so you have forsaken me. My curse shall lie upon this nation for 7 times 7 generations. Barbara Bush, and she has like these like fucking Sith blood red eyes. Fucking like, this is one of these things that like Barbara Bush and Jeb Bush will be such a small footnote in history that I'm sad that, like, this meme will be lost when I die, you know? There'll be, like, dozens or hundreds of people when I'm, like, 80 or 90 who were aware that this meme existed, but they will forget that this meme existed. And so, as a result, this meme will be lost to history. Whereas if I was writing history books, this would truly be in it. Like, I would actually write, while teaching American history class, I would write about how important the 2015-2016 election cycle is, and this meme would be in it. Ah, fucking hell. Good times. So anyways, let me take a look at the time, because truth be told, I want a little bit of snarking before I wrap, so I'm actually going to move on to the snarking content. So, I've heard that the snarking content is boring, but at least we can get a vibe for it. In summary, I like HAW, I like Pisco, I'm happy they were able to throw elbows. I think Pisco is being obtuse in reference to people not, viewing the Democrats as going a little bit fucking hard on packing the Supreme Courts and gerrymandering, that it's not just Republicans being evil. I do think Republicans are being evil. I do think that the Democrats are responding in kind. So I'm not going to freak out about it. But at the same time, like, I feel like he's being obtuse when moderates say, hey, when the moderates say, hey, I want the Democrats to be the adults in the room. I want the Democrats to be sane. I want them to be good. I want them to be the better alternative. And then when the Democrats are like, no, we're going to play dirty, it's like, okay, well, I don't feel great about that. Connor is a Jeb Bush Republican. I mean, I wish I could have been a Jeb Bush Republican. He didn't make it that far, He was the governor of Florida for a while, and he's remembered as a pretty friendly and competent governor. So I've got nothing bad to say, but nothing especially grand either. Exactly. He was very moderate. He was very sane. So, I mean, maybe that's a good thing. Patriarch says, no, do my thing. Patriarch, how about this? On Tuesday, we'll do Geopol. You can oil on Tuesday, and I will literally do fucking William Stewart or Stuart Little or Molly Stewart or whatever, fucking Jim Stewart or fucking William Spaniel. I'll do whatever fucking Geopol you want on Tuesdays, especially if you oil, okay? But today, there's some fucking drama shit that dropped, and I want to fucking take a look at it, even if it's boring, because at 1 p.m. EST, we're talking to STV Philly. Apparently, STV Philly, for those of you who don't know, he's a crime YouTuber from Philadelphia. I think he got big by covering specific characters in Philadelphia. And Molly Stewart, I think, Molly Kagan. Hey, Molly. I think Molly Stewart is an adult film actress. But anyways, the point is that STV Philly got big off of covering specific criminal organizations and specific criminal incidents in the city of Philadelphia. He went on to come into the Twitch and YouTube political debate scene as a police reform and social reform advocate. He is fairly progressive, and apparently he's taken issue with some of my Hassan Piker coverage. So as a result, he wanted to challenge me on stream, and, you know, whatever. He's another bigger creator. I don't have any problems fucking throwing elbows with another creator about whether or not Hassan Piker fucking sucks ass. So, anyways, let me do a little intro for this little drama segment. Let's take a look. So, hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I try to be a rhino. I try to be a Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives, but I got some drama slop for you today, okay? So, there's this gentleman by the name of Destiny, Stephen Bennell II. He's been a liberal and progressive debate streamer for, I don't know, about a decade now, and he's a pretty big guy. You know, he interacts with smaller creators. He's done a ton of debates with various creators, but he lives a very messy personal life. So he's slept with some people. He videotaped said sexual interactions consensually, allegedly. Sent those homemade sex tapes to questionable people. It got leaked on the internet. He's getting sued. And then an entire community just decided that he was the biggest piece of shit on the internet and therefore deserved to be destroyed. Now, he has alleged, Destiny has alleged, that this online community, which is made up of Queeman, J-Stock, I'm trying to think of who else, but Queeman, J-Stock, Morale, Purple Perry Gaming, a whole host of like drama slop tubers, live streamers, they were just like dedicated to his downfall. And so Lonerbox is saying that, or I believe he's saying, that there is a Discord that is filled with these people coordinating their information operations. And so I want to take a look at that because I'm actually talking to one of these people tonight. Sorry, just pulled out a little goop out of my dog's ear. I'm actually talking to one of these people tonight. So I would actually be really curious in order to see what is going on in the information warrior psyop anti-Destiny dirtbags. So let's take a look.
There's maybe something small I want to get out of the way before we start the content. It turns out this stream title has a bit of a double meaning because not more than an hour ago, I was sent some interesting information. The title was originally supposed to be, going to like the UK, sending that ship called HMS Dragon over to the Middle East to deal with the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, that's exciting. Whoa, Britain going to war over the sea.
STV Philly is at 1 p.m. Talking to Queeman is tonight. So just to clear that up. I also got a $20 super chat, so I want to read that real quick. Shopping with the 20 says, first, our memory is as short as a news cycle these days, but I went back and watched a number of televised debates going all the way back. It's S-tier content if you want to have a better grasp of how we got here. Oh, absolutely. The 15 and 16 debates were insane because you could see the media machine falling for Donald Trump's like negative attention cycle, and we were totally helpless to stop it. Like, the media got so much ad revenue off of covering Donald Trump being a piece of shit that it became the self-fulfilling policy, like self-fulfilling prophecy of them trying to destroy him through negative attention, but negative attention boosting his name recognition and also him being able to boost his oppression complex that the media was trying to destroy him. And it became this negative feedback cycle that we couldn't destroy. Not only were we like helpless to watch the mainstream media fall into this negative attention cycle trap, but also we were helpless as a bunch of moderates split the vote. So one of the things that actually really bugs me about the Democrats is they actually had the balls to do what I wish the Republican Party had the balls to do. Maybe like 3 or 4 months before the actual primary process in 2015, 2016, all the moderates were splitting the field, and they were at like 55 or 60%. So if you added up, I don't know, Kasich and Christie and Rubio and whoever else was there that was a moderate that was still in the race, if you added them all up, they were at like 60% of the vote in reference to the primary election process, and Donald Trump was at like 35%. But everybody stayed in the race. Whereas I feel like if the moderates had picked one moderate and then they all dropped out the way the Democrats did with Biden back when Bernie Sanders was pulling at 25 to 30%, then I think that the Republicans could have fucking strangled Donald Trump in the crib. But alas, we live in the shattered timeline now. Horse God says, Connor is going to get ambushed during the interview as they reveal how they were catfishing him on a dating website only to expose that he's a totally normal human being. Dude, so true. So true. I think I told you. There was a girl who was like fucking with me and trolling the shit out of me on Tinder. She was trolling the fuck out of me, and she asked me for dick pics instantaneously, and I was like, no. I was like, we don't know each other. I'm not fucking, you know, you got a cute face, but I'm not sending you pictures of my penis 30 seconds into meeting you. Get the fuck out of here. You know? Fucking FBI agents trying to get pictures of my dick. Anyways, sorry. Let's go back to it.
Woo, but actually, there's something else as well that I don't know how much I care for, but I guess it's funny. So there's this Good Samaritan who decided to, has been sending me kind of like sparse information for a little while, but today it's just kind of gotten a lot bigger. Well, they've given me a lot more, but where did it start? Okay, so today I got told that a bit earlier today, I got told that Sulfur, who used to be a mod in this Discord, who is no longer, was making a video about me, and that she might be making it with Queeman, maybe Tony, who's still a regular in the stream, and maybe JStock is involved somehow. But again, like I'm not exactly sure how involved each person is, other than that there's like a kind of a little collab back and forth going on with like sharing stuff and clips, and most of it just looks like a copy paste of the Beast Process article, albeit from people who are less intelligent and less coherent. But as for the Beast Process article, I probably will respond to that at some point, because as far as criticisms go, I don't feel like it's going to get any better than that against me, so or any more challenging. So yeah, I'll probably go through that at some point. I don't think it's particularly damning of me, but yeah, we can do that another time. But that's one thing. Like, okay, so I know that there's this video being made, and like, big deal. People can criticize me. I don't really care. But then,
okay, so somebody says should have sent her a picture of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. So that reminded me that there's this meme where it's like, bet you're too embarrassed to share this picture of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, on your timeline. And there is a penis in the background here, but I think it's so small that YouTube isn't going to catch it. So it's this picture, but there's an uncensored version right here, but here's the censored version. It's literally a picture of Jesus Christ with a six-pack, and his fucking dong is out. And I had a religious friend, and I had to be like, hey, how religious are you? Oh my God. Classic.
I'm given this enormous file that I haven't even been able to open yet of Discord logs from a very small, very secret Discord, apparently, dating back to, I think, autumn of last year. And I had a quick look at like some of the people who are in it. It's like a lot of the usual crowd of, you'll see them, there's like a kind of small group of reply guys and kind of like troll chatters. Some people call them snarkers. They usually hang out in like the JStock, Queeman, sometimes in Peace Coast community. They show up here every now and then. They show up in Soy Pills community. They brigaded Kalinda a couple of times just as she was starting to stream. And I know now that they brigaded. I know now that it was an intentional coordinated brigade, even albeit of not that many people, but don't know if you get let off the hook for doing it badly, I would say. They will sometimes try to, clip farm each other, and they'll do the little tweets with the all caps and the sirens on each side. Most of these clips and tweets don't really go that far, but then once in a blue moon, Hassan will repost them, and then they'll like celebrate in this Discord that Hassan has like liked or reposted their tweets. So there's this little crowd, and they're active basically all the time, talking shit, being weird. They're kind of like the final bosses of unemployment. There's like this whole there's maybe a bit of a common thread amongst them. Like a lot of them are, one thing that a lot of them have in common is that a lot of them have tried their hand at creating at some point and just not done very well at it. Like they're kind of failures. And a lot of them also seem to share this one thing in common, in that they've discovered or they've been seduced by this once every few months, Hassan will repost us and boost us motif. That's kind of the thing.
Okay. I'm curious, though, because this does seem like a little bit of shit talking, and I am trying to steel man the snarkers, I suppose. J-Stock is probably the most successful one, right? Even though he's stuck over on Kick. Back when he was really covering Destiny, I felt like he was getting 500 to 700 live, which is nothing to shake a fucking stick at. I mean, as a hard stuck 50 to 150 fucking live stream viewer, I feel like 500 isn't that bad. Now, I don't know if he's botting or what, but, 500 live stream viewers is not bad. And then same thing with Queeman. I don't know if Queeman bots, but Queeman gets 300 to 500 live. When he posts his post-recorded videos, they get a few thousand views. So I'm not saying they're like, full-timer, blowing up, going to be massively successful. But typically, like, I told Danabo one time, I was like, dude, I'm hard stuck at like 100. I can't break a fucking 100. Holy shit, I can't break 100. And he's like, dude, he said this, and it did make me feel better, but maybe it's small streamer cope. He was like, do you know how many motherfuckers I know who go live and stream to no one? Do you know how many motherfuckers I know who like go live and they stream to 3 people? If you're getting 100 people consistently, yeah, you're small. Like, obviously you're small, but there are so many people who aren't hard stuck at 50 to 150. They're hard stuck at 0 or hard stuck at 3. And so, just stop bitching. That's basically what he said. So I appreciate that. And truth be told, I think I told you guys this when I first started streaming too, but because I only had like 20 or 30 live viewers, is if this was real life, if I went to a classroom and I had 20 to 30 people show up, even if we were just talking shit about stupid stuff, but I had 20 to 30 people show up in order to watch me talk about stupid shit during the day, that would be a fucking blast. That would be a jam. That would be amazing. So the fact that we get to do this on a digital basis of 50 to 150 people, that's a fucking blessing. And you shouldn't lose sight of that. I lose sight of that sometimes. I'm not going to lie. I do lose sight of that sometimes. But I try not to be a pussy about it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we get 11 on the other stream. There you go. There you go. Hey, man, if a dozen people, think about that. And like, I know you're kind of joking, you're kind of fucking around. But think about like 12 people actually showing up to listen to you talk. That would be awesome. That'd be fucking great in an IRL scenario. So I think you have to take that positivity and you have to keep rolling it into just more and more and more content. And you just have to not be a pussy about it. I think that's the main thing. Also, you need to shut the fuck up. I'm not kidding. I'm just telling you right now. I'm saying this so Christian Valeris knows that I know the formula. Watch the content, pause every 2 to 5 minutes, talk for 30 seconds, shut the fuck up, move on with the content. Every successful live streamer I know does that shit. I'm just an idiot who likes to yap for 5 to 10 minutes and who likes to interact with my chat because I'm a dipshit. But it is what it is.
But I don't really know if I'm going to care to like read all the shit that I've been given for. It's just so much, and I don't really like stuff like that. Is generally not that interesting to me. And although some of the stuff that they've said about me, I guess, is kind of fascinating. The psychoanalysis that goes on and whatever else, and the two-facedness. One question I did have though, again, like if you want to make a video critiquing me, that's fine. I would be curious why they would use Sulfur as like their researcher though. That was a little bit jarring to me because if because I remember quite well. Sulfur, if you guys don't remember, used to be a mod in this community. She was demodded for reasons we've been over a few times. But she didn't get kicked out of the server. She left willingly. And one of the reasons I think she left was because I had called out the fact, I didn't name her, but I guess I can now. I called out the fact that she had contributed quite strongly to falsely accusing someone in this Discord of sexual harassment. She had produced this whole like 50-page document, because she does that. She'll like overwhelm people with information, or like she's the kind of person who would like, her whole thing in this Discord was like to get into arguments, and as soon as she was losing, she would just tell people to read. She'd just link some like massive 90-page research paper, or link them a book and like tell them to read it and come back, as in like, you're not equipped until you've read this entire thing. And then sometimes, I think once I read the thing that she had given me in this argument about like Holodomor or something, and it wasn't actually supporting the thing that she said in the slightest. I was like, really fucking cringe. Like, I don't know if I can remind you guys of like, and then there was a problem as well, because I wanted to show why this document and why this evidence against David in our community was false, why this accusation was false. But I couldn't, because the person that involved was someone who was like, really did not want to be spoken about in public anymore. Like, they'd gone private, and I respected that wish. So I'm in a position where I have really little to work with, because showing all the evidence that exonerates David includes other people who don't want to be spoken about publicly ever. And I'm still, to this day, honoring that wish, even though I really don't think it's I don't know how necessarily fair it is, but you know, I'm a bit of a doormat. So, like this was an example of what was in this 50-page document that still gets referred to every now and then. I don't know if you remember me covering this, but this is from what, 10 months ago? Well, this guy, this you. I'm like, you're my little Sandra. I'm like, well, okay, oh, wow. And this is from a while ago, because his name's Purple. This isn't from today. It was screenshotted on the day, ages ago. I'm like, okay, that's pretty bad. That's a pretty weird thing to say to someone. That's pretty spicy. But I looked at the context. He's saying, a two-way racist relationship, imagine how hot that would be. You're my little K-word, you're my little Sand redacted. Do you understand what I'm saying? Is that like the person who sent me this, knowing what the context was, is like, this is like a racket, okay? This is like a smear campaign, okay? That's a bad faith right there. Fuck. And I've just been spending the weekend going through a bunch of these and being like, oh my God.
That's the good news. Well, hold on. Let me tell you the good news real quick. 1,000 milligrams of Zionism by David. You're my little sand redacted. Is that redacted due to Automod on Discord, or did he redact himself? Because if he redacted himself, that's such a fucking nothing burger to me. No offense. Like, contextually, racial humor can be very funny. So if somebody is robbing the context outside of a racialized joke, and if the person didn't even say the actual word related to the racialized joke, I'm happy to say this. I hope the liberals that I have attracted, and I hope the conservatarians that I have attracted, this is a fucking nothing burger, in my opinion. You know, feel free to disagree with me whenever you guys feel like, but for me, this is a fucking nothing burger. It's really only progressives and fucking liberals who will tolerate progressive fucking purity politics that would give a fuck about this.
God, I'm like fucking Neo. And I feel bad. I feel like an asshole now. I feel like a dumb fuck, because I literally spent I took a stream to talk about this misogyny in the community, and and specifically David in particular. And David in particular. So yeah. Ouchie. Big ouch. Life is ironic, sulfur gets it's just it's just lots of that. I don't know, which to me, doing, also I will say, having seen a tiny sliver of information from this Discord that is that I've been told about, the fact that even this, or even this, if it were in isolation, or the full context, whatever, even the fact that this is being used as evidence against someone is just so it's so fun. It's so ironic to me now that I've seen the kind of shit that these people say, when I guess they don't think anyone's watching, because they're just a very small group of people. But I don't really know what I want to do with it though, because it's just, I've kind of been wanting to avoid the drama a bit recently. I've just not been enjoying it as much. But yeah, and also I'm not sure exactly how many of these screenshots I want to use, because I don't want to compromise my source. They did seem, for whatever reason, quite comfortable with me saying that they really hate this Kosher Kathy person. For those of you who don't know, Kosher Kathy is a guy who is parodying the name of someone who leaked my DMs like a year ago, who has since apologized, by the way. Me and that person are like at peace. But this Kosher Kathy person is a guy who has what I think is a fake Indian accent. It sounds like he's like faking an accent for whatever reason. And he goes under multiple aliases, and he argued with me on Kalinda's stream once, and he's a total fucking psycho. Like, he keeps trying to get me banned for every time I tell someone to kill themselves in a video game, he'll like apparently go to people and tell them to spam report me for wishing harm, which again, from a community like this is so ironic, but
yeah. That was one of the most like weird things I gotta say about it. Was one of the weirder things. So there are no standards for the snarking community. And so they just attract like absolute fucking bottom feeders. And I do think that Chud Logic, Queeman, Spicy Chat, J-Stock, they've actually attracted like the most like bottom feeding drama slop, A-log, Kiwi farmer freaks. And I think Kosher Kathy is an example of that, where it's somebody who, they might be Indian. They might actually just straight up be Indian. But they have like a PFP that's like a hot chick on Discord. And no offense, guys. Like, if you are a dude who has like a hot chick PFP, I think that's fucking freak shit. Like, your PFP is supposed to be an extension of yourself. So your profile picture should be a character that you like. Or it should be you. Or it should be a celebrity that looks like you. Or it should be a handle that represents something about you. So, being Kosher Kathy, kosher Jewish, Kathy girl's name, hot chick, then being an Indian man who spends all day looking for creators to fuck up so you can try to get them banned off of social media, like, there's something fucking wrong with you. And there's something wrong with the people who are tolerating you. That's where, like, Lord of the Nerds or whatever, like, no offense, gay Ben, Lord of the Nerds, but part of the reason why you're getting fucking banned all the time is because you're showing like rawly antisocial behavior. You have the Lord of the Nerds profile. Okay, no problem with that. Being the Lord of the Nerds, that's cool. There's nothing wrong with being a Twitch and YouTube political autist. We're all Twitch and YouTube political autists. But there is something wrong with being such an antisocial freak that you cut your suspension, you come in an alt, you're rude as shit, you catch another suspension, come in another alt, catch another suspension, come in another alt, catch another suspension, and then, like, when are you going to stop being fucking antisocial? We're trying to communicate something to you. What we're trying to communicate to you is that we value political diversity, but you're being an antisocial fucking freak. And I think that's part of the problem with the snarker communities is they borderline, like, glorify antisocial behavior. They borderline glorify being an unemployed person who just gets schadenfreude off of the misery of others. That's weirdly enough why I think tonight is going to be interesting. Because, like, Queeman is, like, probably while still being a totally antisocial, abrasive, snarker dude. And I'm not even trying to say snarker to, like, moral frog about it. I'm trying to be descriptive. He truly likes following, like, social media creator content in order to see where their personal or professional lives are imploding. Then he likes to pick on that personal or professional life implosion to the point that if the person actively cared about what Queeman thought, they would kill themselves based off of how aggressive Queeman is being about how bad that person sucks. And the reason why I don't care about the interview tonight, a lot of people would be like, oh, well, if you know that they're that level of antisocial and they're that level of, like, social piranha, and if they're that level of, like, hater, why would you engage with them at all? It's like, because, like, there's a part of me that hopes that they're going to grow the fuck up. There's a part of me that hopes that, they'll see somebody acting normal and they'll be like, oh shit, I'm tired of hanging out with these antisocial fucking freaks. I'm gonna like try to be a little bit more normal while still engaging in drama slop and online political content. I know it's like a fool's errand. I know it's silly to pray that some of these people become gradually less antisocial freaks, but somebody's got to try. Because eventually one of these people will be a mass shooter. I swear to God. This same attitude of no friends, perpetually online, no real relationships, always excited to hear about the professional or personal downfall of others. The ones who aren't cowards end up killing themselves or end up being mass shooters. So they're just like, they're like fucking mass shooters, but they don't have the fucking bravery to actually kill themselves and or be mass shooters. It's kind of crazy. Anyways. Daily Chip from Passion 40. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. Me with my schizoid PFP. It happens. This is a character that I like from a book. Good. I don't look like Nicolas Cage, but I wish I had his money. There you go. I fucking love Nicolas Cage. Wow. Woman wears the pants. How can get worry about this? White kids are dying from AIDS in Africa. See? What woman wears the pants? That's just fucking... It's still you. It's still you, Gay Ben, the Lord of the Nerds. Feel free to stop being antisocial at any fucking point. We've moved on content-wise. We started so, hold on. This is everything that's happened. We checked out Pisco versus AJW. We checked out Packing the Courts. We said that Democrats, in my opinion, need to be more moderate so they can attract moderates and independents so they can defeat MAGA. And every time they do apologia for their own psycho bullshit, they lose moderates. There was a little bit of contention about that in the community. Then they moved on to a drop in crime in major American cities, and I applauded AJW for accurately representing what likely happened and not giving all of the credit to Trump. And then we've moved on from banning you. And yet, you're still being a cunt about, like, dead people in Africa 2 hours after you were banned for fucking shit-talking about the PEPFAR and USAID cuts. You're an antisocial freak. So chill the fuck out. Engage with the content that's in the community. Talk to me like I'm a human being. Talk to the other people in the community like they're human beings. And you won't get banned. But you're so monomaniacally obsessed with your own fucking oppression complex that you can't chill the fuck out and just enjoy being in the presence of other human beings. Unironically, Lord of the Nerds on your 5th fucking alt, you're the exact person that I'm fucking talking about. You would kill yourself or be a mass shooter if you had balls, but you don't even have balls. So you just become everybody's problem on the internet. So fuck you. Chill the fuck out. Be normal. God damn. Minimum due for $5 deleted their super chat. So thanks for the $5, but I can't see whatever you said. It's probably a terms of service violation. All right. Anyways, continuing.
But yeah, like apparently that's kind of why this Good Samaritan has come to me because they hate this Catholic. I don't know. Apparently they were quite comfortable with me saying that because that wouldn't compromise their identity. Because apparently there's an internal rift going on with them. The reason I thought JStock might be involved in this little thing as well, which is again odd because I thought JStock was generally okay with me, and I didn't really have that much like to say about him. But I'm like again, I'm not going to show this, but I can just read it out. This is him saying, at Queeman, I'm being told a very interesting direction to go with in terms of Loanerbox stuff is counting donation numbers and seeing how the opinion shifts. Queeman replies, what do you mean? JStock says, well, essentially, he starts collabing with Destiny. He starts getting Zio donors. And as they start to massively outstrip pro-Palestine super chats, ellipses, you get it. And I like, that's a really odd conclusion to jump to. For a few.
Oh, yeah. I'll even read this. I don't give a shit. Minimum Due says, African kids dying from AIDS and you think this is important? Nobody else gives a shit except for me, dude. Nobody else gives a fuck. Literally, the conservatives don't give a fuck because they're the ones who cut it. So if the Africans do die, then, that makes them look bad, so they don't want to talk about it. And then the liberals don't want to talk bad, or they don't give a fuck to talk about it because they know the conservatives don't give a shit. So, no, I'm not going to spend all of my days ripping my clothes and crying and fucking pissing and shitting myself because Donald Trump's an incompetent fucking boob who got hundreds of thousands of people dead unnecessarily, Ukrainian and African. The question I have to ask you, thanks for the $5, by the way, why don't you give a shit? Why don't you give a shit about hundreds of thousands of people dying from preventable disease? Why don't you give a fuck that we have an incompetent piece of shit? Like I said, speaking of being unbearably unlikable, how's the marriage? Not great. I'm divorced, but I got a girlfriend and she's very cool. Tough break, homie. Well, thanks. You know, thanks for saying tough break, homie. It was a tough break. You know? It was not very nice. It was not very pleasant. Divorce, I would say, military law enforcement and divorce are my top 3 toughest experiences. They really are. So I really do think being in the military and being in law enforcement actually prepared me psychologically for my divorce. So yeah, it sucks. What do you want from me? You fucking psycho ass fucking sociopathic fucking piece of shit? Thanks for the $5 though. Appreciate you.
Reasons. One, because you realize that most of these opinion shifts that I made, which were not as big as people are making them out to be, were made quite publicly with me going through the research and the evidence, like as I was doing it. But also were being made at a time when, these guys would understand this, when Hassan was friendly with me, like when Hassan was shouting out my stuff. So you really think that in a time when pro-Palestine activism is becoming the biggest protest movement since BLM, when I've got Hassan in one ear being like, oh yeah, really good work, man, really good moral clarity, blah, 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 blah. Shout out your work, and I watch this on stream, and then what, Destiny, the soiled fucking like sex demon gnome fuck, like really I'm sitting there and I'm choosing, yeah, you know what, I think the best thing for my career is going to be to hang out with this guy, with Destiny, rather than the crowd that was clearly making the waves. Also, if you want to also, normally when you start saying let's look at super chats and see where opinions are shifting, normally if you want to ascribe that kind of incentive, you would usually do that after you've proven an opinion shift that cannot be justified. After being like, you used to say this, now you say this, and there is no good explanation. If I asked you why you changed this opinion, you would not have a good explanation. Normally, that's kind of like the first step, but I guess they skipped that. But I don't know. I don't even know how serious that comment is, but interesting, to say the least. Interesting. But yeah, what am I doing? Maybe I'll learn how to actually open the file. That'll be stage 1. In which case, thank you for the shekels, capital SH.
Saluting face
clouds.
emoji.
Yeah, because that's where the money's at. That's where the left-leaning streamer growth is at right now, right? Or in the last 2 or 3 years, it's it's defending Israel against claims that I think are erroneous. Okay, I'll show you one more thing. This was just so ridiculous to me. This is one I was showing a little while ago, but I know where it comes from now. It comes from the server. So this is around the time when I was kind of on and off streaming a little bit, and there was this whole narrative building up about me dodging a debate with Queeman, even though, again, like Queeman hadn't asked me for a debate. He didn't even DM me asking. I mean, I guess at this point now I have I've got good reasons to not want to be involved with these people. But I guess he was just relying on like the other little droogs from this Discord to come and do like the debate Queen and spam, and apparently that's the thing I'm dodging. But like, someone from that server posts this tweet saying, Learnabout doesn't even debate anymore. He just looks at you like this whenever you disagree, and it's Brendan Fraser from The Whale. And Hassan,
I do love that meme. You know, I'm not. I think Loaderbox is a good egg, so clearly I don't like it when it comes to this. And by the way, like. Sorry, I'm going to explain this dynamic even though you guys are already aware of it. Once you make a certain amount of money, once you have a certain amount of fucking viewership, you don't need to interact with anybody. Why would you? It's a risk, you know? If somebody comes and debates you and they make you fucking look bad and they make you look stupid, then you might lose some viewers. You might lose some donors. You might lose this. You might lose that. Why don't you just sit in your fucking corner? Why don't you sit in your hug box and just make a shitload of cash? I mean, that's what Vosh has been doing for years, right? So I think with Queeman, though, no offense, Queeman, I'll come and talk with Queeman because I don't give a shit. You know, he's just a fucking, a 25-year-old British guy who I'm not sure what his relationship status is, but it's probably not great. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. You're an antisocial online person. What the fuck is, what are you going to do to me? You know? I don't think there's anything that an antisocial person online could do to me that would actually make me concerned or upset. Well, I mean, I could get upset. For instance, if they say something infuriating, I could threaten to rape them in real life. That happens sometimes. But like, what long-term effect are you going to have on my life? You know?
Abby liked it when it had 40 likes, and obviously you can't see who likes other people's tweets anymore. So I'm guessing Hassan does this when he doesn't think other people are looking. But I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Because after dodging debates and debate requests with me and however many other people who you know full well would blow you the fuck out on any of these topics, like, are you seriously doing this? Excuse me? Like, sorry, like, you can sit there and think that I would rather not talk to Queeman for the moment because I guess he's just that level of superior intelligence. You know, like, I'll sit there and talk with Chris Kunzler for 4 hours, you know, like, master's degree in Middle East studies, literally just letting him take the conversation in whichever direction he wants to, which is also quite a dangerous thing to do if you're talking to someone who knows what they're talking about, because they can go into areas they're more confident in, whatever. I'll do that for 4 hours. I'll argue with Benny Morris about one of his citations on a very niche historical detail of the 1920s San Remo conference. But yeah, sure, bro. Queeman's that's where the rigor is just too much. Okay, Hassan Abi, like, it's fucking crazy, man. But how fucking pathetic. Anyway, but yeah, I don't know, very exciting, and I've got like.
Why did this take 15 minutes? No offense, I know I'm a fucking yapper, but correct me if I'm wrong. All we've really seen so far is we've seen they went out of their way to capture a fucked up conversation of a Lonerbox community member and then report it to Lonerbox. That way he would call out a member of his community and cause some drama. And then they're also documenting that when people are talking shit about Lonerbox on Twitter, Hassan Piker will jump in order to at least like... I don't know if he retweeted, but he'll at least like people shit-talking Lonerbox. Like, okay. I mean, I know I'm a yapper, so this is, you know, pot calling the kettle black, but... Okay, I'll tell you what I was looking for. What I was looking for was effectively the narrative from DGG. Okay? And I don't know if anybody's watched this and if they've seen any substantiation from the narrative of DGG. But the narrative of DGG... is that Queeman, J-Stock, all these people, they are using Discord as a proxy for Kiwi farms where they will abide by the terms of service of Discord, but they will push the limits of the terms of service of Discord. And if they want to violate the terms of service of Discord, they just go to Kiwi farms under an alt. And so effectively what these people are doing is they're looking at, you know, Destiny's personal life and his professional life. They're looking for any time that he slips at all, and then they use that to harass anybody who tries to speak with Steven. Is Chad, is Connor being really obtuse? It's deeper than that, and he didn't open the file till he gave it to Hutch, who was going through the file. Okay. Well, but I'm looking for the evidence. You know, I'm not saying it's not there. I'm saying we haven't gotten to it yet. So, you know, for me, I just want to see the evidence of J-Stock, Queeman, Kosher Kathy, fucking all these motherfuckers hanging out in a Discord, talking shit about Steven, coordinating gay ops. That's what I want to see. Where's the STV Philly convo? 15 minutes. Origin of Logo says, Connor, when are we going to meet and have a beer? Are you in Orlando? If you're in Orlando, I mean, literally DM me on Discord. I mean, I would prefer it if you didn't murder me and harvest my organs. But if you're in Central Florida and you want to get a beer and you're not like we've talked in DMs before. As long as you promise not to murder me and harvest my organs, I don't give a shit. We could have a beer. The obsession with Destiny makes Destiny look way cooler and appealing than it just hurts them, just saying. Kind of. Although I think that's where, for Destiny, his counter obsession, where he kind of like engaged in gay ops, I was like, dude, aren't you a fucking millionaire? Aren't you fucking a slut? Like, having fun, hanging out with women of low moral character? Rewind in Hutch's VOD. He was going through it. He's now talking about something else. Also, I'm on my lunch break, and I'll do the hard work for you. Okay. Damn it. You come to Tennessee. Are you near Nashville? If you were near Nashville, I'm looking for an excuse to get up to Nashville sometime soon. But if you're not in Nashville, if you're in like rural Tennessee, the chances of me being in rural Tennessee are very low. So go to fucking Hutch's VOD. Do you have a timestamp? Because I don't want to scrub. I don't want to scrub so much. Did you ever have a sandwich with Sitch? No, he pussed out. I DM'd him a couple of times. I'm like, hey, I'm coming down to Miami. You want to hang out? And he was like, no, I'm busy. It's like, dude, I would have hung out with Sitch in real life. I do think he's legitimately like antisocial. Like I'm not trying to knock the guy. I like him a lot. But I think he legitimately has like social anxiety and doesn't like hanging out with people. Anyways.
I'm just, they picked the wrong guy, okay? I don't think I can tell them to get... What the fuck's the context of this clip, man? Stop, don't, no.
Somebody infiltrated the an anti-fan Discord and then got...
To be clear, based on, it doesn't seem like they infiltrated. It seems like they were just part of it. And then they were like, you know, second thoughts, like the YouTuber. But I don't know. Like,
screen grabs of the chat logs and then sent it to Lonerbox. And there was something he read on stream yesterday or the day before showing that like they were coordinating someone like showing up in my chat and pretending to be DGG to like foment Discord like in my Twitch and YouTube chats. It's really like what I find really unsettling about these people is the level of obsession. Like anytime I see someone engaged in behavior that I think is obsessive, then my red flags start waving in the air. Like I get very creeped out by the whole thing. Yeah.
don't draw me in.
Okay. I want to make this point though. I think we all assume that there's a certain level of schizophrenia that this space participates in, and we're all guilty, my community in particular, of what I feel is like a healthy amount of schizophrenia, where we're online political autists, we like talking about current events, we like talking about the news, we like talking about geopolitics, we like talking about the clash of personalities in reference to debates. Obviously, we slip in some like personal bullshit where the Destiny dick watching traffic helicopter segments are popular. But at the same time, like, I feel like we balance it out where while being involved in online political autism might be a little cringe to IRL people, I don't think anybody in my community is like a schizoid snarker obsessed with like the downfall of another creator. I think the closest we could get to that is straight up hatred for like Nick Fuentes and Hassan Piker. I really do dislike Hassan Piker and I really do dislike Nick Fuentes, but I would never advocate for anything illegal happening to them, nor would I advocate for becoming so monomaniacally obsessed that your life is made better whenever their lives get worse. That is like too much obsession. You need to be doing something fucking else. And I feel like we do a good job too. So for instance, Lord of the Nerds or whatever, we do a good job of like antisocial motherfuckers. Of basically like trying to screen, reduce, or moderate people who have antisocial behaviors. We try to get them fucking, you know, like bullied into acting like a sane human being. So once again, I'm kind of looking at this and it's like, we shouldn't lose our shit because there's antisocial F slurs in Twitch and YouTube politics. They're going to exist. So don't you just call them like antisocial F slurs and kind of keep it moving? I mean, that's what I would do. And if I found out that somebody was doing gay ops where they were pretending to be a rival political tribe in order to sow discord, badumpsis, between like multiple like communities, I would just call those people F slurs and keep it moving. So once again, don't lose your shit over this coverage.
I'll give it to Keemstar. Come to the wrong place.
Would it have been last Friday? Maybe. This isn't even the clip. There was a clip of Loner Bikes talking about like what was in the Discord logs. And it was somebody was saying like, yeah, I'm in Hutch's chat now saying, let DGG talk. Or something like that. I don't know. They're like pretending to be DGG to like, to get the chat to start
Nashville Gunstream? Sure. When we got extra cash, absolutely.
fighting or something like that. Yeah.
Also, if no one else is getting it, can I not sell it? They're fucking muted. Are you killing me? Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, Jesus Christ. Why am I muted? What the? How did I didn't even press a button. I was just saying. The fuck was I saying? Just find the stream bot and listen to that. Where's this clip farming shit? Baldy. There are people who would pay huge buck for if it's real. I could sell it. Holy fuck. Guys.
This is very niche. I don't know how much money you could get for this. Cheesy fries.
I know. I've been making contacts with it. I know exactly. I'm starting to get some good feelers for what people think this shit's worth. Might take a year off.
As with $5. Alito, I and my 5 dog shit justices have deemed your reforms unconstitutional. Good luck.
Ace in my face with the 5 says, just keep a community of personality cultist mods and everything will be fine, lol. Is that still you, Lord of the Rings? Is that still you? Is this your 7th art? Dude, eat a banana. Go inside. Dude, you're exactly what we're talking about. You could come in here and say, wow, that's cringe. It's cringe that people are so monomaniacally obsessed with the downfall of creators. They should truly try to get better hobbies. And then instead, you come in on an alt, and for $5, you're like, you guys suck and are gay. And it's like, dude, this is your 5th alt. Do you truly not have something better to do? Like, I'm serious. I'm gonna tell you all the things that would have been better than donating $10 to me to talk shit. Going on a walk, getting a dog, eating fruit, grocery shopping for the week, dusting your apartment and or house, vacuuming and or mopping your house, eating vegetables, getting chow mein, orange chicken, and orange like soy teriyaki sauce, whatever they call it, orange sauce, and making yourself a Panda Express meal at home, making a smoothie, talking to a girl, going to a bar, getting a gym membership, going fishing, calling a friend, texting a friend, emailing a friend. Like, dude, literally, I could keep going, but literally anything that I've just listed or any correlated behavior that is relatively normal and pro-social and or maintains your household and or improves your relationships with other people would have been infinitely better than donating to me to bitch about how we don't have viewpoint diversity in our community. Even gooning. Dude, have you tried looking at porn? Left out working on your family. I work on my family all the time. I'm going to be spending 3 days with my sons starting on Friday. We're going to go to the park. We're going to go to the YMCA. We're going to go for walks. We're going to walk the dogs. We're going to play outside. We're going to cook meals. We're going to get some frozen pizza. We're going to watch movies together. It's going to be fucking amazing. So yeah, like you're saying like, oh, you left out working on your family. I'm going to work on my family. You know, just because my wife and I don't see fucking eye to eye, I'm gonna work on my family this weekend. So, bro, like, literally, like, anything. K, morally neutral, my former liberal lefty friend said jerking off would be better than what you're doing. Literally, jerking off would be better. 3 whole days. You're right. I got fucking 60-40 custody with my kids, so I spend 5 to 6 days with them every 2 weeks. So we're going to have 3 days, and then later in the week, we're going to have another 2 days, and then maybe we'll have a hangout or a birthday party or something. So yeah, man, I'm going to work on my family. That's how divorce works. But like, seriously, do you even have kids? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you have a wife? Do you even have a relationship that you could fail? Like that would be, that would actually be, you understand that if I have a relationship that didn't work out the way that I wanted it to, but I had a relationship and then I lost my relationship, where's your relationship? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you have a wife? Do you have kids? It's not even a deflection, you fucking retard. If you're bitching about the way that I'm living my life, how are you living your life? Pretty clearly in an antisocial way. Oh man, I bet I'm so bad you are good by comparison. I agree. Because you're just demonstrating that you're like an antisocial schizoid. Okay. Take a lap. Literally, man. Literally. We've banned 5 fucking alts for this antisocial fucking freak, and he will not go do literally anything else. I'm not kidding. Looking at pornography and jerking off would be a more productive use of this man's time. Oh, God damn. Thank you for the donations, though. I appreciate the money.
Luck with 67. Hashtag pack the court. Arden Pit with $5. Arguably one of the core problems with this court is the devotion to the scam of originalism and less interest in balancing interests. Old Scotty with $5. If we do nothing, then we will always have a court that is conservative partisan.
True.
We know what the options are. Packing seems like the only option. I mean, again, that's like more or less my position.
Okay, who doesn't like those people? Who doesn't like the snarks, but has the most money?
Where's the clip of him talking about the person who infiltrated the server? Where's that clip?
Is that actually one of the clips?
They mentioned my stream by name.
They do. It's other people's tweets anymore. So and debates, you know, like 20 crazy man. Oh, me dodging a debate with Son Abby. He's just that.
That's not that one. Is it this one?
I'm given this. He's so disorganized. Enormous file that I haven't even been able to open yet.
I think it's this one.
Of Discord logs from a very small, very secret Discord, apparently, dating back to, I think, autumn of last year. And I didn't even consider that Netanyahu could be a bidder. He's got money. Fuck. I don't like him, though. Gotta have your principles. But a quick look at like some of the people who are in it. It's like a lot of the usual crowd of, you'll see them. There's like a kind of small group of reply guys.
Somebody says the rest of this is boring, by the way. Well, we should be talking to STV Philly in 4 minutes. So even if this isn't the greatest content, that's okay. I'll watch it. I'll watch it on my own time. I guess the point is, if anybody wants to tell me in chat, I'll just literally regurgitate what you say uncritically. I guess what this is really saying is like, hey, we were looking for a private Discord where all the antisocial fucking J-Stock Queeman freaks were coordinating gay ops in the Twitch and YouTube political verse. And apparently we found it, or somebody found it, and they just leaked a bunch of shit from the community. But I also don't know what the allegations are against the community. So shit talking Twitch and YouTube political creators, that's not new. They've been doing that openly. They've been doing that in, where did they do it? They did it in Spicy Chat. They'll do that on Wix server too. Wick will ban particularly schizophrenic people on his server. But whenever I see people like shit-talking creators in the Twitch and YouTube political scene, but it's not absolutely schizophrenic, it's normally on Wix server in the Flock. It's I don't want to say surprisingly, but it's a surprisingly active Discord where they shit-talk Twitch and YouTube political creators, but not in like a snarky way, I suppose. So, I mean, like, what are the allegations? Are they doing gay ops? Are they doing psyops? Are they trying to turn creators against each other? Are they covering Destiny's endless fucking fall from grace? Like, what are they doing? You know? Wix server is a 1A server, yeah. Oh, what? Where basically they just abide by terms of service and that's it? Yeah, but then that's just like Spicy Chat Light. So, you know. What are the specific allegations of malfeasance? Because the specific allegations of malfeasance by DGG is that they're coordinating gay ops and fucking doxing and all that bullshit. So, everything I just said, it's gay ops. Okay. Yeah, but then like the gay ops allegations that I've heard so far is just that they were trying to manipulate Lonerbox and they were trying to manipulate Hutch into beefing with Destiny. So I mean that's lame. But not on stream. Seriously, 1,000,000% talk to him about this? Talk to who? Queeman? Talk to Steven about this in private? Oh, talk to Destiny about it in private? Okay. He doesn't want to talk about it on stream. Okay. Well, that's kind of lame. Let's take a look at if STV Philly's ready. Okay, give me 10 minutes. Okay, he still needs 10 minutes. So let's just watch it, see if there's anything else interesting that pops in.
I'm glad that he talked about this because it's going to make me way less likely to
Humor the fucking creature.
to be like, now I'm just fucking suspicious. Now I'm just suspicious. So like, it's going to be, I'm going to be way less likely to engage in this kind of like attempts at manipulation.
And kind of like troll chatters, some people call them snarkers. They usually hang out in like the JStock, Queeman, sometimes in Peace Coast community. They show up here every now and then. They show up in Soy Pills.
Like, what is going on with your life if you're hyper focused on, you know, like small to mid-size,
No job, bro. You're unemployed.
like, politics streamers?
You go to the ones who are the best proximity.
That seems a bit odd.
Most likely to get a rise out of
life?
them.
That you would be that obsessed with small to medium-sized streamers enough to make a Discord and then like try to like infiltrate other communities and do like subversive tactics and sabotage, and
Yeah.
that's just
Based.
like,
Pretty based.
I could
Psychological.
understand if it was like a really big streamer or a politician or something like that, you know, but a small to mid-sized streamer and you're doing like a dedicated Discord to, you know, like sabotage the community
their own
from
fucking
within.
weapon
It's just
equipped.
so strange.
Community. They brigaded Kalinda a couple of times just as she was starting to stream. And I know now that they brigaded. I know now that it was an intentional coordinated brigade, even albeit of not that many people, but don't know if you get let off the hook for doing it badly, I would say. They will sometimes try to, you know, clip farm each other, and they'll do the little tweets with the all caps and the sirens on each side. Don't forget the sirens. Most of these clips and tweets don't really go that far. That's my favorite. Once in a blue moon, Hassan will repost them, and then they'll like celebrate in this Discord that Hassan has like liked or reposted their tweets. So there's this little crowd, and they.
That's so fucking funny because like I've speculated. I've been telling you guys about this for like a few months now of Hassan's like brilliant, ingenious, kind of subtle strategy of selectively like rewarding members of the Hassan occupation forces, the HOF, on social media. It's just this craziest thing ever. It's so efficient. It's such an efficient system that he has devised with his system of like,
because all he really needs to do is like and repost like a couple of tweets a month, and that is really all he needs to do to fuel the machine. It's kind of funny.
Incentives and disincentives and rewards and punishments. You know, just like the simple act of bringing up one of his defenders on his stream and like bringing up their tweet and praising them and And so then you get these like, there's like 50 somewhat small Twitter accounts that are all like obsessively watching Hassan content and obsessively watching like people that are perceived to be Hassan haters and just like pumping out like fucking 5-10 clips a day with the hopes that
Only perceived to be. Like, I am a Hassan hater. But I don't know if Hutch is.
that he's just going to give them a crumb of attention. And it's kind of brilliant. Like, it's kind of brilliant. Like, Hassan is weaponizing his like cult of personality and the obsessiveness of his like defenders in a self-reinforcing system. So now like the system has become like automated. It's like this, he doesn't have to worry about not having defenders online. Like anytime he's getting hit on some new controversy, some new clip of him is making the rounds, he's got fucking an army of smaller content creators and smaller clip posters and stuff like that that are just out there just like constantly fucking refreshing Twitter for any mention of Hassan so they could try to get a crumb of attention from him. It's kind of,
I feel like this is just how it works, man. I'm not really like a conspiracy theorist when I think this is natural. So for instance, like the only reason why I don't ask you guys to do this shit is because I'm hoping that you guys have sufficiently advanced lives that you don't feel the need to do this, you know? But I would love to have an army of fucking simps and clippers and sweepers and all that kind of stuff. I just think we're too small for it. But I'm pretty sure once you get up to 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 fucking live, it's probably easier to say, hey, a few dozen motherfuckers who don't have lives, you know, go ahead and clip me in the best light possible and clip my enemies in the worst way possible and become a part of a political tribe that fights tooth and nail in order to, you know, destroy my enemies and all that kind of shit. I just like, yeah, Connor, if you ask me to do gay ops, I will turn on you. Well, that's kind of my point, though. Maybe I'm retarded, but like, I would hope that you guys would have the capacity to do something besides gay ops. Right? Aren't we like men for the most part and a few women who are conceivably adults who should be spending our times in this mortal coil in ways that are actually like a little bit validating? Like I understand like talking shit about people on the internet. I mean, that's part of the fun. That's the entertaining part of our lives. Talking about politics, that's the entertaining part of our lives. But I hope when you have free time, you're not like fucking obsessively engaging in maybe this is part of my problem as a creator, but I hope you're not like obsessively participating in political tribalism in order to sweep for your favorite content creator and then fucking villainize your political fucking enemies, you know? Sounds kind of fucking lame. Imagine doing this shit on other streams. Yeah. I don't think it should be called sweeping when there are legitimate defenses that need to be made. Otherwise, you can call me Senior Broom. Well, for sure. I have a fulfilled life, but I didn't lack the funds and have a girlfriend to worry about. If I didn't lack the funds and I have a girlfriend to worry about gay ops, it's the least shit cog ops would have to worry about, lol, pew pew. For sure. Yeah. So, I mean, I actually don't know if I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is I hope I'm attracting the kind of people who don't fucking feel the need to do gay ops. We should be adults. We should be able to consume content, talk about highfalutin ideas, laugh at people stubbing their toes when they deserve it, and then fucking log the fuck off. And even if you don't log off, it should be like a hobby thing, not like this is my life thing and a... Like, I do... Okay, do you know what I want to be core to your identity? That is kind of cog-aligned? I want it to be cog-aligned to do the basic shit that makes a basic human being decent. Work your job, pay your bills, maybe pay your taxes, take care of your family, take care of your community. That's what I want you to do. I don't want you to be involved in fucking digital gay ops. Fuck that. That's fucking lame as shit.
It's like kind of fucking brilliant.
You know, they're active basically all the time, talking shit, being weird. They're kind of like the final bosses of unemployment. There's like this whole... There's maybe a bit of a common thread amongst them. Like a lot of them are... One thing that a lot of them have in common is that a lot of them have tried their hand at creating at some point and just not done very well at it. Like they're kind of failures. And a lot of them also seem to share this one thing in common, in that they've discovered or they've been seduced by this once every few months, Hassan will repost this and post us motif.
Yeah.
That's kind of the thing.
Yeah.
But again, I don't really... I don't really know if I'm going to care.
It's like an opium.
Is that malicious? He's just reacting positively to people who defend him. That on its face is not malicious. The fact that some of the people that he boosts who defend him are serial doxers and harassers, like that's the difference. Like if you're like the fact that that Gato Fumador person used to get, and I think maybe still does, gets the occasional boost from Hassan and has done for years. There's no way Hassan doesn't know that this person is like a raging fucking anti-Semite doxer, harasser who wishes fucking violence and death upon anyone who like crosses them. That is not like Dan. Just so you, what the fuck? Or yeah. Like that Gato person. One of the things that they said was that the fucking Israeli baby that was killed on October 7th in their mother's arms was like collateral damage, like because the Hamas guy was firing through a door at the mother, but the mother was a civilian. Like no one even contests that the mother was it's just ridiculous fucking shit like that. And yeah, Hassan is like happy to boost people like that for years. So yeah, what can you do? Not to mention like he used to boost the squirrel. And what's the squirrel doing now? Like actually just glazing the Islamic Republic regime. All those protesters who got shot, oh yeah, they were just Mossad agitators, all of them.
That's where I think you just have to call them cringe, lame, and gay. Like no offense to my gay people. If you're a boy and you like kissing boys and you're a girl and you like kissing girls, good for you. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about in reference to cringe, lame, and gay is like, could you imagine? Like, listen, Hassan Piker, let's be real. Hassan Piker has a cool life in a lot of ways. He's a social media star. He's able to talk to mainstream politicians. He's able to talk to mainstream press. He, dated, I think, Jacqueline Griffith, who was a pornographic actress for a while. I think he hooked up with Mia Malkova. He hooked up with Paris Jackson, who is Michael Jackson's daughter. He quite famously has been like a ladies' man who kind of played the field. He's dated some streamers, some of them have been hot, blah, 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 blah. So being like a good-looking guy, multimillionaire, clouded up, dating attractive women, all that shit's cool. What's not cool is being so monomaniacally obsessed with your fucking reputation that you have to retweet psychopathic fucking doxing online freaks who will like endlessly sweep for your public reputation and endlessly schizophrenically attack your enemies as a fucking late 30, early 40-year-old fucking man. What a cringe, lame, and gay fucking way to exist. That fucking sucks. Yeah. Still waiting on STV Philly.
How do I sound? Can you hear me?
I can. You're kind of low. Do you want to boost yourself on your end, or do you want me to boost you on my end?
Just give me 1 second. Hold on.
Okay.
I gotta pause your YouTube video. I'm gonna just turn the knob a little bit. Is that any better at all?
That's substantially better. That's fine.
Okay. I think I wasn't talking straight into my mic, and that was a problem.
Okay. And then, do you have a camera? Or are you just going to be a PFP?
Unfortunately, no. I don't. I don't have a camera. I hope that's not a problem.
It's not. I am just getting done with the segment though. So can you tell the folks at home who you are, what you're about, and what we're going to be talking about today while I use the restroom, and then I'll literally be back in like 40 seconds.
No problem at all. All right, go ahead. Go handle your business. All right. So chat, I'm STV Philly. Oh, that's what you guys know me by, but I run a YouTube channel called American Confidential, which is mostly irrelevant to this conversation that we're going to be having because I do like crime reporting and basically stuff that's going on in Philly. So it's not Twitch poll, it's not drama slop, it's not, EHD, it's none of that stuff. So it's a little bit irrelevant here, but yeah, I'm doing okay with that channel. Besides that, I've been in this space arguing with people for 4 or 5 years now. And I just wanted to talk to Connor today to see basically where some of his takes are coming from, and if we could kind of get to an understanding of why he feels that way and that sort of good stuff. It would probably help if I actually pulled his chat up, because so I can see and hear you guys. Pop out chat. That's good. Okay.
All right.
And also, oh, here he is. What's up, Connor?
I'm back. Okay, and then
Oh.
I might have missed it myself, but what would you say we are discussing today? I felt like Hassan Piker was in there somewhere, but was there a specific thing or a general theme that you thought was particularly in your craw?
Yeah, so Hassan is probably a good place to start, because I guess I've ended up defending him a lot more than I actually watch him. But it's more, what I see it as more is defending like leftist ideals, leftist positions, more than defending him. Like, if you want to call him a liar, egomaniac, whatever, you can do all that. But when you lie about his positions, not you, but when people lie about his positions and take him out of context and strawman him, that's when I jump in. So I've been seeing some of that from you, but more importantly, I kind of wanted to get you were just talking about it, what Loner Box was talking about, and this whole snark thing and Destiny's response to it and all that. That, like, I wanted to talk about kind of all that. So we're both, late 30s, early 40s, but we're into the same things. Like, you have a YouTube channel that's completely unrelated to this side of the internet, correct? Your Warhammer channel?
Yeah. So the Warhammer 40K sci-fi Star Wars things, they are not really related to the Twitch and YouTube political stuff. I just, obviously I would love to make it as a Twitch and YouTube political creator, but I'm inherently interested in the space regardless of how successful I am in it.
And so I'm the same way, and here's the thing. I don't have, all right, so this is the thing. When I have conversations with people, a lot of the times the people I'm having conversations with, and once again, I haven't talked to you in 4 years, so I'm not talking about you, but just other people out in this space that I've had a conversation with, they have a parasocial relationship with either their audience, or they have a certain agenda that they're coming into conversations with. And just to put all my cards on the table, like I said, I am I like a quote unquote leftist, whatever. But I like to defend the left's positions, but it's not so much content creators that I'm into defending, because I understand that, people aren't going to get along. So with the reason I say all that is, for this conversation, we can get into the weeds about whatever you want, but I am really interested in why you take the positions you take on certain things. So
Sure.
just to, sum all my yapping up, that was the crux of our phone call. The reason I DM'd you and asked you for a conversation is because I was listening to your stream a few days ago. I disagreed with a lot of things you were saying. I'm not much of a type and chat and argue. Let's just talk about it. So that's where I'm at with it.
Sure. So I could start the easiest thing to do in order to devolve this into a shit show is basically me just say, oh, Hassan Piker said XYZ ABC, and you could say, oh, you're taking him out of context, and then I could press you on the context, and I'm fairly confident on a healthy chunk of that shit. So if you ever want to spice up the conversation, let me know. But
yeah, no, I have no problem with spiciness at all.
Yeah, but let me see if I can make the conversation a little bit substantive, because I have a small community, but they always bitch whenever I go for fucking drama slop. So we're going to test that theory today, where I'm going to try to make the conversation a little bit more substantive. And, like the stream, I'm going to yell at my chat real quick. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, especially if you are saying that you don't want this to be drama slop. So, you said that you identify as a leftist, right?
Well, yes, but people would call me a leftist. I don't know if I identify as anything, but yeah, I did say that. But yeah, so to answer your question, yes. But it's more that people call me that than what I identify as. Yeah.
Typically, what that means to me in the online political space is there's a differentiation between liberals, who are, center left guys, and they typically want to maximize human freedom. Maybe they want a little bit of taxes, maybe they want a little bit of social justice, but they kind of prefer capitalism and freedom over what I think leftism is defined on, especially in our space. In our space, I think leftism oftentimes is a sympathy for socialism or communism. So do you agree with those labels, or do you have like a different understanding of those labels?
No, I agree. I agree with that 100%. Even though I think progressive could be considered a leftist, and they're not necessarily, aligned with communist or socialist ideologically. They might, take their sides on this issue or that issue, but I wouldn't say that a progressive. Well, what do you think about that? Would you call a
No,
progressive a
I think
leftist, or is
I
that?
think that's a common and true assessment that progressives and what I call social democrats. So social democrats oftentimes want like the Scandinavian system, right? They want like a really robust welfare state. But I've seen them identify with the term leftist, or at least be comfortable enough in conversations to either let people give them that label or to defend leftist ideas without being like insulted by the label.
Yeah, so in this space, it is used as an insult. So I kind of try to stay away from it. But when you put it like that, I think most of the world would say that I'm a leftist. I do believe in a robust social safety system. I believe in police reform. I believe in, but on the liberal side, I do believe in strong institutions. I do believe in not catering to populist rhetoric. I do believe so. I'm sort of like in the middle of a leftist and a liberal. I can it depends on the day, on whose side I'm agreeing with, but I never go past a liberal. I never agree with
Okay.
conservative
Well, let
ideas
me hit
really.
you with what I think really kind of moves it into the leftist camp, and this is part of the reason why I don't like Hassan Piker. So this will be a good place to go. So capitalism, as I understand it, is effectively like an attempt to let a free market operate. So you can be a worker, meaning that you engage in labor for somebody else who then pays you a wage, or you can be an owner, which means that you create a social institution that's an economic institution. But once you've negotiated all the salaries, the contracts, the material production, all that bullshit, basically, if there's profit, meaning that it's not a cost associated with running the business, you are allowed to pocket a substantial amount of the profit. And so as a result of that, we really do have a society of haves and have-nots, where the have-nots don't have a lot. They're just kind of surviving, and they're trading their labor in order to survive. And then the haves, some of the haves have wealth that is like so beyond imagining that it makes like medieval kings look poor by comparison. And so in the 1800s, there was an attempt to like reconcile, the disparity in wealth between these classes of people. And that was called socialism. And socialism before Marx was trying to free humanity from the oppressions of capitalism. Do you disagree with anything that I've said so far?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, I 100% agree. Actually.
Okay. So then we kind of get into Marxism specifically, and I know that not every socialist is a Marxist, but I think disproportionately most socialists are Marxist, right?
Okay, so just so we don't have to waste the next 15 minutes, I do not believe in Marx. I mean, I've read some of his work, but I'm not even going to pretend that I'm I'm ready to have any sort of conversation about Marxism. But so you can put that to the side. I like capitalism, but I have a lot of issues with it. I think it can be done better. Okay, so if that's where you're going with this, if that's your question, I reject Marxism. I reject socialism. I reject anything further left than that.
Well, what
What
I
I do
what I was
want,
going to bring up is that like Marx's
all right.
prescription, which I'd be happy to hear your acceptance or rejection of certain things.
Mhm.
So this is how I understand it: decommodification of basic human need. So food, water, shelter are no longer commodities that you can buy and sell for a profit. That's part of the Marxist prescription. And then the other prescription is workers owning the means of production. So effectively, people who work in an economic institution, they're guaranteed that they will partially own said institution. And therefore, when the institution profits, they will profit as well. Does that, you got any objections to my Marxist understand or my understanding of Marxist socialism?
I don't have any objections to your understanding of it. I do have objections to the second half of like. Well, I'll let you get through it to tell you what I disagree with.
Well,
But
what
I
I'm
don't
trying to set
disagree with your
up, and
understanding.
I promise you, I'm getting close. What I'm trying to set up, well, actually, no. That's actually an important question. So, do you believe in the decommodification of basic human need, and do you believe in workers owning the means of production, and then why or why not?
Okay, so the first part, yes, I do agree with decommodification of basic human needs. I believe that this country, for years, for decades now, has been in a position economically where we could, we are in a position to take care of every single citizen in a way that it provides basic needs. I'm not saying we, give everybody a 4-bedroom house and, a free car and free school and free college and all that. But what we can do is provide certain, well, there's policies that we could work on to provide housing, to make sure that everybody has the basic, just to not ramble, just to make sure that everybody has the basic needs. Now, when it comes to the workers seizing the rights of production, that's where I strongly disagree with socialism. I feel like uh, an owner of capital is, I believe in an owner, a person being able to own capital, being able to create a business, do what he or she wants with that business, and having the freedom to make the decisions on who you employ, how much you pay them, and let the markets do their thing with that. However, like I said, I just want a robust safety system. But
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not
that
so
that
like
that that would be like
idealistic
a
to where,
social democrat in
yeah,
my mind. Is the Scandinavian countries in particular have a pretty robust social welfare system, and they do have a
yeah.
free market, but they just tax the shit out of it, right?
Yeah, and then we would have to get into like why that wouldn't work in America. The first thing a lot of people point to is like
Well. This is actually
race.
this is good enough. Like I could keep pressing you on in like a intellectual academic level. But now that I kind of understand where you're at, I don't really have a beef with this. As a matter of fact, I would say that liberal social democrats are a part of my community. People who prioritize freedom, but they think that there's a way that we could dial in the social safety net so we have like a happy, healthy, flourishing system, and they don't think that we're doing enough right now. That kind of gets into like the nitty gritty, I suppose. But where are you seeing something that I've said in reference to either Hassan, leftists, or socialists in general that you were like, hey, I think Connor's fucking this up?
So basically, the idea, and this is not unique to you, but the idea that somehow he's illiberal and that he wants the death or destruction of this country. His foreign policy takes is basically America bad, and that's it. And that's like you can just stop there, and that's all you need to know. I disagree with that fully. I feel like he has at least he espouses a fleshed out as best as it can be for a streamer. I mean, he's not a fucking, he's not a scholar, he's not a professor, so I'm not expecting him to be a world beater intellectually when it comes to foreign affairs. But like his perspective, I get his perspective. He can be wrong. He could jump to conclude. He can do a lot of things that people are prone to do. But I'm more interested in like defending the position rather than defending him. So with that being
Well,
said,
so one of the things that I would cite to you in reference to geopolitics and like let's just work with like America bad real quick. What I would cite
yeah.
to you as evidence that he wants to see the downfall of the American empire would actually be, and maybe this is the content you interacted with, I don't know. But the Yale speech. Did you see the Yale speech, or did you see my coverage of the Yale speech?
No, I didn't. I know what I know about the Yale speech. When I was going through the videos on your channel, I skipped that one because I'm not into lectures, especially hearing a Hassan lecture, even though I probably would have been interested in what you had to
It's
say
about
about it. But
25
yeah,
minutes.
okay.
It's scripted. I would literally watch it at 2 times speed. But I'll tell you, and like I'm no bullshitting. Like I'm not trying to fucking. You are more than welcome to. As a matter of fact, I would love it if you watched it and kind of gave me feedback on what you thought of the speech or whatever. But he is of the opinion, if I could try to summarize it as best I can, that America working with the socialists in order to overthrow fascist Germany was good. But then, after World War II, America kind of deciding that socialism was evil and fighting China and Russia was like a geopolitical mistake. And so, as a result, we wasted the 20th century effectively doing capitalist imperialism on the third world and fucking over socialist countries. And that effectively, not only was that a mistake, but we were the immoral empire that through our actions became fascists ourselves by actively fighting the socialist states of, he basically, he quoted Mao. He talked about the Soviet Union. He didn't do as much apologia for Vietnam or for Cambodia, but it was kind of implied. And so basically he said, in my opinion, based off of inference, that realistically we were the bad guys after World War II, and the Soviet Union, China, and Vietnam, they should have won, and us winning and continuing to be a power on the world stage is a problem, and it's evil.
So, okay. I don't agree that we should not be fighting with China and Russia. I believe that they are our actual number one enemies. You can forget Iran and all that. China and Russia actually are our number one enemies. So, fighting with them is not a mistake. With that being said, I agree with almost everything else he said. After World War II, the United States has systematically gone around the world to stop the spread of communism, socialism, but mostly communism. You could look at what Iran in the 50s, Guatemala, South
No, I mean, I
Vietnam.
agree with it descriptively. It's just whether or not you think it's a good thing
Yeah.
or a bad thing.
Okay, so let's get into that. Okay, America having world domination, obviously that benefits me personally. That benefits everybody in my country. In my country personally, I wake up, I do my thing. I have the freedom to just do whatever I want, and that's thanks in part a lot to our foreign policy and the way that we conduct ourselves around the world. We have no fear of being invaded, bombed. Well, not bombed so much, but we have no fear of being invaded or pushed around on the world stage, so to speak. So like out of pure self-interest, I like it. But like if you look at it on a holistic level and like what we've created and what we've done to other countries, and then the problems that has created in the future, and then like unforeseen things, that is what worries me, and also the suffering that we cause. Now you can call me like a tree hugger or whatever. I don't know what the what you would call somebody like me, but like
No,
that's important to me.
I'm not going to criticize you on that. I think that Americans, arguably, what makes Americans more moral, or what we should be, is we should be pursuing our ideals on the world stage. And when we fail them, so for instance, like if we just like so for instance, like Korea, right? I think that the Korean War has resulted in something good, which is tens of millions of South Koreans free in a mixed economy capitalist society in the Korean Peninsula, and they are not under the thumb of Kim Jong-un. However, in order to get that freedom, I cannot deny that we did something incredibly fucked up. Arguably, we launched not only did we fight the Korean War, but we also launched a massive air campaign that effectively blew up like 80%, 90% of buildings. We basically Gaza'd the North Korean peninsula. That's what we did. And so for there, I was like, we probably could have freed the South Koreans through military operations without destroying every single fucking building in North Korea. And arguably, as a result of our military campaign in the Korean Peninsula, I think like the Norse population was around like 10 million. And through military through military operations, it's estimated that we killed like between 500,000 and 2 million people.
Well, here's my thing, Connor. Like,
Yeah.
the past is the past, right? You know, like, we can sit here and try to moralize America's actions from the past all we want. I, I I'm not too thrilled about it. I don't think you are either. But you know, it's kind of like what led us to where we are today, and I'm comfortable where I am today. Now, the question for me, more importantly, is like, is this the way we want to conduct ourselves the next 100 years going forward? And would that be a good thing? Why or why not? And I think Hassan's whole argument, if and you can correct me if I'm like completely fucking this up, but I think his argument is that if objectively, if you look at what America has done in the past, 100 years, there is a lot of good that came out of it, but there is so much bad pain, hurt, and suffering that's come out of it. And the good that's come out of it, while you can sit here and say, yeah, the South Koreans are they live this this nice life of freedom and this and that, but like ultimately, um, I feel like we could have helped, right? We could have helped overthrow North Korea. We could have helped in a lot of different ways. The way we went about it, I don't agree with. And so I say all that to say the next 100 years going forward, I feel like if we just have a different outlook on our foreign policy and the way that we are accepting of it as Americans, for our own benefit, right? Um, if we could just change that a little bit, there are things that we can do differently. We've looked back, we've seen our mistakes. You just brought up a very good example with Vietnam. We can bring up World War II and the things we did in Japan. We can bring up a lot of different things. But like I said, the past is the past. Like, we don't have to repeat the same mistakes moving forward. And
Well,
I just see yeah, go ahead.
well,
I hate when I
this is going to be
ramble.
my point,
Sometimes I
is
just do that.
that we have to make so I'm with you, but I'm not with Hassan, and I'll articulate how. So, for instance, if you said, well, we've done a whole bunch of like horrid shit in the name of freedom and mixed economy capitalism, and the past is the past, so we just have to kind of determine how we're going to conduct ourselves going in the future, then my prescription would be we actually keep doing what we're doing. We maintain world military supremacy. We maintain world economic supremacy, but we're nicer about killing people. I'm not kidding. So basically, we use soft power whenever possible. We use hard power as a last result. I kind of had a joking conversation with my chat yesterday about how I would change military operations so they're less of an impact on native populations, and that we would like work with native populations in order to support their security infrastructure, but we wouldn't just be going in there and bulldozing fucking everything. And so I could get into the details on that. But the point is that, like, that's not what Hassan wants, okay? What
Really?
Hassan
You don't think
wants
so?
is he wants us to retreat from the world stage, to accept China and Russia as geopolitical rivals, to allow China as the last socialist nation standing to become another world leader, and for them to use their soft power. Of course, he's always going to say it's soft power. He's never going to say they should use hard power, but they should use their soft power and their hard power in order to spread the influence of socialism across the world stage. And as a result, we should basically just sit back and let them do it. And I don't fucking want that at all. And I also find his apologia for China, like, so for instance, like with the Uyghur genocide in Xinjiang province, I find him going like, well, it's bad. What do you want me to say? I don't find that fucking convincing at all.
Well, what do you think about Gaza?
So I think that Gaza, the last
No,
casualty.
no. I'm sorry. That was sort of a rhetorical question. It's like, people will sweep for things. So we know that. They'll sweep for their guys, they'll sweep for their countries, they'll sweep, like, we know that. Like, I know I've heard your takes on Israel and Gaza. Um do you think it's a genocide?
I think it's ethnic cleansing. I don't think it's genocide.
So it's a little nuanced, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Like
But
like
the
yeah.
nuance that Hassan engages with is to try to convince more and more Americans that we should be state capitalist, pseudo socialist like China.
Okay, so here's the thing. All right, so I heard you say that, and I was gonna respond with something different before I said the Gaza thing, but that was just like I just wanted to throw that out there just to kind of see what you were going to say about that. But so I got you. But your claim was that his ideology, his way of thinking, is going to destroy America, and I think what you mean to say is it's going to destroy the America that I know, that I've grown up with, the America that I know and love. And you don't have to articulate that every time. I know what you mean when you say that. So like I'm not going to autistically sit here and say, is he actually going to destroy him? I know what you mean when you say that.
Okay.
Okay. So his end goal is socialism, right? Like he thinks the world would be a completely better place with socialism. Um, I don't fully agree with that. There's parts of that I agree with. Like I said, I don't agree with like the workers seizing the means of production and all that. That's a fight to be had. However, I don't think he thinks that socialism is going to make America's people in America or Americans' lives significantly worse. I think in his heart of hearts, he thinks that it's going to make it better. The reasons he gives sometimes might be unconvincing. He's not the best articulator of his opinions, but there are if you're interested in it, like there's people way more well spoken than Hassan, way more well presented, and they could present his arguments way better. However, I say all that to say that if socialism were to come to America, and the reason that he's saying, oh, China should spread socialism around the world and America should be okay with that, is because he wants America to become a socialist country. I personally don't think if America adopted socialist policies in the next 10 to 20 years that this country would be destroyed. Like I said, I think we have enough money to handle heavy social programs. Um, like I just don't. And with the way the United States is set up as a capitalistic society, the best Hassan
Do
could do
we
in his
do we
lifetime
agree that
is
he's a Marxist though?
um I will I think I'll give that to you. I'm not going to argue too much on that
My
if he's
my
a Marxist, but I think
strong
yeah, go ahead.
because I'm pretty confident in this position. My strong recommendation is that you watch the speech that he did at Yale. That's my first
Mhm.
recommendation because
I've
I
seen
think
clips.
that would articulate his geopolitics in a way that we could both understand. And then my second strong
No. I'm not
recommendation.
confused.
Well, I got another
All
one
right, yeah.
too. The other one is his conversation with Second Thought and Hakeem
I've seen that.
on whatever their
I've seen
podcast
it.
is.
But
So
okay, come on. That conversation was what 3 years ago, and he made a few
yeah, but
comments like,
sorry. I'm not trying to be rude about this, but
uh-huh.
excuse me. Sorry, I'm getting over a cold.
It's all
When
good.
somebody
Don't worry about it.
says, "Oh, a conversation was a long time ago," you have to
Mhm.
show me where the person has changed their mind. Because what Hassan articulated, which I still think is true, is that he has said outright, well, what he said is, I articulate social democratic policies and I
Yep.
sanitize the reputation of socialism in public so that people will fuck with me, like normies will fuck with me, newspapers will fuck with me. But really, what I'm doing is I'm moving people down the left wing funnel so eventually they'll consume content from people like Second Thought and Hakeem, who are vanguard Marxist Leninists. And I think that's my job in what is effectively like, you know how they always talk about the alt-right pipeline? He's basically saying that he is the opening of the funnel on the alt-left pipeline. And so
And that probably
if you
sounded
said,
that
oh,
sounded
that
great on
conversation
that
was 3
podcast,
years
didn't it?
ago, you got to tell
No.
me how
But you didn't
something's
let me finish
changed.
because people code switch. People talk to different people in different ways and in different contexts. Um, I when okay, so he said that one time. I'll grant you that he did say that. I've heard him. I've heard him say that, and but I've also heard him say a million times, I know that this country is never going to turn into, some socialist or communist utopia. I know that in my lifetime, the only thing I'm going to be able to do is push us towards democratic socialism, or people being democratic socialists, however you want to put it. Um, and he's very, very aware of where he is, who he's talking to, the crowd that's listening. Right. So uh, while I could look at it as he's playing to the crowd, you can look at it as this is extremely concerning and dangerous. And I would agree with you if I've heard him continue that rhetoric forward. Since then,
Well,
all I've ever heard him say is, like I said, in my lifetime, I'm never going to be able to change to get to my ultimate goal, but all I can do is just move us towards, democratic socialism, blah, 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 blah. And I've never even heard him talk of a policy or support a candidate. Right. Like I would look at who he endorses on the political scene, that sort of thing, to like look at his extreme rhetoric, but he's voting for or he's endorsing progressives and like lefties and like, but not socialist or anything like that. Like even Zoran Mamdani like distanced himself from the socialist thing once he got into power, and I think that's like how America's going to work for the next 100 years. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that's going to change
easily.
much. And the
But
yeah,
then we have to talk about good and bad. And so, for instance, food, water, shelter, food, water, and shelter being decommodified. Okay, that's obviously an aim that I think you said you agree with.
I do.
Yeah. So basically, food, water, and shelter are free. So right now, I could agree with you if we made human labor unnecessary. Okay, so let's say that Elon Musk and Palantir and the Boston Dynamics robots people, they get together and they replace human labor with robots to the point that most proletarians, most workers are sitting at home twiddling their fucking thumbs and they're about to starve to death unless the government provides them with food, water, and shelter. Then I'm 100% fine with decommodifying basic human needs. But we're not there right now. We're not in the area where technology has surpassed the need for human labor, nor do I think that we're going to be there within my lifetime. Therefore, I think that an important motivation, because I was a worker bee for a long time, is that if you gave me food, water, and shelter, I would have never worked a fucking retail job in my goddamn life. If you gave me food, water, and shelter and an internet connection, I would have never worked restaurant. I would have never joined the military. I would have never been a cop. I would have sat around. I would have fucking eaten the free food. I would have drank the free water. I would have sat in my free house. I would have fucking fucked around on my free internet. And I would have played video games, jerked off, and smoked weed. So if you want to destroy the American economy, I can think of no faster way than to decommodify basic human need when we haven't replaced the demand for human labor yet. So how do you deal with that if you literally think, like, I genuinely think this, we have to technologically eliminate the need for human labor before we decommodify basic human needs.
Oh, okay. So this has been talked about for years now. I remember in the last election cycle, Andrew Yang had a lot of ideas about this. But basically, I was not I was not part of the Yang gang or anything. But I remember hearing him talk about this. He had some ideas that were feasible, I guess. I don't think we're ready for it tomorrow. I don't think we'll be ready for it in 10 years. But if we decide today that we will start preparing for it in 15 years, there is a world where I can envision the government funding the construction of, funding the construction of millions of federal houses and offering them regardless of income, right? And that would take care of everybody. Not everybody would want it because not everybody wants to live in a government housing structure type thing. People do like to their independence, um, but it's there if you need it. Or it could have some sort of income threshold. Like if you make below a certain amount, you will get a 1 bedroom apartment, right? Like something that is not so comfortable that like you would just say, "Oh, well, this is my life and I'm content with this." Who would be content with like a studio apartment for the rest of their life, right? Like some people would, like maybe 3% of Americans would, but the overwhelming majority of people would not. They would want more, and I'm just saying offer the basics. I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying offer a house to everybody, just the basics, like a room to stay in, so you're not literally sleeping on the streets. The United States has the money to do that, undoubtedly, 100%.
Sure.
Um,
But this
do you
this
think
is
that that would
still
lead to what you're talking about? Like people just like, oh, fuck it, I got a house or I got a room, I don't need to do anything. Do you think that that's what will happen?
fuck yeah. And you know, that it's not going to be everybody, right? Like it's obviously going to be some segments of the population. But once again, this would get into like technocratic prescription rather than the thing that I think is actually what I'm trying to communicate. The thing that I'm trying to communicate, regardless of whether or not we actually, you and I sit down here and we perfectly craft the exact right policy that keeps humans productive while still offering food, water, and shelter to poor people. My point to you is that the blanket decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production is not my vibe at all. I think it's contrary to the human spirit.
Those are two different things.
Sorry, go ahead.
Those are two different things. Those are two different things to me. I mean,
like
you
what?
Just, like throw them. You said
Decommodification.
Decommodification of basic needs and the workers seizing the means to production.
Yeah, sure. I was just talking about the former. So for me, decommodification of basic human needs, once again, like it's a chicken and egg situation. You're like, hey, do you want an egg? And I'm like, yeah, I fucking love eggs. And you're like, but I don't have a chicken though. You know, that's kind of my beef with it. It's like, in my mind, before an egg is good to consume, we need a chicken, and that chicken is eliminating the need for human labor.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that because, okay, so it's just going to go back to like what, like human behavior. What do you think humans, or what do you think the American people would do if given?
I think the vast majority of workers, if they had the ability to eat, shit, and sleep without being productive, they would eat, shit, and sleep without being productive.
I just want to look up real quick what percentage of Americans are families, so we can just cut that percentage of people out, because obviously they can't live in a studio apartment, so it wouldn't even matter to them. So then then you'd have to cut it down to bachelors, college kids, working women. So now we're talking maybe I haven't looked it up yet, but we're talking maybe 40% of the population, right? Like most of Americans are in a family. They're in a family unit. Okay, so a studio apartment would not be enough for a family to make it on. So that family would either have to split apart, which almost nobody would decide to do. And we could even make it so like if you do get this basic housing, that you're not eligible for this, or you're not like I said, we could sit. So you were saying like it's not worth it to sit here in the weeds and talk about what could work and what not could work. But I think like that is the point of it, is because we have the resource, and so we have the resources to do it. And to your point about needing to eliminate labor, I disagree. We have the money. We have the money to do it, and I don't think people are so lazy that
Okay, but
studio
this
apartment
is
gonna
where we
satisfy the human need for go ahead.
this is where we disagree though, and then this is where I'm going to say some conservative ass shit that maybe you like, maybe you don't like. We'll see. So the point is that like the way that capitalism works, as I understand it, is that because you need to eat, shit, and sleep, that motivates people to work. And so since people need to work, we spend a third of our lives asleep. We spend a third of our lives wanting leisure. And so we spend a third of our lives working. And so weirdly enough, the week is 167 hours. And we spend 40 hours a week approximately, based off of the current standard of capitalism. We spend about 40 hours working. So that means that we spend a third of our lives fucking around, a third of our lives asleep, a third of our lives working. Now, why capitalism, in my opinion, has been so successful is because it takes all of that work, because it is a shitload of work. 40 hours a week is a shitload of work. You're tired after a hard work week, right? And then it takes 10 to 20% of it and then it uses that in order to provide the essential services that keep the system going. So that's police, fire, military, subsidization of healthcare, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so we kind of know that mixed economy capitalism works because we keep everybody productive, and then we take a slice of that wealth, and then we use that slice in order to provide people. So for instance, like when people are disabled or whatever, physically, mentally, emotionally disabled, we use taxes and redistributive economics in order to provide for those people. But when you give everybody food, water, and shelter, in my worldview, because I'm pretty negative about the way that human beings are, because I try to be a good person and I'm a selfish piece of shit. So if I'm a good person, or I try to be a good person and I'm a selfish piece of shit, and if I know that if you gave me food, water, and shelter, I would stop working, I have to imagine vast swaths of the population would stop working, and as a result, you would have a dysfunctional society. And here's the thing, this shit isn't even really hypothetical to me, because if you look at Central American countries, oftentimes that's the shit that fucks them up. So for instance, like when it comes to Venezuela, I know that the leftist narrative is that like sanctions and American capitalist oppression has fucked over Venezuela. But the right-wing narrative about Venezuela is that they promised their people too much shit. They had an oil economy, and they promised people food, water, and shelter. They promised them robust education. They promised them a robust welfare state. And they thought they were going to be able to provide that because Venezuela is one of the richest oil economies on the planet. And yet if you look at them, after the past 20 years of socialization, they're a fucking nightmare. It's an authoritarian, kleptocratic, oligarchic fucking nightmare.
Agreed. I'm not even going to argue that with you, and I'm not even going to argue the fact that basically every socialist experiment in the history of the world has ended in failure, or is currently
right. So if we touch the stove 10 times and we got burned 10 times in a fucking row, why are we touching the stove again?
Because this is America, bro. This isn't the rest of the world. This is fucking America. Like, we do things differently here. And here's the thing. Listen, I wanted to be a politician when I was younger, so I'll politic with you. Okay, maybe food, water, and shelter. I'll grant your argument. Maybe that wouldn't be the best thing. Maybe, people would take advantage of it and just be lazy pieces of shit.
You should provide it to people who can't provide it for themselves. That's my asterisk.
Which I completely agree with. Okay, but how about we just like what if it was just housing? Like, forget the food, forget the water. What if it was just housing we provided for everybody? Like I said, basic studio apartment, just that.
I love state subsidization of market failures. Okay? So I think we currently exist. This is weirdly enough. I think we presently exist, although it might actually the birth rate might actually fix this issue in a generation. That's an interesting talking point that I do want to hit on as a part of this yap. But basically, we are currently at a market failure. And what I mean by that is the demand for housing ownership does not match the supply. We subsidized housing 20 years ago, and that actually led to the bubble and the bust of the 2008 financial crisis. But because the government has been so afraid to subsidize housing again, basically what's happened is there's an entire generation of boomer Americans, my parents' generation, who have a shitload of housing inventory. And then there's an entire generation, millennials and younger, who find homeownership almost impossible. So, in my opinion, we actually need to go back to the 1990s and 2000s, where the federal government was helping. We probably shouldn't do no income, no age verification, no credit. I think they called those like ninja loans or whatever. We probably shouldn't go back to ninja loans, but we should probably still go back to the government is going to help you secure your first owned property by making it easier for young families to buy homes. 100%.
So here's the thing. We both agree on that. And there's only a few content creators that even talk that way, right? And so when I defend Hassan, it's because he's like literally the only content creator I can think of, big content creator that I can think of, besides like, you know, Sam Cedar, Kyle Kalinske, all those type of people. But like the big, like streamer wise, he's the biggest one that actually advocates for these positions. I don't think he would disagree with you if you were to say, listen, bro, like we like, all right, say Hassan did become president, God forbid. I wouldn't even want that. I don't even think I would vote for Hassan. But let's just hypothetically say he does become president, and you're in the Republican Senate, and there's a bill coming up for exactly what we were just talking about, subsidized housing. And you, President Hassan calls you to his office, and you sit down, and he's like, listen, my side wants free food, water, and shelter for everybody. And then you present your argument. We just go through the whole thing we just did. And do you think Hassan would like outright like reject your offer? Like
No.
say, oh, wait, you're gonna, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah.
But so here, there's two things here. One of them is specific to Hassan, and one of them is specific to lefties. Okay, so I want to do the lefty one first. So with the lefties, like you just said, well, hold on, we don't disagree on subsidizing housing, but how you subsidize housing is almost as important as whether or not you do it. Okay, so what I would do is I would subsidize.
That's the difference between failing and not failing. I'm sorry.
I would subsidize construction, meaning that construction companies would be able to get low interest loans in order to do developments. And then I would also help working homeowners purchase houses. So for instance, like you have to have like a 20% down payment. No motherfucker, in the modern economy is getting a 20% down payment. So if there was somebody with like a high credit score and they didn't have a 20% down payment and they needed a government-backed loan in order to be able to secure a mortgage, that's the kind of mortgage that I would do. But my frustration with lefties in general,
on something like that, right?
Well, hold on.
Candidate just running on something like that?
I just want to finish this idea though because it's important. So my frustration though is that Democrats will come out and they'll say, "Hey, even though the housing shortage is white hot right now, the housing market is white hot. There's no supply. We are actually going to go ahead and make loans easier for working families." Well, all you did right there is you just increased demand. So you're going to drive the price of fucking housing higher because you don't understand like fundamental like fucking market structures. So that's where for me, like lefties' good intentions is not good enough. They need to understand fundamental basic fucking economics so they know that they have to, while increasing demand for working class families in America, they also have to increase supply or else they're causing even worse issues.
This is why a healthy, sane, and this is the important part, sane Republican Party is important because you guys can offer these arguments and we can meet somewhere in the middle, right? But from my perspective, I would rather have the person furthest to the left doing the negotiations because liberal Democrats, center Democrats seem to settle on just like a lot less. Like they just give too much. They give too much. Me and you, I think, like if we were in Congress or whatever, we probably could come to an amicable solution to these problems and work it out. Like bar the rest of the congressmen and senators. It sounds like we would find a way to work the housing problem out. I agree with you. So that's where the federal, what you said about the demand and the supply and the demand, that's where the federal program to build these houses, right? So there wouldn't be a shortage of supply. And that was basically your major concern, right?
Yes, but I want to hear what you have to say, but I also want to hit the Hassan talking point because I want to point something out to you that, part of the reason why I have such a bad taste in my mouth in reference to Hassan.
All right, hit me. Let's go.
Okay, so China is state capitalist. And what I mean by that is they do have a free market system, but it's controlled by the state. And Hassan glorifies them. He loves that they have a Gucci store next to public transit. He loves all the infrastructure projects. He loves this. He loves that, okay? But the reason why I don't like state capitalist societies is because when you give the government command of the economy, they can fuck some serious shit up. And they also have the power to basically do whatever they want, because if they decide that you're an enemy of the state, they can fuck your economic life up without any kind of due process. Okay? And so Hassan is simping for the Chinese regime when he went on his recent trip. And the reason why I find that so fucking... Sorry, what's that?
I'll let you finish. Go ahead. No, I'll let you finish. Go ahead. I'll say my questions. Go ahead.
The reason why I find that so fucking repulsive is because whenever we talk about American law enforcement, whenever we talk about, you know, American justice system, American imperialism, this, that, the other, there's nothing but vociferous criticism of the American government in the way in which it abuses and kills people. And yet, when it comes to the Chinese government and some of their recent abuses, Hassan openly fucking sweeps for them. So as an example, he pulled up this article that was called, you know, despite tensions, tourism returns to Xinjiang province, which is the province in which the Uyghur Muslims recently endured a cultural genocide. And so
he said it's like a tourist attraction or something. He said something like that.
Well,
right?
yes, and that's what he said. But he didn't read the article, because what the article actually says is that Western journalists have gone to Xinjiang attempting to understand the scope of the cultural genocide that has happened to the Uyghur Muslim population of Xinjiang. But whenever they walk around and ask local citizens, hey, what happened here? Effectively, a Han Chinese government official will follow them around and stare at the local civilians so they don't answer questions. And by the time that they were like done walking around asking people, trying to investigate the cultural genocide in Xinjiang province, there was a crowd of people who would follow the journalist around and stare down whoever they were asking questions in order to bully them from answering questions. And so I just want you to think about that real quick, that effectively, like, Islam has been banned. The clothing and music has been allowed as long as it's not critical of the state. The men, military-aged men, aged like 15 to 40, were incarcerated in work camps for a decade, at which point they were re-educated out of their religion, and people who wanted to maintain their religion likely remain incarcerated. And Uyghur Chinese Muslim women were forced to cohabitate with Han Chinese men at the barrel of a gun. So this is like one of the most fucked up recent cultural genocides. But how does Hassan Piker characterize? And he would be shitting fucking blood if the United States did anything remotely close to this. But the way that Hassan covers that is he goes to China, he glazes the fucking regime. When he's asked about it and he pulls up an article, he doesn't even read the fucking article. And then when he's, what was the other thing? Glazes the regime, doesn't read the fucking article. Oh yeah, and then whenever he's pressed about it, he calls it U.S. State Department propaganda. So why would I not think that this guy was a Marxist-Leninist, fucking Maoist, power level hiding fucking freak who's trying to dupe people like you?
Because maybe, well, so I'm going to be, when people say this, they're usually just bullshitting, but I'm going to be super good faith here. I do not know much about the Uyghur genocide. Do you? Like, have you
Yeah,
read
I do.
extensively about it? Okay. So this is 100% not state media. Like, I'm not saying it's all propaganda, but the United States did not play this up at all. Like, this was
I'm sure they
actually as
did.
bad as the reports.
I'm
Okay,
sure
no,
they
no.
did,
So,
but that has no bearing
okay.
on the truth.
Well,
There's the American
well, what
state
is the
propaganda
truth? That's what I'm
side, there's
asking.
the Chinese propaganda side, and then there's reality.
Yeah. Right. That's what I'm trying to get to, is the reality, right? Like, so Hassan says American state propaganda is bending reality. You're saying the Chinese government and Hassan is bending reality. What I'm asking you is, like, what is the actual truth? Was it an actual cultural genocide?
Yes.
And just quickly, you don't have to go into all the details. And is it
Yes.
still going on?
All of the things that I've said were alleged to have occurred. are things that you do not have to rely on the United States government to verify. They are not things that you
Right.
have to rely on Hassan Piker to verify. You can check out United Nations investigations of the Uyghur, to be clear, cultural genocide. They
Which
did
I will
not
do, by the way.
massacre they did not massacre the Uyghurs. They just fucking re-educated them. And then
Okay, real quick,
with
real quick.
well,
Hold on before you continue. Hold on, no,
yeah,
because I'm gonna
go
let you
ahead.
continue. Just real quick, give me three things three claims about this Uyghur genocide that you think is the strongest claim towards it being a cultural genocide, and I will research this and get back to you. So just real
Okay.
quick, the three things.
Islam is prohibited as a religion in Western China.
Okay, as was or is currently.
It could be was past tense, but
Okay,
just
saying it doesn't
work
matter
with it.
to the
Just
point. Yep, I got you.
Islam is heavily. If you want to go with like, Islam is heavily censored and monitored by state authorities. That would be like the least forceful claim I could make while still believing it to be true.
Okay, I'll put that in parentheses, but I'll look up, the whole thing. All right, so
Okay.
number two.
Then, military-aged men were sent to work and re-education camps in Western China.
I do know that's true. I don't even have to look that up. Okay.
Okay.
Re-education
Then,
camps.
Uyghur women were forced to cohabitate with Han Chinese men.
I think I know that to be true as well. Okay, and so okay, and in your mind, this is so. Do you know the numbers of like where the population was and where it fell to at the end of this?
No, I'm assuming they have the same problems as the rest of the Chinese people, where they're probably like, I think Muslims typically had a above replacement rate fertility. I'm sure that the Uyghurs probably have fallen in line with Han Chinese demographics, but at the same time, like that was probably going to happen anyways. So it's not I'm not claiming a bodily genocide similar to the Holocaust where the Nazis lined up and shot 6 million Jews allegedly. I'm saying that their culture was eradicated under state force in compelled ways that we would not find acceptable in the free world.
So what I will say to that is that if all that is true, I obviously heavily disagree with Hassan even approaching defending that sweeping, whatever you want to call it. That is a very, very, very bad, and I'm not even trying to like downplay it. That's a horrible thing that he did. Just like I would say that anybody who downplays the genocide that Israel is committing or did commit or carrying out, continually committing in Gaza, and then now they're starting to encroach on the West Bank a lot more.
Sure.
But just I have the same. I would feel the same way towards somebody who is defending that.
Yeah, but
With that
when it
being
comes
said,
to Israel,
yeah.
like, and somebody sweeps for what Israel is doing and they're not describing it, they're just like, oh, they're just defending themselves. Don't you feel like I'm not trying to project on you, but don't you feel like some level of disgust?
Yes, I do. I
Yeah.
do, but that doesn't make me think that the person wants the destruction of America. That's the
Well,
that is what I'm
yeah.
trying to pull out of you. Yeah,
I would strongly recommend just watching the Yale speech. Like I said, it's 25 minutes. You
Okay.
could watch it on
Okay.
2x speed. You could be done with it in 12 minutes. And effectively, I think he lays out that American intervention against socialist nations in the 20th century was a mistake. The collapse of the Soviet Union was I think this is almost a direct quote. The collapse of the Soviet Union was one of the greatest geopolitical disasters in world history. That effectively America has become the new fascists, and he would like a world in which America was forced to retreat from its current military and commercial empire, and he wants a multipolar world where China, Russia, and the Middle East and North Africa have their own sovereignty to determine what they want in the world without American input. That's like the bare minimum. That is like if you came back to me and you said that was a straw man, I would need like specific citations. I almost feel like that's a word for word representation about what Hassan said.
All right. Let's say I grant you all that. Is there a way we could figure out how he can come to that conclusion while still wanting America to be a prosperous country? Or
Yeah,
is it
but he
like
wants.
you
But here's the thing, though. He doesn't need to be wanting the bodily destruction of America for me to think that he's bad or evil. So, for instance, like, you know the war in Ukraine,
though.
right?
Yeah, I won't do it. Yeah, I think I've heard
So-
about that once or twice over the last few years.
Okay. So the war in Ukraine is arguably caused because American CIA and diplomatic efforts into Ukraine have convinced Western Ukrainians that they should be more like America. They should engage in mixed economy capitalism, democracy, representative democracy, anti-corruption measures. They should distance themselves from Russia, blah, 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 blah. American influence in Ukraine is probably a major motivator for the war. However, if you look at if America was not interested in Ukraine at all, then Ukraine would remain a corrupt, kleptocratic, oligarchic puppet state of Russia. So for me, while there are a ton of deaths in the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, the Ukrainians are fighting a war that I think is morally, ideologically, and economically just. Whereas what would happen in a Hassan Piker world is we would just retreat and we would just let Russia take over Ukraine. And if tens of millions of people have to live in fucking under the oppressive thumb of Vladimir Putin, it is what it is. Because America shouldn't bother in meddling with foreign countries. I think that's fucking evil. Like straight up.
Yeah. Okay. So all right. Say once again, say I grant you all that, even though I don't agree with all of that, just for the sake of this conversation, let's say I grant you all that. Russia invades Ukraine. America does not intervene. The CIA was never in there during the mid 2000s. None of that ever happened, right? We minded our business. Russia did its thing. They take Crimea. They take the Donbass, and they do all that they're doing now, and that they did in 2014. Okay, and America does not intervene. And once again, let's go back to President Hassan. So we have President Hassan, and this is all happening, and he decides he does not want NATO or America to intervene. He also tries to influence NATO to, hold that line. What is it? East-West Germany? Like what's that line called? I'm sorry, I'm not.
I forget, but I know what you're saying.
Okay, so it's basically like they don't want Germany to have, they don't want Russia to have influence past that line, right? I've never heard Hassan disagree with that. I've never heard him argue against that. I have heard him argue against like America being involved in NATO as heavily as it is. I disagree with him on that. However, I do not think President Hassan, just to wrap up my point, I do not think President Hassan would let Russia encroach past that already agreed upon line. I think he thinks that there was some agreement back in like before the Soviet Union collapsed. Though, we won't go an inch past this line, whatever.
Yeah. But that was like that was something that like Reagan said to Gorbachev in a meeting. It wasn't a binding agreement.
Right. But I feel like not just Hassan, but I feel like a lot of the world kind of recognizes that like that actually is the point where like you cannot let Russia go past, right? Okay.
Yeah, but
I don't
hold
agree
on,
with that.
because
Once
what
again,
you're doing though, this is what you're doing whether you like it or not. Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Poland, Finland, Sweden. These countries have all joined NATO, which is a defensive alliance, on a voluntary basis. So basically what you would say, what you're saying is Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, well, since they're right next to Russia, fuck them. They don't deserve freedom.
Well, no, they're part of NATO, right? So like if Russia were to try that bullshit, NATO would be right there.
I know, but that argument of NATO would not expand eastward past blank thing, the thing that Reagan
Okay.
said, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia would have never, and Poland would have never been allowed to join NATO under this framework because they're east
Okay.
of the
Sorry,
the organizational framework.
Okay, I wasn't too clear on my point right there. So I wasn't sure who said that, or like even if it was true, but I do know that that is what people like Hassan recognize as like the red line that um we can't let or that Russia doesn't want. Let me try. I'm just trying to put this as clearly as possible so you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That line that I was talking about, like a lot of lefties like Hassan believe that that is like the actual true line that like is drawn, and that like that countries to the west of that line or to the east of that line, excuse me, are you know, that are part of NATO. Russia cannot fuck with them, and basically like um Ukraine is kind of, they didn't join NATO, so it's like they're on their own, really. Like that's how the lefties think, and that's what they believe, and I think that's what Hassan believes. But like, let's say I grant you all that. How does that lead to the destruction of America, though? Like,
It doesn't. It leads to the destruction of the empire, though. And so, for instance, in reference to this thing, like I said, I think that our supporting of Eastern European NATO countries is good. I think it's morally just. I think it's morally right.
to be clear, I agree. Just to be clear, I agree, and I know Hassan doesn't, but I do agree. Go ahead.
Right. So then, so we would basically be conceding tens of millions of people to being under a kleptocratic oligarchic regime. And then not just that, but effectively, like, this is something that Hutch brought up, and you can think it's a stupid talking point if you want. I actually don't think it's stupid at all. Because Hassan Piker wants a multipolar world, I think that, and also because the presidency is a flexible institution, particularly when it comes to commanding armed forces. If Hassan Piker actually wanted to execute his worldview, there would really be nothing stopping him from because we're effectively a generation ahead of our rivals technologically,
Right.
On the military stage. There's really nothing prohibiting Hassan Piker from selling our military industrial secrets to China and Russia, and then basically closing our technological gap with our rivals. And so while
Yeah, but now we're just inventing things that he might do. I thought we were talking about things that like he believes in. I've never heard him.
I
say
think
that
he
would
believes in
do
that. The only reason why I think he wouldn't do that is because he would be afraid that the military industrial complex would kill him. But if he could close the military tech gap between China, Russia, and the United States in order to usher in a multipolar world, I think he would 100% do that.
Well, there's a good argument that Trump could sell Russia our secrets. That
Yeah, and Trump's a
Putin
fucking
might-
evil goddamn retard, and I talk shit about him every single day.
You think he did?
Do I think that? Okay, I don't know if Trump has overtly sold Russia secrets, but do I definitely think that he has pulled punches that call it like an institutionalist, right? Like either like a normie Republican or a normie Democrat. I think he's pulled punches against Russia that any normie Republican or normie Democrat would not have pulled. So, for instance, like
think that's gonna lead to the
interrupting our
destruction of
intel
America?
sharing and interrupting our military support of Ukraine, I don't think a normie Democrat or Republican would have done that.
Didn't he lift sanctions on Russia too, like temporarily?
Yeah, I'm sure he did. He also did that in reference to oil too, because he caused the oil issues in the Iran war. He caused those oil issues. So what he did is he lifted the oil sanctions off of Russia so they could temporarily sell their shit to Europe, which arguably has bolstered the Russians.
So my only point in saying that is obviously not to defend Trump, but we've seen presidents who are erratic, who we don't trust, right? So you don't trust Hassan. We both don't trust Trump. We've gone through that, and our state secrets, to our knowledge, haven't been sold. So I just don't understand why that is a great fear of yours, that a president is going to sell our state secrets, no matter what their politics are.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
but
he was sucking up
you kind of
Russia
bounce between
leading
two
up to
ideas,
the
though.
election.
You bounce between two ideas. You said we're talking about what Hassan believes versus what
Yeah.
we think would happen. So what you're kind of
Yeah.
doing, which the Republican or the MAGA did, is they said,
Okay.
"Oh, well, we know that he's crazy some of the time, but we think the guardrails are going to hold." That's a different argument
no.
than do you think this guy is a bad guy based off what he believes? I think Hassan Piker
So
is a bad guy based off of what he believes, and I think he would be damaging to the American Republic.
do you think he's okay? Do you think he's damaging to the American Republic is different
Yeah, I
than
think he's an
destruction of the
ideological enemy to the United States of America. I think in the Declaration of Independence, the Declaration of Independence says, we hold these truths to be self-evident that, all men are created equal and they're granted inalienable rights by their creator. And amongst these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Originally, when they were writing it, they allegedly considered life, liberty, and property. And so there was an argument that the Declaration of Independence was going to include the word property, inferring private property. So yes, I think that democratic socialists, vanguard socialists, and communists are ideologically opposed to the political project of the United States and are
Do you believe they're
enemies,
all evil?
ideological
Do you,
enemies.
do you believe they're evil? All of them? Like if you're
Evil,
a socialist, you're evil,
yes.
basically?
But here's the thing. So evil has a connotation in my definition, okay? We do plenty of bad shit. Everybody does bad shit. I do bad shit, you do bad shit. Evil shit is where you do bad shit and you know it's bad. Okay? And so that's like a higher threshold for evil. Now, when it comes to Hassan Piker, I think that he's doing what he's doing bad shit, but he thinks it's good, and therefore he might not be evil in that context of the definition. But for me, like he used the term "killing fields" during his speech at Yale. Well, killing fields is oftentimes in historical context a specific reference to the killing fields of the Khmer Cambodians, who were a socialist group in Cambodia. And so he was trying to allude to the capitalist purges, I think, in Malaysia, which, by the way, if you want to say all that's fucked up and the mass slaughters of that era were fucked up, I'm totally fine with that description of those historical events. However, what he's trying to do, and he should be smart enough to know this considering his command of history, is he's trying to take the slaughters of authoritarian socialist regimes and he's trying to make them America's fault no matter what. And that is so obviously bad that even if you think you're doing the right thing, that to me is fucking evil.
All right. So listen, I've listened to, I've genuinely listened to everything you've said so far, and I think I'm understanding where you're coming from. But here's my perspective. Just let me cook for just a minute. Just give me like a minute, 60 seconds. Like coming up in my household, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, people like this, acceptable people from the Black Panther Party. Now there was certainly more radical people than that. But my parents were into a lot of like radical black activists growing up. And a lot of their rhetoric was scary. Like, um, like fuck the pigs, and we're gonna have a racial war in this country. White people are never gonna give you shit. We're gonna have to fight for everything we're gonna get in this country. White man isn't gonna give us anything. Basically, like, you got to be 3 times as good as the white man in this country. Now, this isn't like my parents' rhetoric or anything, but what I'm saying is that some of the radical people, like Malcolm X or Fred Hampton or some of the other people, um, they would say things sometimes that were very, very, very radical and scary, and they would like I know you would not like to hear some of the things they had to say at all. However, do I think like they were a danger to America, or do I think like they were somehow like and they would talk about foreign affairs too. They even Martin Luther King, excuse me, uh, I believe in one speech or 2 speeches he was talking about the influence of Israel and their politics, their influence on our politics and all that. So like they did talk about foreign affairs too. And my point of saying all that is, this is America. I've heard plenty of radical people speak and not want the destruction of America. Um, Tangibly with Hassan. Oh, just real quick, also with Trump, I wanted to tie that up real quick. The point I was making with Trump is that we both think Trump is crazy. Okay, right? We agree with that. Trump is crazy. However, he still did not sell and bad and crazy, even evil. I might even call Trump evil, and he has not sold our military secrets. I look at Hassan as 10 times, 20, 100 orders of magnitude better than Donald Trump, like orders of magnitude. So tangibly, what have I seen Hassan do? I've seen him uh um not campaign, but endorse Joe Biden, basically fight Kamala Harris about the Israel Gaza thing all the way up to the end. But in the end, he, I believe, voted for her. I know he told his audience to vote for her. More recently, Syed in Minnesota, New York, Mandamni. Like, these are the people he's supporting. So like, where are you getting the like, besides the like Oxford speech and the clip from 3 years ago on the podcast? Like, my rhetoric that I hear him talk about overall is policies that will help everyday Americans, defense from people endlessly attacking him, saying this and that, and he wants this and that, and he wants to kill senators, and he hates America, and America deserved 9/11. All this like irrelevant shit that does not matter. But tangibly, what I see him do is endorse outstanding, like outstanding people. Joe Biden, uh, Syed, and Mamdani. Those are the people I've seen him go to bat for. Do you have any counter examples of politicians that would lead you to believe that this guy is headed down some sort of radical, crazy track that would fuck America up?
Yeah. So I think that most Democratic socialists are hiding their power level. So I think that AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Zoran Mamdani are all effectively, they know that the United States of America is not ready for the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. But I think they're very clearly sympathetic to socialist regimes. If you take a look at Bernie Sanders in particular, Bernie Sanders wrote that in this was like 2004. So right when Venezuela started nationalizing its oil production and kicking out American corporations, he said that like, oh, well, based off of what the Venezuelans are promising, the American dream is more likely to be realized in South America than it is to be realized in the North. I'm pretty sure that he toured. He went on tourist trips to China, or excuse me, he went on tourist trips to Russia. He also glazed like the Soviet Union, China, and Cuba during the 1980s. So yeah, I think this motherfucker's hiding his power level. When it comes to
35 years, you think he's hiding his power level? Okay.
See, but this is why this argument doesn't work on me though, man. Because if you're going to say that was a long time ago, then you have to show me a time that this person contradicted their previous perspective. And I don't think you can show me that in reference to Hassan. I don't think you can show me that in reference to Bernie. Then they might have become more incremental. They might have become more pragmatic. That doesn't mean that they changed their belief system. And I disagree with their belief system. But I want to point something out. You said, well, I grew up and, my parents taught me about Fred Hampton and they taught me about Black Panthers and they taught me about this, and this.
In my house. No.
What's that?
My parents didn't teach me. No, my parents didn't teach me this. These were the books that were in my house. But yes, go ahead.
Okay. So for instance, and you said like, well, I don't think that these people were an existential threat to the United States of America. I don't think that's for like a lack of ideological purity. If these people had the Thanos glove and they were able to swap their, snap their fucking fingers, they would have been a danger and a threat to the American government.
No, they wouldn't. And so they would have made every man equal in this country. That's all the fuck they wanted. They had to do radical things, say radical things. Radical ideas had to come from the want to be equal. They just didn't want to get the shit. No,
but hold up. That is a sanitization of what some of these people wanted. Okay, so for instance, like Afeni Shakur, Tupac Shakur's mom, was a Black Panther who got into a gunfight with cops escaped
Sure,
out
sure,
on
sure.
bond and ran away to Cuba and remained a anti-American political activist for the rest of her life. So they're
Yes.
number one, there's people who 100% got fucking smoked by Black Panthers. And then not just that, but there were Black nationalists, people who believed that effectively segregation was the way to go. There should be a sovereign Black nation within the United States of America. And they weren't casual about it. They killed people for those ideas. So just saying like, oh, they just wanted equality.
Saying that
They didn't just want what Martin Luther King wanted. They wanted their own shit.
I didn't mention Afeni Shakur. I didn't mention a person you just mentioned.
Sure.
So were there some crazy radicals back then? I think I've already said that and conceded that there were people with way more radical ideas than Fred Hampton and Malcolm X. What I did say was that people like Malcolm X and people like Fred Hampton were associated with very, very, very radical people who wanted radical things. But at the end of the day, what these people wanted was equality for Black people. And what was going on in the 50s and 60s, and to like racially in this country, to remove all that and just say like these guys had some radical beliefs and just pluck them out.
Let me
me
make it very specific, because I brought this up the other day. So we can both agree that like South Africa had a explicit racial hierarchy where whites were at the top, right? And Nelson Mandela wanted to abolish that system. He wanted to get rid of that system. And so Nelson Mandela was a part of the ANC, the African National Congress, and they were considered a terrorist organization, but he never endorsed the practice of necklacing. That's where you take a civilian, you put a tire around their body, you pour gasoline on the tire, and you set them on fire. And basically, they die from smoke inhalation, and they also die from burning to death. But it's basically like a horrible... It's one of the worst ways that you could die. His wife...
Necklacing, you said, right?
Yeah, his wife did endorse necklacing. And she said, oh, well, those who... she quoted JFK, basically. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. She basically quoted Hassan Piker from Twitter the other day, right? And then the ANC itself had sympathizers that they fucking love necklacing. It was one of their favorite things to do. So my question to you is, what should be my attitude towards... Nelson Mandela is the least controversial. So what should be my attitude towards Nelson Mandela, who will not endorse necklacing? What should be my attitude towards Nelson Mandela's wife, who does endorse necklacing but doesn't participate in it herself? And then what should be my attitude towards somebody who does necklacing?
Okay, so
how should I perceive those people?
Well, here's what I would do. Matter of fact, I'll do it right now. I would, like, my first question before like even getting into any of that would be, how long was Nelson Mandela president for South Africa? And during his presidency, how many people were necklaced, if that stat's even available? I have no idea if that's available. But that would be the first place I'd look. I'd start there, and depending on the answer, I'd work from there to answer your question. So how should you feel about that? Okay, how should you feel about that?
Well, how should society treat those people? Because in my opinion,
Nelson Mandela, I think you should treat him one way. His wife, you should treat another way, and the people doing the necklacing obviously should go to jail. Yeah.
Let's focus on that real quick. So in the modern context, Hassan endorses, in my opinion, he does a rhetorical and ideological apologetics for Hamas, Hezbollah. And if you don't believe me, we can leave those two to the side. He said, 10 toes down, he supports the Red Sea crisis. Okay.
I'm not even going to argue with you. I'm not even going to deny that. Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah. Okay. So 10 toes down with the Red Sea crisis. And we're just talking about tactics. Let's not talk about morality. Mm-hmm. In the Red Sea crisis, the Yemenis are shooting random missiles and drones into commercial vessels in the Red Sea, and they have killed civilian merchantmen who had nothing to do with the United States and nothing to do with Israel. So he's okay with killing random civilians as long as it brings attention to the genocide in Gaza. Okay, so he
So is
endorsed a
everybody else.
tactic.
Everybody's okay with killing civilians.
Not
Unless
the same way.
Anti-war. Unless you're anti-war.
No.
Unless
Do
you're
you think
seeing
there's a
as
moral difference? So hold on. This is another thing that I brought up too. Do you think there's a moral difference? So Anders Breivik, he was a terrorist in Norway. He set off a pipe bomb downtown. He killed a few dozen people. He went to Norway's version of the Democratic Party and he shot civilians in the fucking face. Okay, I think he killed like 193 people. All right, he just walked up, shot one in the face, walked to the next one, shot him in the face, walked to the next one, shot him in the face. Okay, he's a terrorist.
Piece of shit.
Okay.
Everything, yeah. All
Hold
that,
up.
yes.
Hold up. I want to ask you this question because it's important. So, let's say that we have an American soldier or Marine in Iraq in 2004, and they're on patrol, they're in uniform, they're carrying a machine gun. Somebody from the side of the road shoots at them, and they open up with a machine gun and fire at the guy who has a machine gun, and there's women and children who are standing next to the guy with the machine gun, and they get killed as well. Are Anders Breivik and the U.S. Marine or soldier, are they the same?
I'm sorry. So, the U.S. Marine is shot at in Iraq 2004, and Anders Breivik. Okay, just the last.
Anders
half of
Breivik
that
walks
real
up to
quick.
civilians, shoots them in the face, shoots them in the face, shoots them in the face. His goal, his intent is to kill civilians in order to shock the consciousness of Europeans in order to further a political goal. Whereas we have a uniformed military member who responds to an ambush, fires in a general direction, kills a combatant, but also kills civilians. Are they the same?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. I just want thank you
and-
for being sane. But anyways,
Yes, no.
So my
Yes,
point though is when you say, "Oh, well, everybody's okay with killing civilians at some point," that's a true statement. But what I'm trying to say is the Yemenis are targeting and killing random civilians. They're not targeting Israel and America and then accidentally killing civilians. They're killing civilians on purpose to shock the consciousness of the world into caring. They're saying, "Oh, you don't care about Gazan Palestinians getting killed? We're going to kill some civilians ourselves." So in my analogy,
Did you speak?
I want to drag it back though because I think this is the thrust of the argument, and I do want to wrap up around 3 p.m. So
No problem.
this is the thrust of the argument. So when I was asking you about Nelson Mandela and his wife, in my analogy, I think the Red Sea crisis is morally comparable to necklacing in South America. And I think that Hassan Piker in this analogy is equivalent to Nelson Mandela's wife. So my question is, how should
what
we
was the
treat people who commit terrorism, and how should we treat people who make excuses for terrorism?
Okay. That's a great question. So if you're dealing with somebody who is necklacing somebody, there is literally no rhyme, reason. There's no excuse. There's no explanation. There's no justification for that at all. Killing somebody and shooting them, that is different. Necklacing somebody, we obviously all recognize that is like cruel, inhumane, all of that. Shooting civilians in the Red Sea who are not Americans and they are not Israeli. They are just passing through, and Hezbollah is firing rockets, taking over the ship. They were taking over the ships, right? This is the one you're talking about. They took over
Yeah.
the ship and they killed the people. on the
They
ship.
blew
Okay.
some up. They hit him with drones. They hit him with missiles. They also went on with helicopters and kidnapped the crews.
And the goal of this was to shock the passers, the passengers, or the people who would go into the Red Sea, who would use that passageway. The goal of that was to deter that, correct?
Yes, and
Right.
cause
I'm not justifying.
sufficient.
I'm not justifying it.
They,
Yeah,
they,
go
they're
ahead.
they're trying to cause sufficient economic damage that it shocks the world into caring about Gaza.
Okay. And Hassan supports that.
Yes,
You're saying 10 toes down.
correct. That's
I
almost a direct
I'm
quote.
not.
Is
I'm
10 toes
literally not
down.
mad
I
at it
support what the
because
Houthis are doing in the Red Sea.
yes, yes, it's because they're doing it for a specific like there is a rhyme or reason that you just explained it to me. There is no rhyme or reason for necklacing somebody, so I don't
No,
think it's
there
a good
is.
comparison.
The necklacing was done because number one, it's a horrible way to die. Number two, it's done to the people who are South African police informants who are betraying their own people. So if you work with the oppressive, white, colonial, racist, murderous government and you're a traitor to your own people, then you deserve the worst death. And so we are going to not only kill you in a horrible way, but we're going to scare the shit out of anybody who's thinking of working with South African police. We're going to scare them so fucking bad that they will have no interest in working with South African police. And by the way, terrorists, whether or not terrorists have motivations has nothing to do with whether or not they do criminal activity. You can say some of it is justified and some of it isn't, but then at that point, you're just endorsing the illegal slaughter of civilians as long as the cause is just.
Okay, you're not gonna like this. This is not a concession on the whole conversation.
Go
But
for it.
just on this point, just on this point, you actually like this is actually it's got the wheels in my head spinning. I'm trying to square this circle, and you've got me thinking. I'm gonna give you credit. This is a good question. There is a reason that I am more sympathetic to Hassan's position here. I have to literally think about it because I never thought about this before. So I'm going to concede this for this issue, this last part, not the whole conversation, just this part for right now, because I do have to think about it, and I'm trying to be honest
Oh,
and
you
good
should.
faith with you.
Well,
You're being perfectly good faith with me. Yeah.
you need to think about it too from multiple lenses. Okay, so for instance, like in my opinion, the Houthis think that the Gazan conflict and also the Saudis, because the Saudis are attacking them as well. They think that Saudi Arabia attacking them is so bad and the Gazan genocide is so bad that if they blow up a few commercial vessels, it is what it is, because
But it
they're
is that bad, though.
dragging the world's consciousness to what's happening in Yemen and what's happening in Gaza. So they think they're doing the right thing. What I would point out to people who sympathize with this perspective, though, is that when you engage with terrorism, so when you slaughter random civilians intentionally,
Slaughter is a loaded word, but I get your point.
well, I
Go ahead.
mean, I don't know how else you want to describe shooting missiles randomly into commercial vessels that don't have anything to do with Israel or America and blowing up civilians. I mean, if you want to say it in a different way, go ahead. But the point is, when I say, oh, you blew up 30 fucking Filipinos who had nothing to do with Gaza, you blew up fucking half a dozen Filipinos who weren't even employed by an American company, fuck you. And so then at that point, I get perfectly fine with the calculus of drones flying over Yemen and blowing up random members of the Houthi organization, you know? So in my opinion, it's counterproductive, because when you engage in terrorism, you effectively give these countries, including the United States, moral license to blow you up with impunity. Now,
So we should not have dropped the atomic bombs, and
in what
we shouldn't have
regard?
I'm just saying that we killed 100,000 people like instantly, right? So we probably shouldn't have done that, correct?
The reason why I'm going about it is because nation state warfare, and I'm sorry if I'm making it like really complex and this doesn't fit into our conversation. We should probably have another conversation about it. So warfare, war, okay? The definition of war, okay, is a standard of conflict between nations, which are people, and states that are governments. During World War II, it was common to conceptualize nation states as married. They're the same thing. So if you blow up the people, you're attacking the state. I think that as technology has evolved, yes, that is immoral in the modern day. So World War II, kind of fucked up, pretty normal at the time. From a 21st century perspective, it's pretty fucked up. We should if you, sorry. I can make this more specific. If I was alive in World War II and I was thinking the way that Americans were thinking at the time, I would have gleefully dropped the fucking bomb. Okay? But I'm an American who lives in the 21st century. In the 21st century, we have so many different options besides blowing up the civilian population of our enemies that it would clearly be evil in a modern context.
I agree with you on 100%. And that's what I'm saying is like you just basically justified killing 100,000 people, and we're talking about what's going on in the Red Sea. What is it? 40, 50 people, maybe? How many people have been killed in the
No,
Red Sea?
it's probably a dozen, maybe a few dozen.
Not even as many as I thought. So like, what are we really talking about here?
Because I don't flatten.
You understand?
I don't flatten the numbers. I don't look at 100,000 dead Japanese in World War II and a dozen dead in the Red Sea, and then say, oh yeah, Yemenis can randomly murder civilians because 100 years ago we dropped an atom bomb. That doesn't. That's not logical to me at all.
You know that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that there is a reason that you can find for killing civilians. I don't think you're evil for what you just said, and that was an example of why you think Hassan is evil and why he's going to lead to the downfall of America. And
because we're
and
21st century people.
We just did. Correct.
Yeah, and he is justifying a 19th century mindset.
What? How is that a 19th century? I don't even.
A 19th century mindset, in my opinion, because this also applied during the era of colonialism. So hold on, I'll try to explain it real quick, even though we're running out of time. So
yeah, I did want to get to something real quick.
So
go ahead.
In the 1800s, right, with Native Americans in the United States, okay. Just as an example, this is something that's super fucked up that happened in the 1800s, but it was very normal. So there would be Native American rebels in the western parts of America, okay? And the United States Army would chase down these rebels and try to force them back onto the reservations. When they chased down these Native American, if this was a 21st century context, we would have expended every resource in order to fight the people who had weapons, but then we would have the women and children who were with the men who had weapons, we would have separated them out, and we would have done everything we possibly could in order to keep them alive in a 21st century context. Okay?
I got you.
In the 1800s, though, because this was normal at the time, what they did is they rolled up on the camp and everybody would run away, right? So they would just shoot whoever shot at them, and then the people would run away, men, women, and children. And so what they would do is they executed their horses, they burned their food, they burned their tents, they burned all of their provisions, and then they just left. So they knew that they just had damned like 35 people to death by starvation, and they didn't give a fuck. And the reason why they didn't give a fuck was because even though they were civilians, they were civilians who were with enemy combatants. And since they were civilians with enemy combatants, they were also the enemy. And you see this attitude really being carried through World War II. But then after World War II, as technology develops, and also World War II was pretty fucking horrifying, we try to start differentiating between combatants and non-combatants.
I got you. So the Houthis are non-combat. I mean the civilians you're saying are non-combatants. I get that. What I'm saying is that we can sit here and come up with reasons and justifications for everything, and none of them land on these are just inherently evil people that just love doing bad things and they love killing civilians. I don't think that's the conclusion that either of us would land on. And my whole point is that we like there's different contexts for different circumstances, different reasons to people do different things. I see people in your chat saying, "Oh, he's read a book and he thinks that nation states and terrorist cells are the same thing." Not my point, not what I'm trying to say at all. What I'm
It
trying
might
to
not be
say is that
you. It's just it's common in Hassan's audience. And can I hit you with one more thing though, just as an example?
yeah.
So if I hear Denims or Hassan or Mike from PA talk about the war on terror, the way that they talk about it is that American soldiers and Marines like me just went over to Iraq and we just started shooting fucking civilians for shits and giggles. That's the way that they talk about it. But if you actually
Yeah.
go to the Iraq Body Count Project, which actually started as a criticism of the United States, they actually separated out all the confirmed deaths by who killed who. And basically, 20% of the deaths in the Iraq conflict were coalition forces killing people, meaning Americans and their allies killing people. 80% of the fucking deaths were jihadist militias killing each other and killing civilians. So basically, we didn't walk around massacring shitloads of people. We kicked off a civil war, and we were one faction in the civil war. And then just as an example, ISIS in Iraq, it was either ISIS or it was AQI, I forget. But I could Google this and I could actually send you the link. Back in 2008, they went to an insane asylum or like a sanatorium, like a mental health facility. They kidnapped 2 women who had Down syndrome. They put suicide vests on those people, and they blew up those people within a market that killed dozens of civilians. So if you hear Hassan Piker, Denims, Mike from PA talk about this, then what they'll say is, oh, well, America kicked off the instability and the civil war that resulted in Al-Qaeda kidnapping these Down syndrome people and setting off these bombs, killing dozens of civilians. Therefore, it's America's fault. Whereas what I would say is that is so uniquely fucked up and reprehensible, it would never cross the minds of an American soldier or warrior to kidnap a Down syndrome person and force them to be a suicide bomber. That is clearly on the people who did it. And that's the way that I feel about the Red Sea crisis.
Yeah.
That's the way that I
was
feel about China. That's the way I feel about any fucking people that Hassan Piker does apologia for. They do it, it's their fault. They have moral agency.
Sure. I understand that. And the context of the Houthis, the context is there is a war going on right now, or a slaughter going on, a genocide going on. And this is like the only thing that they have. Now, these are civilians. I understand that, and I do not agree with Hassan. I stand 10 toes down to defend this. All I'm saying is that we can all come up with just different justifications and rationalizations of different things depending on who we like in the particular situation.
Sure.
That's not all of it. That's not all of it. That's not the end of it. But that's a huge part of what I'm trying to say is that Hassan is not like uniquely evil because he is sympathetic to the Houthis in this situation, where the other side is Israel, who's literally, in my opinion, just like helping to like fuck this country up from the inside. They are like at least a big percentage the reason that Donald Trump was elected. They're a big percentage of the reason why we're at war right now, why gas prices are what they are. Israel has done immense damage to this country, and I see a lot of people justify and defend it, and I still don't call those people evil. I still don't say they want the destruction of America. It's like they have a completely different political opinion than me. We can argue it out, we could talk it out, but like I feel like that's such a cop out, and it's such a like thought terminating, conversation stopping answer. And
Well,
that was
trust me,
just my biggest thing. It's like,
I would love to debate Hassan. I just think he's still in his hug box, and I'm not clouded up enough for him. But
but you're
I
friends
really
with
do
Destiny, though.
wish.
That's the thing I did want to talk about. We got 3 minutes left. You said you had
Sure,
to go
sure.
at 3. That the thing I really wanted to talk about is how can you be friends with Destiny, right? I mean, that's fine. I'm not saying don't be friends with him, but how can you be friends with him and then turn around and call Hassan uniquely evil or worse in any type of way when in my opinion Destiny runs a cult. He runs a harassment, doxing, you name it. That is like for the last 2 years, that has been the name of the game for him, and that's all he's been doing. And I don't see how you can put up with that behavior, but then like say, "Oh, Hassan, said the Houthis are based, and Hassan said this, and Hassan said that." When you're in the space, these people directly. These are your friends. Some of them, like almost everybody in this space. People who've been doxxed by Destiny, and you're like mad at J-Stalk and Queeman and like snarkers and shit, and I'm like, what the fuck? This is crazy. So
That's
you've
pretty
got
funny.
to square that.
Yeah, let me square that circle real quick. So, with Hassan Piker, it's not a personal thing. It's not a. I do dislike his antinatalist shit. I think he's hedonistic. I think he's nihilistic. I think he's materialistic. So is Destiny, by the way. Nihilistic, hedonistic, and materialistic. So on a personal level, every criticism that I can level at Destiny, not every criticism, I should phrase this better. A lot of the criticisms that I have of Hassan Piker's personal life are the same criticisms I have of Destiny. And then there's also the creator aspect of it, and then there's the personal aspect of it. So the creator aspect, and they do get mixed up. So the personal aspect of it is I've known Destiny for 5 years. We've been on the opposite side of debates multiple times. We've been on the same side of debates multiple times. And he is a human being that I know. Sometimes he's a good person. Sometimes he's a huge fucking prick. And I've made it my business to tell him in private and in public when I think he's being a prick. And I think his life would be substantially better if he listened to me, but I don't think he's interested in listening to me. So all I can do is gently push him from the side.
Okay.
I kind
But
of
you don't have to
divorce.
participate in the lies that he propagates. You don't have to participate in that. You don't have to push them forward.
I don't think I participate in the lies. So for instance, like right now, I can tell you what Destiny did, what Destiny's been accused of doing is he was accused of, basically making homemade pornography with people and without their consent, sending it to what he thought was a 19-year-old sex worker, turned out to be a middle 25-year-old man from the UK. And the person who was being represented in the sex worker shit was a girl who was 17 and a half.
Right. Rose was.
I don't have to sweep for that shit. I can describe that shit accurately all fucking day.
I'm not even mad at the whatever. He sent the girls fucking news, whatever. It's bad. Okay, whatever. I'm more upset with the behavior afterwards. The lying, the deception, the gaslighting, the hanging everybody out to dry. The people that want to defend him, he gives them no defense. He's just like he goes dark for 5 days, and then for the next 2 years, doxes and harasses anybody who like disagrees
Well,
with him.
you brought up J Stock Queeman and Chud, which I do think is funny. I still love Chud, even though his hairline sucks and he bought a shitty house. So I'm fucking around. But with Queeman, J Stock, and Chud, I don't think Chud did it as much. I don't think Chud did it anywhere near as much. So I actually probably should omit Chud from the statement. Queeman and J Stock did capitalize on Destiny's downfall a lot for about 6 months, where they were just like, ha ha ha, fuck this loser, he's a pedophile, he should go to jail, he should go to prison. Sherry's bringing a case, the gay people are bringing a case, the civil suit is going to take off, dozens of women are going to rape him in private court. We're so happy he's about to get raped, And so
it did happen.
when you're a character that big, I don't think Steven should give two fucks about what Queeman and J-Stock think. But for some reason, I think Destiny is literally trying to distract himself from existential questions. And so getting into fights with shitbags is distracting him from his mortality and spirituality. But he just decided that going to war with these people for the past fucking 2 years was a good use of his time on this plane of existence. I've told him in private that it's stupid. I've told him in public that it's stupid.
More than stupid, though.
He's not listening to me.
It's more okay. And I'm not asking you to like answer for his shit. You're saying like you told him it was stupid. You don't agree with none of it. So it's like only so much I can say here. But what I do ask from you is like there is no proof that what he's accusing J-Stock and Queedman of doing, and that wasn't my point to come on here and defend those guys.
I have to review the Discord leaks that I was reviewing right before you came on stream. But the fact that there's like a coordinated gay ops, anti-Destiny, social media fucking venture, that seems to be corroborated. But as far as like them being specifically responsible for, hold on real quick, him being specifically responsible for his doxing, his swatting, anything like that, I don't think that evidence exists at all. Or at least I haven't seen it.
Yeah, but there is no like dedicated harassment campaign or Discord server like that's just not a thing. And
I gotta look at the evidence. So what happened was, and by the way, I'm not saying there is. Please, people who are watching this clip, please understand that I'm not saying that I have strong evidence. I'm saying that I need to review the evidence. So Lonerbox released a video today. Hutch is reviewing the evidence himself.
In the Discord? I'm not in a doxing Discord. Somebody in your chat just said I'm in the doxing Discord. Like I'm
don't
on
know.
here doing gay ops right now. Like that's what your chat's saying, or people in your like one or two people. I'm not saying the whole chat.
And sorry, somebody asked that this is important. Somebody says, "What's the good news?" Khazra from Iran is alive. That's the good news. So, anyways, I need to review that evidence because I basically need to see what the gay ops were. You know.
Sure. And I would love to. And please, if you don't see any evidence, just like. You know, like treat it as it is.
I'll say straight up, because I think that DGG would have led with this first, and Hutch and Lonerbox would have led with it first if they had it. I'll say at this time, I am not aware of any evidence pointing to Queeman or J-Stock specifically being involved with doxing or swatting of Destiny, which has been the or doxing or swatting of his friends and associates. Which was the allegation. I have not seen evidence of that yet.
That's the other thing I did want to clear up is because I see a lot of that going around. And like, you know, I fuck Queeman. I really don't like, you know, that's not my guy or anything, but I'm cool with J-Stock. Like, I get where Destiny's coming from. Like, that was his, you know, that was his friend. He won the Orbiter the year before. J-Stock refuses to talk to me about that. So J-Stock, if you hear this, fuck you for that. I've asked him plenty of times to have an honest conversation about that. He refuses to. But so like I'm not here to like, you know, say J-Stock did nothing wrong. Like he did.
I don't. No, in my opinion, you know, just on the outside, they got into a horrible fucking pissing match, and I actually did draw this for my chat too. You know, DGG claims that it's engaged in tit for tat, and I have a picture showing like turning the other cheek, tit for tat with forgiveness, eye for an eye, and I called it like barbarian retributive violence, which is basically like you fucking stub my toe and I murder your entire fucking family. Right. And that's
what Destiny's doing.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I feel like DGG/Destiny, they're not engaged in tit for tat with a little bit of forgiveness. They're engaged in barbarian retributive violence while calling it tit for tat.
So what annoys me is seeing 100 videos on Hassan and what he said here and what he said there, but like silence on that. That's what really kind of made that was like what made me want to call you today. But
sure,
obviously we had to talk about everything because these are all the issues I have and more. But I know you have to go. Listen, man.
I had fun. I'm happy to do it again sometime.
Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna actually look into the things you said about the Uyghur genocide, and maybe we can, talk again sometime. But it's been a few years. It's good to talk to you again, man. Listen, I heard about your divorce as well. I like that hurts my heart, bro. Like that's horrible. But since seems like you're on the rebound, that's a good thing. Be careful.
We
Take it
got,
slow.
I can't regret anything. It's a 15-year relationship. We got our kids. I still love my
Yeah,
kids.
man.
So
I knew her
I
as
can't,
Mrs. Point,
I
so
can't
it's
regret
like
anything.
it's devastating, to hear that. But life happens. You move on.
Fuck
These
yeah.
feelings are temporary. Like everything you're feeling right. Like, listen, I beat addiction, so I look at life crazy. Like, I feel like you can overcome anything. So this is just a temporary bump in the road, and you'll be all right. And I don't say that just to say that. I truly mean it. And
All
yeah,
right.
it's been good talking to you again, man.
All right. Well,
I hope
I
you're not. I hope
appreciate
you
you.
don't think
And
I'm in here.
if you have another topic that you want to press me on, just shoot me a DM and we'll do it again.
All right, 100%. All right, I'll let you go. All right, Connor.
All right. Bye, bud.
All right, peace.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and thank all the people who donated today. We will be back later tonight in order to do a Queeman stream. I don't know if I'll be live for it. Maybe I will. I don't know. We'll see. So, who is this? What's so funny is we had fucking, what's his name? We had that fucking dude who has like 7 alts, and he donated on like 3 different alts. So, Neener for 5 says, this is funny considering if you need to necklace a few people to save Africa, it's fine according to Connor, like trans kids versus Africa AIDS math. Yeah, maybe. There's obviously going to be some math where if you're balancing, if you literally have 2 fucked up things within a binary choice, then you could balance the fucked up things within the binary choice and then analyze it from a consequentialist lens. That's I know you're being sarcastic, but that's unironically true. So, Anonymous, Fashion 40, Shapingro, thank you for the 20, King. AKA, let me just make sure that I read that one. Okay, I did read that one. AKA Batusai, Kingslayer, Damocles, Vazraka, Sapient Green, Rifleman, Airborne Kite, Horse God, Airborne Kite, Shapingro, and Vazraka. Thank you for financial support. Just a reminder, Khazra is alive, which is great. And then Grassroots is out for the next couple of weeks. He is going to rehab. He is an alcoholic. He did have a little bit of a relapse. So one of our main oilers is out. So what I would say is if you have the opportunity to chip or oil, they're most appreciated on Tuesdays. But in general, just because Grassroots is out, and let's be real, he's literally 30% of the channel, revenue. If you have the opportunity to chip or oil, it's never required, always appreciated. And then, no, STV, you did great. You did great. I appreciate you coming on. I hope you had a good time. Sorry if the chat was a little bit spicy, but, if there's one thing that my chat is, there are people who don't fucking like us on. So I'm going to just read chat real quick, and then I'm gonna dip out. Dan made that accusation. Of J-Stalking Queeman doing doxing and swatting? He's accusing Connor of rhetoric Connor has not engaged in. I know, but I think just by staying friends with Destiny and also trying to steelman the situation in general, that feels sweepy. So even if I haven't uttered the specific words, I understand why people think that I fucking swept for Destiny's bad behavior, because I was like the one motherfucker that didn't backstab him immediately in February of 25. Just me, or is there a gulf in the level of evidence needed for Hassan versus Destiny? Maybe. Like, obviously we all have our biases and our preferences or whatever, but also I'll share that criticism that if you're gonna say that J-Stock and Queeman 100% deserve being like dox swatted and harassed, you should probably have evidence that they engaged in dox swatting and harassing. The stochastic shit isn't good enough for me, but it is what it is. Send Patriarch says, Connor, you should absolutely go live on your channel. I don't want to hang out on Queeman's. Okay. Connor's never downplayed Destiny's antics. What I'm guilty of, I'll just say it. I am I'm guilty of the subconscious bias where you use sanitized language to describe what's happening for somebody you like, and then you use hyperbolic language for someone you don't like. So when I say what Destiny did, I'm not going to say, oh, he's like a sex trafficking rapist pedophile. You know, I'll say, you know, he shot homemade sex tapes, sent them to a 26-year-old guy from Britain who was posing as a 19-year-old sex worker who ended up being a 17-and-a-half-year-old sex worker. And that's like, you could come up with infinitely shittier ways to say that, right? But I because I like Steven on a personal level, I say it in the most sanitized ways possible, right? So, thanks for coming, STV Philly. Appreciate you. I hope I didn't bore you guys to death, but Connor's fun to engage with. Nope, I loved it. Thank you for hanging out. STV Philly, anytime we got some Geopol, I'm happy with it. True. Connor needs to eat his broccoli. Says, hey, Connor, hi. Hi. It's true. I do need to eat more broccoli. Damn Grassroots, I'll try to find $20 for Tuesday. Thanks, Sam. I appreciate you. No pressure. Just, you know, help is always appreciated, never required. Tagop says, Connor told Destiny he was messed up straight to his face, but Lord forbid you be friends with someone and want them to be better. I know, but like, what happens though is a lot of people, when your friend is acting in sufficiently stupid fucking ways, eventually you cut off the relationship. And so I haven't cut off the relationship. So people view me hanging out with him still as me like sanitizing his public reputation. But at the same time, like, I don't give a fuck. And there's so many people. There's so many people, man. I'm telling you, I said this to somebody else the other day who's not an online person. Steven obviously has money. Steven obviously has clout, despite all of his controversies, all that kind of stuff. And so I think the people that he attracts the most, or used to attract past tense, were fucking clout sharks who would be sticking their tongue up his fucking ass every single goddamn day that they got to go on his stream so they could get clout money and a boost and all that bullshit. But then when things get hairy, the second it became inconvenient to be Steven's friend, they would fucking backstab him, right? And I think that over the past several years, I've consistently proven that that's not what's going to cause me to backstab or front stab Steven. Steven can totally fuck up. He can be an asshole. He can fuck up his personal life. That's not why I'm going to backstab or front stab Steven. If I ever betray Steven, it'll be a front stab, and it'll be for a damn good reason that I articulate. So, you know, probably to his face, maybe in private, maybe in public. But it'll be a front stab, not a back stab. So, you know, it might be more productive to dance with girls at the dance bar and get some work done at the cafe than use dating apps. I agree with that. Bud123, I still need to give you some feedback. So, Vitork says, people are not machines, as sometimes grudges or even running conflicts need to be resolved by personal decisions. Sometimes pragmatism is an option not everyone likes. I know, it's boring. It's more fun to backstab somebody on stream and be like, oh, my stars, I had no idea how evil he was. I disavow him. You know, that's better for content, obviously. Connor, did you ever think about reaching out to Philip DeFranco? He has his new podcast thing that seems sane. I mean, Philip DeFranco's fucking huge. What, does he have an email where he's like, hey, shitter 50 viewer live streamers, DM me so we can debate on stream? Does he have that? Because if he doesn't have that, then I have no idea how I'm hooking up with Philly D. How do we feel about advertising for Kraut once in a while? I feel fine about it. I need to watch, is it Rob's Media? Somebody released, it was either Liquid Sonic or Rob's Media. They released a video essay on Kraut and T's cringe sins for the past decade. I think I want to watch it before I endorse him. Because if he's just like, if he's just cringe, I don't care. I would endorse Kraut. If he's a lolicon, then I would not endorse him. You know what I'm saying? Does Phil DeFranco take randos? Yeah, no offense, guys. 50 to 150 people might feel big in Twitch and YouTube politics, but that's shitter level compared to fucking big-ass fucking YouTubers. Dan and Chud are arguing right now. Tune in, Connor. Live commentary. I would, but I want to rap and I want to eat some lunch. Make sure you ping Destiny and ask him about it in private. Okay. Does Phil DeFranco take randos? Lol. Connor, have you considered reaching out to Kraut? I can set up communication. He's a good egg. He's a good egg. I think we talked about hanging out together, but, you know. Crowd is vindictive, but he's not a lolicon. Okay, good. It was Liquid Sonic. Good. All right. Anyways, parasocial love, guys. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. If you got any memberships, you got them. I parasocial love you. I hope you have a beautiful day. I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. And I'll